Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Attack on Prime in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 56, Arrival. Arky slightly turned in her sleep on the floor of the jackhammer before opening her optics. She rubbed them with her servos before stretching her arms and sitting up. She blinked a little before taking in her surroundings, recognizing where she was. She stood up and walked over to the co-pilot seat of the jackhammer and sat down. She noticed Wheeljack sleeping in his seat with the autopilot heading towards the planet. His head nodded off to the side while his arms were crossed. She placed a servo on his shoulder and shook him, causing him to wake up. "Want me to take over?" Arky asked him. "That would be nice," Wheeljack answered as he stood up and the two switched seats. Arky turned off the autopilot and placed her servos on the steering wheel. She glanced at the screen on her right where the distress signal was presented and was a little irritated that neither an Autobot or Decepticon symbol was coming up. "The symbol might show up when we get to the planet," Wheeljack reassured, resting his arm on the armrest. "I just prefer to be prepared ahead of time," Arky admitted. "I feel like it's going to be a Decepticon." "Bit pessimistic," Wheeljack commented. "We found 3 Autobot signals prior to this." "It can't all be smooth sailing," Arky retorted. "The fact that the symbol is not presenting is already not looking promising." "Maybe it might be another Autobot," Wheeljack reassured. "Maybe the ship got damaged. Besides, once we tell them that the war is over, there might not be a fight." "If it's a Decepticon, there's going to be a fight," Arky reminded. "I feel like you are not getting enough recharge," Wheeljack remarked. "Maybe I should take the wheel back." "It's been a little over a year since we started this," Arky proclaimed. "Guess the honeymoon phase of the war being over has worn off." "We can always go back," Wheeljack suggested. Arky thought it over. "Let's check out this planet and decide whether or not we want to go back home." "Fine by me," Wheeljack gave a small smile. "Paradise. You did what?" Hanji shouted as the Survey Corps stared at Mikasa in shock. "I'm doing what's necessary," Mikasa proclaimed. "Mikasa, you're agreeing to go to Hizuru?" Hanji exclaimed. "We don't exactly trust them completely to send one of our soldiers there." "It will only be for the week," Mikasa proclaimed. "In exchange they give Optimus an extra week to meet Hizuru's demands." "Optimus could meet those demands in those 3 months, Armin retorted. "Mikasa, you're going by yourself to Hizuru." "I am valuable to them," Mikasa retorted. "They wouldn't hurt me or else the alliance would be done for." "We're not sending you there by yourself," Levi declared. "Then have someone with me, Captain," Mikasa suggested. "This is not up for debate," Hanji declared. "You deliberately went behind our backs to make this deal with a nation that is only here for money. We don't exactly have any other options." Mikasa raised her voice. "I just want the best option for our home. I just want to make sure that everyone is safe. I can't lose anyone anymore." "Mikasa, we get it," Hanji agreed. "We all do, but this was not okay." "Commander. We'll discuss with the rest of the military and come to a decision tonight," Hanji interrupted. "Dismissed." Mikasa looked down solemnly as everyone else left the room. Eren noticed the sad expression on her face as she followed everyone out, but she went in the other direction before he could think of something to say. "Marley. We intend to deploy Annie Leonhardt and Porco Galliard into the field," Commander Calvi explained to his subordinates, including Zeke. "Once Pike is injected with the Titan serum, we will be deploying all of you onto the Middle Eastern nation's most fortified cities. Dismantling them will lead to an end to this pathetic war and quiet any and all dissenters who wish to go to war with us. This will allow us to focus on attacking Paradise and conquer it once and for all." In regards to Galliard's condition, one of the commanders spoke. "We need the powers of the Colossal Titan ready and tested onto the field," Calvi reminded. "We can't continue to have the powers locked away or else our enemies will assume the worst and become more bold and confident." "And Leonhardt?" Magath pressed. "She will perform her duty," Calvi declared before turning to Zeke. "And as for you, you will be testing how well you can control the Energon-filled Titan on the field." "Sir, with all due respect, I was unable to control it last time," Zeke reminded. "That was before the injection," Calvi declared. "Now that you have the Metal Titan's life force in your veins, you should be able to control the Titan. If not, hopefully it will devour our enemies instead of our troops." I understand, Zeke responded. Hopefully, everything goes well, and our victory will be assured, Calvi declared. Marley must maintain its power. That night, when Megatron arrived in Walrose in his hollow form, he didn't know what to expect. Optimus told him to come and stated that it was urgent, but didn't specify anything else. It was most likely to prevent the humans in Marley from finding out his identity, but it wasn't like Optimus to be curt. When Megatron entered the room Optimus told him to go to, it was sheer pandemonium. All the military heads were having arguments with each other while others wanted to take their anger out on Kiyomi Azumabito, who was sitting with her entourage. Despite the chaos surrounding her, she did her best to keep a calm and stoic expression. I'm too old for this nonsense, Megatron muttered. He looked over to see Optimus in his hollow form, rubbing Mikasa's back in comfort, while she herself looked rather distressed. What is this? Megatron demanded as he walked over to Optimus and gestured to the madness. I told Kiyomi that I would spend a week in Hizuru, in exchange for giving Optimus an extra week to meet with the nation's demands, Mikasa admitted. Well done, Megatron praised. Megatron, this is serious, Optimus reminded. We are not going to agree to your demands. One of them declared. I did not make the demands, and I agreed to nothing, Kiyomi retorted, clearly angered at the notion. But you wouldn't mind her being there by herself, another shouted. I said nothing of the sort, Kiyomi declared, rubbing her temple. You didn't say no or consult with any of us. Nile declared. This all happened last night. Kiyomi exclaimed. Shut up. Megatron shouted, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. I am in desperate need of a recharge, and I don't want to be here. So let's make this quick, Megatron began before pointing to Mikasa. She wants to visit Hizuru of her own free will in order to buy more time to prevent the use of the Beast Titan's plan. She can handle herself just fine in the event something goes wrong, and if your word is true, Fox, I doubt you would want any harm to come to her. Kiyomi grew tense, but also held her tongue at the infuriating nickname. So what exactly is the problem? Megatron demanded. Not only did Mikasa make this agreement behind our backs, which you are going to be in trouble for, Hanji declared as she pointed at Mikasa, we are sending one of our men to unknown territory. We are not going to send her there by herself while the rest of us are trying to take care of things on the island. Lady Mikasa can learn a great deal about her home and her heritage, Kiyomi reasoned. The current royal family would be more than willing to host her for alliance's sake. There actually is a spring festival coming up that I am certain Mikasa would. No, you're swindling, shut up, Hanji told her. Megatron found himself even more irritated than before. He turned to look at Mikasa, and he could tell that there was this sense of disappointment in her eyes. Optimus seemed to notice it as well as he continued to rub her back. Megatron let out a quiet sigh and spoke. I could be her escort, Megatron volunteered, earning confused looks from everyone. You can't be serious, Nile spoke in disbelief. I'm already among the humans, Megatron retorted, and I'm the only one with extensive knowledge about the nations beyond the island. Also, having the Flying Titan and Hizuru royalty meet with the nation's top official would allow for building relations between both nations. Megatron noticed the officials taking this into consideration and continued. And besides, you've all already seen what Optimus and I are capable of. It would be a shame if something were to happen to Mikasa under your care, Fox. I assure you that she will be in good hands, Kiyomi declared. Hizuru will be destroyed in mere hours if she is not, Megatron threatened bluntly. Understood, Kiyomi responded as her entourage grew fearful. We are still discussing this matter, Pixis declared. Even if we agree, when does she go and when will she be back? I can transport her to Hizuru. Megatron reminded, you're all making this more difficult than it needs to be. Thank you for your input and service, but this still needs to be discussed, Hanji said. Megatron rolled his eyes before deactivating the hollow form and flying back to the neutral ship. He didn't need this. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, Mikasa whispered to Optimus as the commanders continued to discuss what to do next. I'm just making everyone else worry. My friends were begging me not to go through with this. Do you want to go through with this? Optimus asked her. I'm scared, Mikasa admitted, I have no idea what to expect, but I don't want to hurt innocent people. I want to do what I can to prevent that. Then hopefully, they will allow you to go, Optimus stated. Do you think that it is safe? Mikasa asked him. I do not know, Optimus admitted. I would prefer your safety above all else. I know, Mikasa nodded, but I want to be able to buy you more time to contact your home. Mikasa, you do not have to put yourself at risk for my sake, Optimus placed a hand on her shoulder. You are putting your own livelihood at risk for us, Mikasa retorted, you are putting yourself at risk for us. Even if it's such little time, I want to be able to help. 2 days later. Archie drummed her digits to the music in the co-pilot seat while Wheeljack nodded his helm to the beat. They were listening to the playlist that Jack, Maiko, and Raphael provided them before they had left Cybertron. Right now, they were listening to one of Earth's hit songs. It wasn't their favorite, but it was catchy. And Archie was not in the mood to listen to heavy metal at the moment. Wheeljack saw one of his monitors go off and the planet appearing on screen. Wheeljack raised an eyebrow in confusion while Archie got out of her seat and looked through the window to see the planet. Archie narrowed her optics, trying to examine the planet, but was taken aback when the planet looked like Earth. That can't be right. But it was upside down. What was supposed to be Antarctica was the Arctic Circle and vice versa. But it still had the exact same moon in rotation? Wheeljack, are you sure that those coordinates are right? Archie asked. They have to be, Wheeljack answered, tapping the screen with one of his digits, because Earth is in the opposite direction. Then why does this planet look like Earth, but in reverse? Archie asked, did we go through a wormhole? I think we would have been more awake for a wormhole, Wheeljack retorted, seems the signal is coming from the island at the northern hemisphere. Archie sat back down and sighed. So we go and check it out. Wheeljack pushed the steering wheel forward and the ship accelerated towards the island in the northern hemisphere. So they agreed. Jean questioned, and you are going through with this? Mikasa finished packing the rest of her things and shut her suitcase before turning to Jean. Yes. You don't have to do this, Armin reasoned. Especially since they seemed pretty eager for you to come, Sasha hissed. If it means that I can buy the island more time, then I will, Mikasa declared. Can't believe that Buckethead is actually taking you, and being your escort. Connie questioned. Megatron is the only one who has any idea about Hizuru, Armin retorted, and he mentioned something about having a day off today. The Azumabito clan already went ahead to Hizuru and intends to tell them, Mikasa retorted, I want to make sure that I'm punctual. If this works, then. Everyone could see the uneasy expression on her face, and Sasha quickly moved to hug her. You'll be okay, Sasha declared, we'll see you in a week, and you better bring some good food. I will, Mikasa reassured as she patted her arm. I still think it would be better to go with you, Connie retorted. Armin walked up to Mikasa and hugged her as well. Stay safe. Mikasa smiled as she hugged Armin back. Armin, however, was worried out of his mind. Mikasa was going into a foreign land, with someone who still didn't have a high opinion on humans. Even the night before, Eren decided to go and threaten Megatron over Mikasa's safety. Armin was there in the event something else happened, but the message was clear. Megatron might respect Mikasa, and he might be here before he wants to make amends with Optimus, but he still felt like he couldn't trust Megatron's word. Armin shoved down those thoughts as he let Mikasa go. She would be fine. This would be fine. This would work, and she would come back safely. Meanwhile, Optimus arrived at the port and transformed into his bipedal mode. He was tired from the night before, and wanted to talk to Megatron briefly before he took Mikasa to Hizuru. Optimus stopped when he saw Megatron in his bipedal mode, talking to Hanji, who was on his shoulder. He made no move to approach them. He wasn't sure what was going on. Hanji then patted Megatron on his shoulder before using her 3D gear to climb down. She waved goodbye to him before walking back to the port. Optimus waited a moment before walking up and standing next to Megatron. Are you certain that you can keep a close eye on her while maintaining your cover in Marley? Optimus asked. I negotiated a few days off, Megatron answered. Their military is going to be going to another battle, so many of my duties are going to be mitigated in general. Megatron, do you think that there is a way to resolve this matter peacefully? Optimus asked him, without having to resort to the use of the rumbling. No, Megatron answered bluntly, the world is too rooted in the hatred of the Titans. If the world were to succeed in gaining control of the island, they were just going to execute the Eldians on the mainland. At this point, they just want the Eldians gone. Before Optimus could say anything, he saw Mikasa walking up to the two of them. She was wearing a tailored jacket and skirt with a hat to match the dark brown color. I'm ready, Mikasa declared. Megatron held out his servo towards Mikasa, and the Ackerman climbed into it with grace. Megatron transformed into his alt mode. Optimus watched Megatron fly away from the island, and only hoped for the best. The Survey Corps watched the Decepticon flew away and waved goodbye, hoping that Mikasa could see them. Armin noticed the stress on Aaron's face and put a hand on his shoulder. She'll be okay, Armin reassured, Megatron won't hurt her. I'm not worried about him, Aaron admitted. Armin noticed a rather dark expression on Aaron's face, but didn't know how to approach him on it. Armin let go of Aaron's shoulder as they looked onward towards the sky. Meanwhile, Connie, Jean, and Sasha continued to wave goodbye to the ship. Sasha wished for her safe return when she felt something off. Sasha stopped waving and looking over north of the island. Something was wrong. Why did something feel like it was wrong? Sasha, you okay? Connie asked her. Yeah, I'm fine, she reassured her comrades, but still kept a close eye on the sky. The jackhammer landed in front of the destroyed ship its sensors picked up. Wheeljack and Archie exited the jackhammer and looked onward rather sullenly. The ship's no doubt been here for ages, Archie proclaimed. I'm seeing bite marks too, Wheeljack commented, scraplets most likely caused the crash landing. Should we still investigate? Archie asked, some of the scraplets could be active. Wheeljack activated one of his blasters. I don't want to make an assumption. Archie pulled out her own blasters and the two walked over to an opening they found on the side. They noticed that it was kicked in, based on the dent in the broken wall they saw. They slowly made their way inside, their backs towards each other as they scanned the hallways. This went on for what seemed like hours. Both were rather scared. They knew if they alerted even one, that they would be devoured. Wheeljack noted an open door and tapped Archie in the shoulder. He gestured to the door with his helm and the two of them made their way there. Archie and Wheeljack aimed their blasters inside, but all they found was the main deck with a monitor in sleep mode. Wheeljack walked over to it while Archie scanned the surrounding area. Wheeljack put away his blaster and typed something on the keyboard, causing the screens to come to light. As the light flooded outside the room, Archie noticed a scraplet out of the corner of her optic. She aimed her blaster at it and was prepared to fire, but stopped when she saw that the scraplet looked dead. Systems seem to be working just fine, Wheeljack remarked as he scanned through the ship's files. The communications must have been left on before the crash, or maybe as a last-minute ditch effort for getting out alive. Wheeljack turned to Archie, and nearly freaked out when Archie walked up to him, holding a scraplet in her servo. He grabbed the control panel with his servos to steady himself. See, what the frag? Wheeljack swore. Wheeljack, this scraplet was beaten to death, Archie proclaimed as she showed it to him. Wheeljack narrowed his optics and leaned in, noticing the large dent cratering in the side of its head. No Cybertronian can do that, Wheeljack declared, unless they somehow managed to cloak themselves against scraplets. In which case, I want those plans. It could have been something organic, Archie suggested, remember that time we had a scraplet infestation? The one Bulk told me about before I got to Earth, Wheeljack recalled. Jack, Maiko, and RAF helped us out with it, Archie declared, because they were organic, they could kill them easily and they were able to repair the ground bridge. Think someone got onto the ship? Wheeljack asked. Let's look around and find out, Archie answered. The two Autobots wandered through the corridors of the ship, but found no other traces of the scraplets within them. They found a berth room, but it was unoccupied. Archie did notice the claw marks on the berth itself and got a little concerned. It looked recent. They stumbled across another room and found a tracker lying on the table, along with some other tools. Wheeljack walked over and picked up the device. Guess someone was trying to fix this. Archie walked over to the monitor there and noticed some decoding of the ship's files. Some of these files were accessed pretty recently, too. So it's clear that someone's been using the ship, Wheeljack declared as he began to fix the tracking device. So we shouldn't be fixing tools when the person using the ship could come back, Archie chided. They were almost done with it, Wheeljack retorted. Wheeljack, Archie scolded. Wheeljack groaned as he undid his work. Fine. So what do we do? Investigate. Archie shrugged, good chance that there might be a civilization on the island. They could have left the island, Wheeljack argued. Well, until we get a signal somewhere else I'd say we go investigate, Archie suggested. All right, let's go, Wheeljack shrugged as the two of them left the room and got off the ship. They both transformed into their alt modes and drove towards the wall. Nicolo was preparing another meal for his customers, specifically the military police. He knew he had to serve them the wine, but part of him just didn't want to. It's been a short while since he's been transferred to the inner walls in order to do this job and integrate into the society. But he knew that he would never be accepted. The only time he really felt accepted was with the Survey Corps, with Sasha. Nicolo pushed down his feelings as he got back to work. He just had to do his job. He had to serve the food and the wine. Nicolo, a voice shouted. Nicolo jolted and almost dropped his ladle. He was going to scream at the person who barged in, but stopped when he realized that it was Sasha. She waved at him with a bright smile on her face, and his heart began to flutter. A little warning next time, Nicolo stuttered, I'm in the middle of work. Sorry, she apologized with a smile, I just thought I'd swing by. And try to get some free food, Nicolo rolled his eyes. I actually did bring money this time, Sasha proclaimed as she showed him a small bag of change, but I just wanted to see you. Nicolo stopped cooking as he looked at her. You came to see me? Of course, Sasha answered, I miss you down at the port. Nicolo tried to hide his blush as he finished prepping the meal and placing it on the plate. Give me a second. Sasha waited patiently as Nicolo finished preparing the other two dishes. He carried all three of them on his arms with grace and carried them out the kitchen to his guest. He quickly served them and asked them if they wanted anything else. When they said no, he quickly bowed and returned to the kitchen. The chef saw Sasha's mouth water at the sight of the cooked potatoes, but was impressed by her restraint. Nicolo walked over and handed Sasha one. Sasha smiled with delight and took the potato from his hand before eating it. Thank you, Sasha hummed. You're welcome, Nicolo smiled, it's nice to find someone who enjoys my food. You're a good cook, Sasha complimented. So, what's been going on since I left? Nicolo asked. Well, Mikasa is going to be staying in Hizura for the week, Sasha answered. Really? Nicolo asked in surprise. Yeah, Sasha replied, she wants to extend the agreement that the Azumabito have on Optimus' proposal. Optimus' proposal wouldn't require the use of the rumbling, right? Nicolo asked. That's what I'm hearing, Sasha answered, but since Mikasa left, everyone's been a little worried and sad, especially Eren and Armin. She's over there right now? Nicolo asked. Buckethead took her there so yeah, Sasha explained before sighing, she's going to be eating all these new exotic foods. I'm so jealous. Is food all you think about? Nicolo raised an eyebrow. Food and hunting, Sasha proclaimed. Well, I would actually like to know more about you besides food and hunting, Nicolo told her. Nicolo blushed at that before rubbing the back of his neck, sorry. That came out weird. Well, I would like to know more about you besides your cooking ability, Sasha admitted. Really? Nicolo stuttered. Sasha nodded her head. Yeah. You're pretty nice, and I'd like to know about you. That's, if you're not disgusted by the fact that, I'm an Eldian. No. I want to go on a date. Nicolo exclaimed before covering his mouth. Really? Sasha exclaimed. Marleyan, we want wine, one of the military policemen shouted. Nicolo told Sasha to hold on and quickly grabbed the bottle of wine from the shelf. He ran over and used a corkscrew to open the drink before pouring it in their glasses. When Nicolo returned, He saw that Sasha was also trying to hide her blush. Would that even be allowed? Sasha asked him. Oh, Captain Levi would kill me. They don't have to know, Nicolo suggested, if it worries you that much. I don't know, Sasha admitted, I still wouldn't mind. Then, how about you come after hours to the restaurant, Nicolo suggested, maybe sometime this week. I can cook something up, and we can get to know each other better. Sasha smiled. I'd like that. Nicolo gave a bright smile as Sasha giggled. Sasha stiffened when she felt that same, strange presence that she felt earlier. She chose to brush it aside, thinking it was paranoia in regards to everything that was happening. The two Autobots could only stare in awe at the massive 50-meter wall that seemed to stretch for miles. Wheeljack whistled at the sight of the walls. This is pretty impressive. Archie took small steps backwards to try to see what was atop of the wall, but she couldn't tell. What do you think built this? Wheeljack asked her. Lizard people. I don't know, Archie answered, but there is something up with it. This is definitely bigger than the Great Wall of China. The civilization must be very advanced in order to create something like this. Is there energon inside the wall? Wheeljack asked. No clue, Archie answered, I'm not going to be able to tell by first glance. Let's drive around it, Wheeljack suggested as he transformed back into his alt mode. Archie followed suit and the two began to drive around the wall. It was massive, and it really did go on for miles. They did note that the wall did appear to go around in a circle. After what seemed like hours, the two arrived at the southern portion of the wall. They transformed back into their bipedal modes and were surprised to see Cybertronian metal from the neutral ship acting as a gate. So whoever's in there is actually using the ship, Wheeljack concluded. Meaning the bot who sent the signal is still online, Archie proclaimed, feeling rather hopeful. The two heard something coming their way and quickly transformed into their vehicle modes and drove off. They hid behind some trees and watched from afar as a group of soldiers approached the wall. It wasn't just soldiers, it was humans, Archie spoke as they saw the gate beginning to rise. A whole new set of humans. Wheeljack questioned as they passed through the open gate, on the other side of the universe. See, this is the exact same distance away from Cybertron. This is getting weirder by the second. It could just be a coincidence, Archie insisted as the gate closed. Doesn't sound like it, Wheeljack proclaimed, they came from further south. Let's head over there. Wheeljack and Archie drove south, feeling a sense of urgency in regards to the situation. Later, the port. Hanji was going over some of the plans that she had with Optimus on how to repair more parts of the ship. She sat on his shoulder as he intently listened to the information, asking for some clarification on some of the Cybertronian words. She was actually able to read it at a basic level, but some of the words were still rather complicated, as there wasn't anything like it on their world. They continued to go over the work while the rest of the port kept bustling with life. Meanwhile, Sasha felt like she was on air. She never imagined being on a date before, but it was exciting. It might go well, it might not, but Nicolo seemed nice enough. Maybe it could work. But what would she wear? Sasha! Connie yelled at her, causing her to jolt. Connie, what the hell? Sasha exclaimed. You've been acting weird since you got back from the wall, Connie explained. Yeah, you've been acting dumber than usual, Jean added. I have not. Sasha declared, I just have a lot on my mind right now. If this is about Mikasa, we're all worried for her, Connie declared. Buckethead better not let anything happen to her, Jean hissed low under his breath. It's not about that, Sasha admitted, I just have some stuff going on personally. What? Family troubles? Connie questioned. Yeah, didn't your parents take on 4 orphans? Jean recalled, sure that's a handful. They've written me letters and said they were fine, Sasha declared, I've even come by from time to time. They're all doing really well for themselves. Especially Kaya. So then what's wrong? Connie asked her. Sasha stopped short when she felt that presence again, and it was stronger this time. Way stronger. Sasha looked up north from the port and felt something coming towards them. She needed to confirm what it was, and she needed to act fast. Sasha clutched her side and doubled over before letting out a groan in pain, hoping the two would buy her agony. "I've been feeling like shit." Sasha lied, "I've been feeling like it all day." "Ugh. It hurts so much." "Gross, is this a girl thing?" Connie demanded, earning a smack from Jean. "I need to go to the bathroom again," Sasha declared as she ran in the direction of the bathroom. "Don't shit your pants," Jean told her, "and make sure to clean up." Sasha rounded the corner, away from their view, and quickly straightened out. She then ran north towards the source of her worries, hoping that it was just nothing. Meanwhile, Archie and Wheeljack arrived at the port and transformed into their bipedal modes before hiding behind some hills larger than they were. Wheeljack lifted his head over the hill to see what was there, but froze in shock before quickly sitting back down. "What?" Archie demanded, earning no response from him. "What did you see?" I don't know," Wheeljack admitted. Archie was startled by Wheeljack's response. Wheeljack was never like this. He was usually more relaxed and composed under pressure. What could he have possibly seen to make him like this? Archie lifted her head over the hill and froze in shock as well. There were humans, yes, and it should have been instinctual for her to hide away and disguise herself, but she couldn't. Among the humans was Optimus Prime. At least, she thought it was. It was him in his older form, and he was completely exposed to the humans, but the humans just didn't seem to care. At all. They didn't care about the fact that a Cybertronian was among them. There was even a human sitting on his shoulder and having a casual conversation with him. How was he alive? Why did he have a scar on his right arm? Archie managed to regain her composure and quickly sat back down. She tried to center herself while Wheeljack was trying to theorize what was going on. "We saw him die, right?" Wheeljack recalled. "We saw him dive headfirst into the core of our planet. How is he alive? There has to be a reason." Archie didn't listen to Wheeljack as she instinctively pulled out her blaster. She was essentially stuck in a trance, running all the worst possible scenarios in her head. "It's not him. It's not him. It's not him." "Archie, what are you doing?" Wheeljack hissed. "It's not Optimus," Archie told herself as she was ready to stand up. "Archie!" Wheeljack exclaimed as he grabbed her other arm. "Excuse me," a voice asked. The two stopped and looked down to see a human staring up at them. She was a female, who looked like she was in her teen years. Her brown hair was tied back into a ponytail and she appeared to be in some sort of military uniform, with a wings symbol that was on both sleeves. "You two are Autobots, right?" she asked with hesitation as she gestured to Wheeljack's chest. The two were silent as Archie sat back down and put away her blaster, not wanting to frighten the human more and give away their position. "Yes," Archie answered. The girl sighed with relief. "I'm really just taking your word for it, which I shouldn't, but I guess you haven't attacked us yet, so I'm happy for that. I'm Sasha, by the way." "Wheeljack," the wrecker smiled before pointing over the rock, "you wouldn't mind telling us who that is, right?" Sasha raised an eyebrow. "That's Optimus. I thought you'd know that. He's your leader, right?" "Well, we haven't exactly seen him in a while," Wheeljack explained. Sasha hummed in response. "Optimus did say he has no way of getting off our world, and that he was considered dead." "And you believed him?" Archie demanded. "Well, he's saved our home over and over again," Sasha proclaimed. "I'd say I believe him. If he didn't care he would have left a long time ago. Or, kill us." "I'm not buying it," Archie declared. "Well, we've been working with him for a while," Sasha declared, "and I actually do trust him. I know you probably have your misgivings about him, but is there any way that you could trust him? And then maybe help us out?" "Why?" Archie demanded. "We're in a pretty dire situation," Sasha explained, "and Optimus and Megatron might not be enough." "Megatron's here too," Wheeljack exclaimed as Archie pulled out her blaster once more. "Wait. He's been with us a long time too," Sasha explained as she held out her hands, "and the only reason he hasn't hurt us is because he has unfinished business with Optimus. We don't trust him, but we trust Optimus' judgment to keeping him around." The two looked down at Sasha. "Why tell us this?" Wheeljack asked. If you're Autobots, I'm assuming you're more trustworthy than a Decepticon, and that you wouldn't harm humans so easily, Sasha explained. I'm also assuming that you want answers about Optimus, and starting an ambush won't get you anywhere. Why should we trust someone that's working with someone like Megatron? Archie demanded. You don't have a reason, Sasha declared, and I don't blame you. I don't know the history, but I do understand the situation. Archie looked back at Wheeljack, who was just as confused as she was. How about I build that trust? I won't tell Optimus you're here, Sasha proclaimed, or my superiors. You're probably confused and want to sort some stuff out. But Paradis could really use your help. Sasha lowered her arms and walked away before turning back to them. Don't leave our world just yet. Archie and Wheeljack watched as Sasha walked back down towards the military base. They kept their eye on her as they noticed her making her way back to her friends. They noticed that Sasha was saying something to her friends with a sheepish smile. Sasha quickly looked back at them, and could have sworn she made eye contact with them before following her friends. Arx and Wheeljack still didn't know how to process the situation. Not wanting to lose their advantage, or deal with a double crossing, they transformed into their alt modes and drove as fast as they could back to the jackhammer. On the moon. Holy frag, he's alive! Wheeljack exclaimed as he thought over the scenario. I can't tell if this is great or not. That can't be him, Archie proclaimed, sitting on the entrance of the jackhammer. We saw him die. He became one with Primus. There's no way he would have crawled out of the core of our planet and fly all the way on the other side of the universe. See, we saw him. Wheeljack exclaimed, he's the one that's been using the neutral ship. And so has Megatron, Archie reminded. This is the strangest situation ever, that I am certain that we fell through a black hole and we didn't realize it. The jackhammer would have detected something like that, Wheeljack retorted. Well, the jackhammer can't contact Cybertron all the way out here. Archie shot back, great ship by the way. How dare you, Wheeljack told her. I'm sorry, Archie waved her servo as she stood up. This is just too much. Wheeljack sighed as Archie began to pace around the moon. I don't blame you. What do we even do with this? Archie asked him. We didn't even expect this. Optimus is alive. Megatron is on a world full of humans. They appear to be working together on an island. And judging by that girl, Sasha, the island has seen the both of them. There are no robots in disguise or anything like that. That is all based on one small interaction that we've had, Wheeljack reminded. Who knows if she's actually going to tell her superiors? Who knows if she tells Optimus? That does ruin our advantage, Archie agreed, but how do we even confirm that it is Optimus? The only possible way is the Star Saber, and that's all the way on Cybertron. It took us over a year to get to this planet because of all the stops we had to make, and we can't contact Cybertron immediately. The best option would be to leave for Cybertron and then come back, Wheeljack suggested, but if that's Optimus, it'd feel like a fragging bad move to just leave him here with Buckethead. We also don't know everything going on in that world, Archie said as she looked back to the planet. What if Optimus gets hurt? If that's Optimus. I don't want to get my hopes up with this, but I really want it to be him, Wheeljack admitted. I do too, Archie agreed with him, but we can't let our guard down. For all we know, Megatron could have done something. He could have created a clone of Optimus and wiped all of his memories. Convinced him of a very specific narrative. Doesn't seem like he has the resources for that on that world, Wheeljack retorted. The walls were impressive, but I haven't seen a satellite or an electric wire. We need to confirm what's really going on, and find out whether or not Megatron is a threat, and if we can trust Optimus, Archie declared. If it is Optimus. Wheeljack walked onto the jackhammer and pressed a few buttons before showing a screen with two signals on it. One, emitting blue, was on the island. The other one, emitting purple, was on a larger continent surrounded by islands. Chief is on the island, Wheeljack explained, and we know Megatron is the only one with Dark Energon in his system, so that other signal has to be him. Let's track them for the next 5 days. Once we get a pattern, then we can figure something out. Archie nodded in agreement. 5 days later. Optimus and Hanji noticed that Armin and Aaron were really upset. They were supposed to go and start experimentation, but Aaron was lying face first in his bed, while Armin was trying his best to both make him get up and comfort him. Both noticed the sadness on Armin's face, but he tried to shove it down for his friend. "Hey, guys," Hanji finally spoke, how are you feeling?" "We're fine," Armin answered with a strained smile, "we're just tired." Hanji replied, unconvinced. "Aaron." "Leave me alone," Aaron told her. "I expected this much," Optimus proclaimed. "Perhaps we should continue experimentation when Mikasa returns from Hizuru." "We should have gone with her," Aaron mumbled in the pillow. "We should have snuck on the boat. We shouldn't have left her with those greedy bastards." "Aaron, she'll be fine," Armin tried to reassure him. "That's not what you really think," Aaron declared as he looked at his friend. "You're worried she'll be taken advantage of." "Right." Armin wanted to reply, but he really couldn't. He was just as stressed out as Aaron was. "Okay, I know you two are worried about Mikasa," Hanji began. "We all are, but sitting here and wallowing like this doesn't change the fact that Mikasa is not here right now. And Mikasa's a tough girl. She can handle herself. She'll come back in 2 days, safe and sound. And I'm certain she's going to have a lot of stories to tell. You guys pulled through for the past 5 days, just wait 2 more. Both soldiers still looked unsure as they turned their attention to Optimus' hollow form. "She will be safe," Optimus declared. "Megatron will ensure that." "Megatron's not exactly that trustworthy," Aaron retorted. "Well, he does respect Mikasa," Hanji recalled, "but worrying like this changes nothing. You know what would help get your minds off of it?" Hanji scooted over to Armin as showed him her notes. "Experiments." "Commander," Optimus scolded. "Keeping one's mind occupied with other tasks will help said person be less stressed," Hanji proclaimed. "Sitting here, think about it, is only going to make you feel worse." Aaron sighed as he sat up. "Fine." Aaron walked out of the room, and Optimus put a hand on his shoulder in reassurance before he deactivated the hollow form. "How do you know that Megatron will keep Mikasa safe?" Armin whispered to Hanji. "He wants to make amends with Optimus. Remember?" Hanji answered. "Hurting Mikasa or leaving her to fend for herself doesn't help his case." Armin nodded his head in understanding. "By the way," Hanji began in a hushed tone, "has Megatron been talking to you?" "Still." "No," Armin shook his head, "not recently." "Okay," Hanji nodded, "if there's anything dangerous, let me know as soon as you can." "Okay," Armin replied. Later that night, Arky waited patiently in her hiding spot by the port. She looked over to see that Optimus hadn't returned yet. She wanted Optimus to come so that the plan could be enacted, but she's been waiting there for a while. Maybe they shouldn't have waited 5 days to make a move, but the two of them were pretty desperate for answers. So Optimus stays on the island, while Megatron is the one flying around, Arky concluded. He seems to come back at night and goes directly to the neutral ship, Wheeljack declared. He's made a few weird stops here and there. He goes to an even bigger continent, which I'm certain is supposed to be Africa or Asia, before heading back to the island, Arky declared. He made one weird stop on the island before returning to the neutral ship. But the pattern is the same, Wheeljack proclaimed. Megatron leaves the island during the day. Then he returns at night. Meanwhile, Optimus moves around on the island a lot. Sometimes he's at the wall, other times the ship, and other times at the port. But we can assume he does spend time at the port, Arky declared. We have some type of pattern, so what do we do? Keep them separated, Wheeljack answered. If we're assuming that they don't know we're here, and if we want to confirm that there's no corroboration on Megatron's end, we need to keep them separated. We can't trust Megatron if he could possibly be telling the truth in this scenario, Arky proclaimed. I mean, that is a no-brainer, Wheeljack agreed. But keeping them separated means one of us goes after Megatron, Arky proclaimed. I'll do it, Wheeljack volunteered. Wheeljack. I'm the one with the grenades and we could have the element of surprise, Wheeljack retorted. I can keep Megatron in one place while you go talk to Optimus. He knows you better than he knows me. I feel like we should restrain Megatron instead, Arky admitted. With the two of us, it's not possible, Wheeljack declared. What about the humans? Archie asked. They're clearly military, but we have no idea the type of weapons they have and whether or not they're dangerous to us. Show you're not a threat, Wheeljack told her, you look more harmless compared to me. Because I'm shorter than you. Archie quipped. Because I have a bomb on my side and swords on my back, Wheeljack rolled his optics. Archie chuckled a little before it died down. I still don't trust that it is Optimus, but I have no idea how I'm going to react. I still don't know how to feel about this. We got this, Wheeljack declared with a smirk, we're Autobots, and we survived the war. Worst case scenario, one of us calls for cleanup. Archie extended her servo and Wheeljack clasped it in his own. Stay safe, Archie told him with a serious expression. You too, Wheeljack said, just as serious. Archie sighed and looked up at the stars before looking back at the port. She stood up and walked down there. If Optimus wouldn't return, then she would have to lure him out. Megatron returned to the neutral ship, exhausted beyond repair. He just wanted to rest, but being with the Ackerman in Hizuru was more tiring than pretending to be a human in Marley. There was also the fact that he and Mikasa just had a rather strange topic of conversation before he returned and it got him more conflicted than before. Megatron walked in the ship and dragged himself through the halls. He saw the light on in the main deck of the ship and walked over to it, assuming it was Optimus. Optimus, I'm here to update you on the Ackerman and her time in Hizuru, Megatron explained as he walked into the room. The slag kind of name is Hizuru, a different voice replied. Megatron's helm sharply turned and he froze. It was an Autobot, leaning against the console of the ship. Megatron's gaze went to the grenade on the Autobot's side, and he recognized who the Autobot was. It was Wheeljack, the wrecker with the explosive devices. Megatron's servo quickly went for his sword, but Wheeljack already had a trigger ready in his own servo. His digit was hovering over the button. I wouldn't, Buckethead, Wheeljack advised, unless you want to be buried alive. Megatron stared at the device in his servo as something caught the corner of his optic. His gaze slightly shifted to the grenades attached to the door. They were on his sides, above him, and one was directly below his pedace. There's a possibility these won't kill me, Wrecker, Megatron proclaimed. Not immediately, Wheeljack shrugged, but you are within blast range, and you could bleed out afterwards. You and I both know no one wants to help out the con that destroyed Cybertron. Both Autobots and Decepticons now hate you after you renounced the war and gave up on the cause. They really want you dead. How long do you intend to prattle on? Megatron demanded. Not long, Wheeljack declared, I do want to talk. You threaten my life and you wish to talk. Megatron demanded. Wheeljack kicked over a cube to Megatron and the con stopped it with his PD. What is this? Megatron demanded. A peace offering, Wheeljack answered, high-grade energon I got after I helped some Autobots repair their ship. And in return? Megatron questioned. An update, Wheeljack answered as he sat down, like, what you've been doing all this time. Why are you staying on another world full of humans? Why is Optimus alive? Megatron was shocked at the question. The Wrecker already knew about that. How long has he been spying on them? So, ready to talk? Wheeljack asked. Megatron knew he had no choice in the matter. He let go of the sword at his side and slowly sat down on the floor, avoiding both the grenade and the high-grade energon. The former warlord merely crossed his arms and stared at Wheeljack. Fine, Megatron relented. Good, Wheeljack smirked, don't leave anything out. Levi was talking to his subordinates, reviewing some tasks and military plans before he went to go get Hanji. She wanted him to help out with late-night experimentation, so he had his 3D gear on. What he didn't expect was someone barging into the office with a worried look on their face. You look like you took a really big shit, Levi remarked. Captain, we have a situation, the soldier proclaimed, come outside. Levi was startled when the soldier didn't explain and simply ran out. Levi sensed the overwhelming urgency of the situation and followed him out. When Levi exited the building, he stopped in his tracks at the sight before him. Other Survey Corps members were aiming their guns at another metal titan. It looked like a female one, and her hands were raised in the air in surrender. She was significantly smaller than both Optimus and Megatron, and her color was a rich blue with pink touched in certain parts of her body. She was definitely someone that they've never seen before, but Levi knew. Those piercing blue eyes with hints of purple in them were a dead giveaway. She was one of them. She was a Cybertronian like Optimus and Megatron. All Levi had on him were the Cybertronian blades of the 3D gear. He had no Thunder Spear. If he was going to make an attack, he would have to aim for her joints. But, she didn't want to attack. She was coming to surrender. Why? Why was she coming in to surrender? "Hey," Levi called out as he walked up to the Titan, "the hell are you doing here, Tin Can?" Levi could tell that she was taken off guard by his response, followed by irritation. "Well, that's a nice way to greet someone," she remarked. "A hello would be nice." "Well, a huge-ass metal lady just walked on a military base, I'd say my response is valid," Levi proclaimed. "I'm not one pointing the guns to someone coming in surrender," she retorted. "If you're trying to say you're not a threat, then do a better job at it," Levi told her. "The last time a female Titan showed up, she started slaughtering our men. Believe when I say that I won't have any issue in cutting you to pieces if you don't start talking." The Titan was clearly startled by Levi's proclamation. "And I thought Earth was chaotic." Levi raised an eyebrow at that. He heard Optimus mention that world a few times. Was it common? "Look," she began, "I'm not here to fight, or kill anyone, or cause problems. I just want to talk to someone. I need answers." Levi noted a hint of desperation in her voice before noticing the wings on her back. He narrowed his eyes and inspected it closer, recognizing the detail pattern of the Autobot symbol on the center of it. She was an Autobot. It gave Levi some slight reassurance. Based on Optimus' word, they weren't exactly prone to killing others just because. But, if she's an Autobot on world far from their own, that means she could only be here for one thing, or one person. "You're here to see the Prime," Levi concluded, "right?" "Yeah," she relented. "Do you know where he is?" "I just want to talk to him." Levi noticed out of the corner of his eyes that Jean, Connie, and Sasha were all wearing their 3D gear and had Thunder Spears on them. "Why should I do that?" Levi asked her. "I don't know you. None of my men do either." "Optimus knows me," she stated with confidence, "if I can just talk to him." "Your name?" Levi interrupted. "What is it?" "Archie," the Titan responded. Levi knew he heard that name somewhere. Hanji had written it down in her notebook and prattled on all night about it. She wasn't just an Autobot, she worked with Optimus personally. "Stand down," Levi ordered. "But sir." "Now," Levi said. The military lowered their guns while Archie lowered her own arms. "So where is he?" Archie asked him. "You're staying here," Levi told her. "I'll bring him over." Archie sighed in response. "Fine." Levi walked past her, keeping his hand on the handle of his gear. Jean quickly brought him a horse and the captain mounted it with ease. "Captain. She is armed and she is dangerous," Levi told him. "Don't let her out of your sight." Jean nodded his head. Levi whipped the reins on the horse and rode off to the location of Hanji's experiment. When Levi arrived, he saw Aaron trying to create more armor like last time in his Titan form with Optimus watching him closely in his bipedal mode. Hanji was cheering Aaron on while telling Armin to write the information down. "All right, enough. Experiments are over," Levi shouted at them. "No. We have so much progress," Hanji yelled. "Your progress is shit and we have an emergency," Levi declared. "What could be so important?" Hanji demanded. "If there was an invasion, Buckethead would have told us by now." Levi looked over at Optimus before taking a deep breath. "Someone called Archie is at the port." The response was immediate. Optimus pulled out his blade and cut open the nape of the neck of Aaron's Titan form. Aaron coughed as he pulled himself out and his Titan form fell on his knees. "Archie?" Armin questioned. "Wait, don't you know them?" Hanji asked Optimus. "We need to head back to the port, now," Optimus declared as he transformed into his alt mode with Aaron in the passenger seat. Hanji climbed onto the driver's side while Armin climbed over Aaron and sat in the back. Levi mounted his horse once more and rode back to the port with Optimus following close behind. Who's Arky? Armin asked. Arky is an Autobot that joined my unit later in the war, Optimus explained. She is an effective and deadly fighter, who relies on speed and agility to kill her opponents. She is also more skilled with a blaster than I am. Oh, that is daunting, Hanji trembled. Then why did you pull me out of my Titan form? Eren demanded. She could hurt someone. We can fight. There are multiple factors to this situation, but I would rather have you in your human form instead of your Titan one, Optimus declared. She will not perceive you as a threat and attack you. But she is an Autobot, Hanji said, meaning that she won't attack humans unprovoked. Her focus will remain on me, Optimus declared as they arrived at the port, but she is not alone. That much I know. Whoa, what do you mean by that? Hanji demanded. Arky has no idea how to fly a ship by herself, Optimus explained. It takes years of experience to pilot one. The only way she could have come here is either a space bridge, which requires the exact coordinates of the planet, or with another Autobot. Levi said that there was only one, Armin retorted. If you're saying there's two, where's the second Autobot? Optimus opened the doors, allowing Armin, Eren, and Hanji to step out. Hanji nearly squealed with excitement at the sight of the Autobot sitting on the edge of the port with her legs crossed. While Armin looked in awe, not expecting to meet someone else like Optimus in his life, Eren was completely terrified. It was her. She was one of the Titans in his vision. That meant, Optimus was right. There was another one. There had to be, and that vision of Optimus' death was becoming more and more present. Eren moved to bite his hand, but Armin quickly grabbed it. Eren looked over at his friend who only shook his in response. Meanwhile, Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode and walked over to Arky, who kept on staring at the water. He never expected to see her again. He wasn't sure if he would have been able to establish communications, but she was here. No matter how this went, he was genuinely happy to see an old friend. Arky, it is good to see you, Optimus finally spoke. Arky didn't respond as she stood up. I can't say the same. I know, Optimus replied, and I know that you have questions. Arky finally looked up at Optimus, and the Prime could see the conflicting emotions in her optics. Questions? Arky demanded. It's been over 2 years since the war has been over, and the leader we all saw dive into the core of our planet is somehow alive and well. Optimus didn't reply as Arky crossed her arms. How are you alive? Arky demanded. I cannot give you an answer to that, Optimus told her. You can't or you won't. Arky demanded in an ominous tone. Levi pulled out his blades. Lay one fucking finger on him, shit for brain. I dare you. Jean, Connie, and Sasha jumped onto the rooftops along with a few other soldiers and aimed their thunder spears at Arky. Optimus extended his servo out to them to tell them to halt. Stand down, Optimus ordered. She's not exactly coming off as friendly. Connie exclaimed. Arky, this is not the place to talk, Optimus proclaimed. I will not attack you, but I can guarantee you that they will. Well, I can't decide if you're friend or foe, Arky retorted, not fazed by the humans and their threats. You're not doing yourself the favor. Hi. Hanji exclaimed with a wave as she made her presence known. Hanji Zoe, commander of the Survey Corps. You look great, and I have many questions for you, but Optimus has been helping the island out for the past 2 years and has saved a lot of lives. Even if he's not the exact same person you remember him as, please don't kill him. It's not that simple, since the person I'm looking at has the highest ranking title in the history of all of Cybertron, Arky retorted without taking her optics off of Optimus. Then what can I do to prove myself as an ally? Optimus asked her. Arky thought it over as she tapped her digit on her forearm. The day I found out who killed Cliff Jumper, what happened? Arky, I know how much. I can deal with it, I had counseling. Talk, Arky practically ordered. All right, Optimus relented. We were investigating the location of the Harbinger when we encountered both Arachnid and Starscream. You were left to guard Starscream while the rest of us dealt with Arachnid. I do not know all of what happened, but Starscream did confess into killing Cliff Jumper, and the two of you fought as a result. You had the opportunity to kill him, but you chose to spare his life. Starscream escaped while Bumblebee attended to you because you were injured. You regretted your decision to attack because it cost us a chance to win the war. And, I told you, wisdom could not be granted, it must be earned. Sometimes at a cost. Levi noticed a change in her expression as Optimus explained the story. It wasn't exactly threatening anymore, but he could see the genuine hope and relief in her eyes before it returned to a neutral expression. Okay, Archie relented, causing everyone to become slightly relieved. Okay, as in you're not going to hurt him? Hanji asked nervously. Depends on how the next hour goes, Archie replied as she walked past Optimus. If you want a private place to talk, we can go to the neutral ship that you've been using. Archie, where is Wheeljack? Optimus asked her. Archie stopped dead in track while the tension was high once more. You do not know how to pilot a ship, Optimus continued. No one on Cybertron has come into contact with this planet or else the coordinates would have been recorded. The only Cybertronian who has a habit of drifting is Wheeljack. So where is he? Archie remained quiet, causing the Survey Corps to aim their weapons at her. She straightened herself before placing 2 digits against her audio receptor. Wheeljack, I'm bringing Optimus over to you, Archie declared. Okay, but I need a confirmation on Megatron's story, Wheeljack told her. You can't be serious, Archie groaned. Look, we need to confirm he's not threat and I am in a literal suicide situation, Wheeljack declared. All right, fine, Archie said. Who the hell is she talking to? Levi demanded. Wheeljack, Optimus answered. Do you see a 15-meter-tall titan with just teeth or a humanoid Sharkticon? Wheeljack asked. I'm sorry, what? Archie demanded, clearly baffled. Yes or no? No, Archie answered. Well, is there a human that looks like they've got Energon in their eyes? Wheeljack asked. Archie looked back and scanned the military. Her gaze fell onto Eren, and Eren grew more terrified. He could tell she was analyzing him and he was scared. He had no idea what this Titan was capable of, but she survived the war. She wasn't to be taken lightly. I found one, Archie replied. Then Buckethead's story checks out, Wheeljack proclaimed. Over one thing. Archie exclaimed. Look, just bring Chief so we can sort this out, Wheeljack told her before ending the call. Archie sighed and turned to Optimus. Wheeljack is at the neutral ship. Optimus nodded his head in response. Optimus, don't you dare. If I go with her, I will be able to minimize causalities, Optimus whispered to Hanji. Optimus transformed into his alt mode before Archie transformed into hers, a slick, blue motorcycle. As the two were driving away from the port, Levi used his 3D gear to hook onto the smokestack of Optimus alt mode. He grabbed Eren and flew towards the Prime before the two of them landed on the back of the truck. Levi and Hanji silently nodded to each as the two fade from the military's sight. I need an SOS sent to Pixis now. Hanji ordered to a group of soldiers, tell him 2 Titans from Optimus World have arrived here. Whether or not they are staying is uncertain. Yes, sir, the soldiers saluted. And make sure to say 2 Titans, Hanji emphasized, don't mention the gender. May I ask why? One soldier asked with confusion. You don't want to know, Hanji replied before turning to the Survey Corps. We're returning to the walls to reconvene and formulate a plan in the event Optimus and Megatron don't come back in the morning. Sir. We don't have time, we need to move now. Hanji exclaimed. Sasha watched the chaos and the pandemonium go on around and nearly had a heart attack. She screwed up, so badly. Captain, what do we do? Eren asked him as they continued driving towards the port. If the Autobots decide to attack, we intervene, Levi answered. We can't lose Optimus and Megatron, no matter what. But Optimus can fight, Eren retorted. He's not going to fight his comrades, Levi declared. Levi and Eren felt Optimus stop and realized that they arrived at the neutral ship. Levi looked over and saw Archie transform into her bipedal mode before hooking onto a blind spot on the side of the ship and flying over there with Eren. Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode and followed Archie inside, causing Levi to follow them inside. Levi found an opening in the ceiling and flew inside. He set Eren down before using a small light to navigate his way through. Eren followed his superior through the ceiling until he heard chatter. Levi followed the noise to a small opening in the ceiling for the two of them to fit through. They crawled towards it and peeked over to see arguing already beginning to happen. Because this does not help us believe who you say you are. Archie exclaimed. Archie, listen. If the two-wheeler has something to say, then say it, Megatron practically ordered. Believe me, I have a lot to say, Archie sneered. Archie, this situation is more complicated than what you have already seen, Optimus insisted. So your response is to accept help from the Khan who started the war and destroyed our planet? Archie demanded. Also ripping out Bumblebee's voicebox, trying to destroy Earth to create his empire, forcing Doc to repair the Omega Lock, Wheeljack listed. Do you intend to list all of my crimes? Megatron demanded. It's a pretty big list, Wheeljack shrugged before glaring. I lost good friends and wreckers because of you. We should be dragging you in cuffs right now back to Cybertron, Archie declared. I still have some reservation on my life. I'm not going to go so easily, Megatron declared as he went for his sword. Archie instinctively pulled out the blades in her arms and got into a fighting stance. Before Aaron could bite his hand, Levi covered his mouth and Optimus quickly got in between the two of them. Enough, Optimus ordered before turning to Megatron, go. You cannot be. Now, Optimus ordered in a much harsher tone as he pointed to the door. Megatron rolled his optics as he raised his servos in surrender and backed out the door. Aaron and Levi could hear Megatron's footsteps fading from the ship before Levi removed his hand from Aaron's mouth. He nearly sneered in disgust before wiping his hand on his pant. That's new, Wheeljack remarked. Now will the two of you listen to what I have to say? Optimus asked them. I know you both have no reason for trusting me, but I would like to explain myself to you. Archie and Wheeljack looked at each other before the wrecker shrugged in response. We have nothing to lose, Wheeljack declared. I'm going to go take down my grenades. Aaron and Levi's gaze followed Wheeljack to the multiple explosives hanging on the door. What's this bastard's problem? Levi hissed. Archie put her weapons away and crossed her arms as Wheeljack began taking the grenades down. Who are you? I am Optimus Prime, he answered. Then why are you alive? Archie demanded. Optimus sighed. Again, I cannot give you a solid answer because I do not know myself. The only thing I remember after becoming one with the core of our planet was arriving on this world. Archie scoffed. Convenient. What was the last thing you remember before coming here? Wheeljack asked. We restored Cybertron after taking hold of Megatron's ship, Optimus recalled. Afterward, you and I set out on a mission to retrieve the Allspark and place it within the core of Cybertron in order to bring new life to the planet. Where exactly? Wheeljack pressed. The Theta Scorpii asteroid belt, Optimus answered. We took Ultra Magnus' ship there. Wheeljack turned to Archie, expecting her to be a little more at ease because the few Autobots with him were the only ones told of the Allspark's location. Archie still kept her serious expression. What happened when you came back? Archie demanded. Unicron returned, using Megatron's body as a vessel to destroy Primus and the Allspark, Optimus answered. I fused the Allspark with the Matrix of Leadership, allowing Unicron to be trapped in the container, since he is a being comprised of pure energy. I gave up my own spark to ensure Cybertron would survive. When I enter the core of our planet, I found myself on this world. Wheeljack and Archie were silent before the two-wheeler straightened herself out. Why didn't you come back? Archie demanded. See, Wheeljack warned. Levi reached for his weapon while Aaron lifted his hand to bite it. You were here. You had the ship, Archie reasoned. Why didn't you find a way to contact Cybertron? Why are you working with Megatron? The humans on the island need my help, Optimus answered. I have to make sure that they are safe. That doesn't explain why you're working with Buckethead, Wheeljack commented. Optimus turned his gaze. That is a little more complicated. How exactly is that more complicated? Archie demanded, unless Megatron told you what to say to us. Megatron didn't know about the location of the Allspark, Wheeljack reasoned. No one did. How could Megatron tell him that? Archie groaned as she rubbed her temple in irritation. This is already messed up. I understand, Optimus said, and this will seem harsh of me to request, but I need your help. Both of you. Why? Archie asked. I understand you both may have priorities of your own, Optimus began, but this island is being targeted by the entire world for crimes they did not commit. A country called Marley has been using Energon for their personal benefit and has been conducting experiments to create powerful weapons. The resources on this island may not be enough to protect the humans here. So you're asking us to work with Megatron again? Archie demanded. Last time we did that, you lost your memory and he kidnapped you. I understand your concern, but Megatron is not the same threat he was before, Optimus declared. How are you so sure? Archie asked. I have been working with him and with the humans for the past 2 years, Optimus answered. 2 years? Wheeljack exclaimed, sure you didn't have your memories wiped again? I did not, Optimus answered. I know it does seem impossible, but it is true. How can we believe you, since there are convenient gaps within your story? Archie asked. You do not, Optimus answered. I wish I can provide more sound reasoning, but I cannot. What if we don't want to help you? Archie demanded. What if we decided to leave now? Optimus turned his gaze to the floor. Then I will not stop you. I have no right to drag you both into another conflict. I know both of you are still trying to adapt to a life without war and bloodshed, and I have fallen back into it with ease. You are both my comrades, my family. I will not force you to fight with me, but I will ask for your hand to help. Archie remained quiet as Wheeljack finished packing up his grenades. She then uncrossed her arms and walked towards Optimus. We'll think about it, Archie responded. Archie walked past both Optimus and Wheeljack while Wheeljack picked up the container. I've heard the stuff that went down on Earth, and I wasn't really a part of all of it, but you can't blame her for being cautious, Wheeljack insisted. I understand, Optimus replied. I did expect you to be more cautious. Not the weirdest thing that's happened to me, Wheeljack shrugged. We'll be outside of this world's orbit to talk this out. Wheeljack was about to leave, but decided to look back at the Prime. If you really are who you say you are, it's good to see you, Chief, Wheeljack smiled before exiting the room. Optimus waited until the footsteps were gone before walking over to the console and slumping against it. He covered his optics with one servo before slowly sinking to the floor. This wasn't how he expected this week to go. The weight of everything was crashing down on him and now he just wanted to be in stasis lock. Your friends seem nice, Levi commented as he came down from the ceiling with Aaron in his arms. They are only following protocol, Optimus insisted. Good, Levi proclaimed. If they didn't, I might have thought that they were shit soldiers. So what do we do? Aaron asked Optimus. When are they going to come up with a decision? I do not know, Optimus answered. Wheeljack, Archie began in a tired voice as she stared back at the world from the moon. What do we do about this? I don't know, Wheeljack answered as he was calibrating his ship, and honestly, I thought you would have the answer. You're usually giving pretty solid advice. Well, if you told me at the start of our trip that Optimus was alive and working with Megatron, I would have wanted to know what type of high-grade energon you had and if I could have some, Archie explained. That sounds like it would be terrible, Wheeljack chuckled. You're pretty calm about it, Archie noted. Honestly, I was about to lose my composure when I was with Megatron, Wheeljack explained as he finished his work. I want it to be Optimus, Archie admitted, and it really does sound like it is him, but we've been fooled before. Wheeljack sat down next to her and stared out at the planet. We can find a way to contact Cybertron. They can help us. But that could take months, years, Archie insisted, but, if it is Optimus, we could be leaving him without any help if we go back the way we came. And then there's Buckethead, Wheeljack commented. The fact that he just decided to give up on the war is actually the most frustrating part. I'm glad the war ended, but the way it officially ended, it just makes my energon boil. Lives lost and he just decides to quit, Archie agreed. Do we really work with a guy like him? If we do manage to contact Cybertron, we can finally put him on trial for all the wrong he's done, Wheeljack proclaimed. Get justice for the fallen and the ones living. How much do we stomach before that day? Archie retorted. Depends on how much we want it to be Optimus, Wheeljack answered. You okay? No, Archie answered. You? Not at all, Wheeljack responded, but, I'm fine with whatever you want to do. Archie gave a small smile to Wheeljack before looking back on the planet. She felt pretty exhausted and wanted to slip into recharge. Archie noticed Wheeljack falling backwards and lying down, looking up at the expanse of space. Archie lied down next to him, looking up at those expansive stars above. "Let's do it," Archie decided. Yeah, Archie nodded, "and whatever happens, happens." "Okay," Wheeljack said. The next morning, Optimus arrived in Walsena with Aaron and Levi in tow. Levi didn't sleep at all during the car ride while Aaron was completely out. Optimus drove up to the palace and noticed Hanji organizing an army. The Prime honked his horn, causing Levi to jolt and Aaron to fully wake up. That ended up getting the attention of everyone there as Optimus stopped directly in front of them. Optimus let Aaron and Levi out before activating his hollow form. "Oh, thank God!" Hanji exclaimed as she tackled Optimus into a hug. "I was so worried. I was ready to deploy the Survey Corps. I had to tell Pixis and Zachary. And someone knew that they were here for 5 days." Hanji glared at Sasha as she tried to make herself look smaller. "I might have talked to them beforehand," Sasha explained. "You what?" Levi demanded. "When was this?" Optimus asked her. "Remember when I said I had to take a leak?" Sasha smiled sheepishly. "That was 5 days ago." Jean exclaimed, "Why didn't you say anything?" "What the fuck am I supposed to do?" Sasha demanded. "Can't exactly take them down, and I figured they were Autobots so they didn't have the need to kill everything on sight." "How did you even know they were here?" Optimus asked. "I sensed them," Sasha answered. "The fuck do you mean you sensed them?" Levi demanded. "I just did, okay," Sasha exclaimed. "It happened when Optimus was here, and I sensed Buckethead with the chaotic energy before he helped out with Berthold and Reiner. We're going to put a pin in that, but back on topic," Hanji said before turning to Optimus. "How big of a threat are they? If you know, they decide to attack and kill everyone here." Wheeljack is from a group called the Wreckers. "The Wreckers are similar to the Survey Corps," Optimus explained. "They took on missions no one dared ever tried, and many did not return." Wheeljack was willing to blow up Megatron's energon mines in order to kill one of his men. "Holy shit," Connie whispered. "So Metal Survey Corps, got it," Hanji concluded. "What about Archie?" "She managed to shoot the eye out of one of Megatron's top officers," Optimus answered. "So the threat level is high," Levi concluded. "So where do we go from here?" "Optimus Prime," a voice spoke. Everyone turned to see Historia approaching them with Premier Zachary and Commander Pixis by her side with military in 3D gear. "What is going on?" Zachary demanded. "Courtroom." "You let them go," a soldier exclaimed at Optimus. "Aren't they your allies?" another demanded. "We're in a dire situation," a third reminded. "Sorry, Optimus," Hanji apologized in a hushed tone. "There were too many witnesses that day. I couldn't just let it slide." "I understand," Optimus whispered back. "Do you have an explanation, Optimus Prime?" Zachary demanded. "I could not and will not force my comrades into this conflict," Optimus answered. "By Cybertronian records I am considered deceased. If I were to force them or show any signs of unusual behavior, they would have tried to extinguish my spark. You would have lost an asset in this conflict. There must be a way to prove your identity to them," Zachary reasoned. "It would take time," Optimus admitted, "but even if I was able to prove my identity to them, I still cannot force them to stay here and help the island." "I would assume it's because of Megatron," Pixis concluded, earning some confused looks. "That may be a factor," Optimus admitted, "but it is mainly because I cannot force them to become part of another war. If they do decide to stay, it is because it is their choice. But I chose this path," Optimus cut off. "I am a titan of war, I can easily put myself back into the line of duty. It may not be so easy for them to be involved with another war after ending one over 2 years ago. Understand that. If they choose to leave, I will not stop them, and we will proceed according to plan." "What if they do leave, but bring back other allies?" Historia asked. All eyes were on Optimus now. "Then we must prepare for the worst outcome," Optimus answered. Everyone heard a strange noise outside and looked out the window to see the jackhammer flying past the council room towards the orphanage for the underground children. Optimus immediately deactivated the hollow form while everyone else rushed out of the room. Amir could only watch with concern as she ushered the kids inside the houses. She saw the ship land and immediately grabbed a knife before walking up to the ship. She noticed the kids staring in awe as the hatch opened to reveal a white Titan stepping out and looking around. The Titan took notice of Amir, causing her to raise the knife to her hand. "Stay back," she ordered. "Don't worry," he responded, "I come in peace. Sorry for the intrusion. This was the closest spot I could get." "Don't believe you," Amir declared. "Well," the Titan began, "is there a chance you could bring Optimus? 'Cause that's who we need to talk to." Amir looked behind her to see Optimus alt mode driving towards them before he transformed into his bipedal mode. "Stand down," Optimus told the Titan shifter before walking up to Wheeljack. "Hey, Chief," Wheeljack greeted. "You know this guy?" Amir questioned Optimus as she lowered her weapon. "Joined his team late in the war," Wheeljack explained as he jumped off the ship. Meanwhile, Arky leaned on the entrance of the jackhammer with her arms crossed. "So, we gave it some thought and we've decided to stay and help out," Wheeljack proclaimed. "That doesn't mean we won't be trying to send an SOS to Cybertron to get this whole situation cleared up," Arky added. "I understand that the two of you do not trust me, but I do appreciate your assistance," Optimus declared as he held out his servo. "Thank you." Wheeljack shrugged before shaking his servo. "No problem." Arky noticed a group of humans running towards them, most likely military personnel since she had seen some of their faces before. "Wheeljack, company," Arky informed. Wheeljack looked behind Optimus to see the group and let go of Optimus' servo. "Hello, humans," Wheeljack greeted, "sorry for the incident yesterday. We've been having a bit of a rough trip." "Name's Wheeljack." "That's Arky, and we will be joining you on this quest isn't the right word. War," Arky tried. "Better," Wheeljack agreed, "we are still confused about what exactly is going on, so could one of you guys catch us up to speed?" Hanji began as she wormed her way through the crowd, "would be happy to do so. Commander Hanji Zoe of the Survey Corps. Again, you guys look great, and I would be happy to give you guys a rundown on what's been happening on our world." "Great," Wheeljack smiled. "Wheeljack," Arky spoke as she gestured to the jackhammer. "Right, I need to put this somewhere," Wheeljack proclaimed. "No. Keep the ship here," Hanji exclaimed as she bolted to the ship and clung to the side. "It's a working ship. I've always dreamed of this day." "What?" Arky questioned. "She's insane, don't worry about it," Levi told them. Megatron merely waited in the Hizuru Palace for Mikasa to get ready. He's essentially been her escort for the past week, ensuring her safety. Luckily, the Marleyan army has been at war for a while, meaning the commanders has been a little more lenient on where he's been. All he had to do was check in at dawn in the event he was needed for something. Suppose he was grateful that this world wasn't as technologically advanced as Earth. It doesn't say much compared to the grandeur of Cybertron, but at the very least, he won't be caught on camera. Arky and Wheeljack intend to stay, Optimus informed him through the COMM link. Megatron sighed. "Fine." Megatron heard the door open and glanced over to see Mikasa in a formal pink kimono. "Is something wrong?" Mikasa asked him, "You look tense." "Don't worry about it," Megatron told her, "let's go." Megatron and Mikasa walked side by side down the hall. "If you want, I can take the ship back to Paradise with Kiyomi," Mikasa suggested. "You look like you could use some rest." "I'll think about it," Megatron told her, "just enjoy your last day here." Chapter 57, Hizuru Ova. A week ago. Megatron was browsing through some of the files on the ship while he heard Optimus walk into the room on the ship. "So did those humans come to a decision in regards to the Ackerman?" Megatron asked. "They decided that she will go as long as you are with her during that time period," Optimus answered. "All right then," Megatron said, "I'll have to take care of something in Marley to ensure that I'm with her majority of the time." The next day. You're going," Jean spoke. "Yes, I am," Mikasa told them. "But it could be dangerous," Connie retorted. "Megatron will be my escort," Mikasa explained. "Hell no!" Sasha shouted, "He's dangerous." "He does respect Mikasa," Armin commented. "Mikasa, you shouldn't go," Jean reasoned, not by yourself and certainly not with someone who hates humanity. If I can buy Optimus more time to utilize his plan, then I'll do it, Mikasa declared. But I'm going, Mikasa cut off. Okay, Armin said to her, if that's what you want. Thank you, Mikasa smiled to Armin. Mikasa walked away from her friends and was surprised when she felt someone pull her ahead. She looked up to see that it was Eren, seeing that he was angry. Eren. You shouldn't go, Eren interrupted her. I'm going, Mikasa told him. You shouldn't. I will. Mikasa, the outside world is dangerous and chaotic, Eren hissed. Once they find out you're an Eldian, hell comes to the island and they will kill you. I'll be safe, Mikasa insisted. Megatron won't let that happen. Megatron is a piece of shit, Eren retorted. Who stopped you from ending your life? Mikasa reminded. I don't care, it's not safe, Eren declared as he put his hands on her shoulders. Please don't go, Eren pleaded with her, stay. Mikasa was touched. She genuinely was. Eren doesn't usually show this kind of concern for her or for Armin. She almost didn't want to go, but I'm going, Mikasa declared. I want to protect the island and I don't want anyone else to die. I'm sorry. Mikasa walked away from Eren while the Titan Shifter clenched his fists in anger. Eren ran off in response, something that didn't go unnoticed by Armin. Armin quickly followed him, hoping that he wouldn't do anything stupid. Later that night, Megatron was tired beyond belief. He arrived in Wall Sina, but found no signs of Optimus. He managed to negotiate a deal with the Marleyan commander, so he should be having some time off that he will utilize in order to keep an eye on the Ackerman. He was going to be receiving some kind of update on what exactly to do in regards to the Ackerman, and he had to follow the schedule. Shouldn't be too hard. Hey, a voice shouted. Megatron didn't respond to the voice, not wanting to bother, but he was thrown off guard when he saw blue lightning appeared. Megatron saw a punch being thrown his way, but the former warlord moved slightly and the fist hit the large wall. Megatron stared in surprise as Eren glared at him in his Titan form. Eren growled and opened his mouth, releasing some steam. Eren, what are you doing? Armin shouted at him. Megatron didn't respond to either of them as Armin got on Eren's shoulder with his 3D gear. The boy was yanking on the Titan's hair, trying to do whatever he could to convince him not to do this. But Megatron knew the message. Loud and clear. The only reason that I will guarantee the Ackerman's safety is because I respect her, Megatron told him, causing Armin to stop pulling on Eren's hair. Aside from her attachment to you, she's one of the few I've seen willing to get the job done. If it were you, I'd leave you stranded on the mainland out of spite. So run along. Eren didn't reply to that as he removed his fist from the wall. One more thing, Megatron began as he looked at his digits. The next time you threaten me like that again, you better hope what Optimus taught is enough to even stand on your own 2 feet. Megatron could see that brimming hatred in his eyes as he walked away in his Titan form. Armin looked back at him with fear, but Megatron chose to ignore it. There was already enough that he had to deal with today. The day of. Megatron stared off at the port with a tired look in his optics. He didn't even start this trip and he was already feeling exhausted. Instead of telling him a single day of what was supposed to happen, they told him the itinerary for the whole week. He led an army. He destroyed planets. How did he get reduced to a Demchaufer? Hey, Buckethead, Hanji sing-songed as she landed on his shoulder with her 3D gear. You have 5 seconds before I remove you from my shoulder, Megatron warned ominously. You know you can't, Hanji reminded. I don't care, Megatron growled, I just might. You're the one who volunteered to take Mikasa to Hizuru, Hanji reminded. And it's a decision I'm coming to regret, Megatron declared. I heard Eren threatened you, Hanji leaned back, resting her palms on Megatron's shoulder. Why should I care? Megatron demanded. I think part of you kind of does, Hanji shrugged. You must be a fool if you think that, Megatron proclaimed. Well, to be fair, no one here on the island really trusts you considering your track records, and we've had to extensively hide that information from the public when you showed up, Hanji explained. Survey Corps are still scared of you because you keep threatening, insulting them, and make them feel like shit. Albeit toned down, it's still pretty apparent since they avoid you as much as possible. The only one willing to talk to you is Optimus, and even that is still strained. And finally, the people in Marley trust this fake persona you've made, and the moment they realize who you are, they would automatically turn their backs on you and want you dead. Megatron glanced down at Hanji in surprise at her explanation. But what do I know? Hanji shrugged, I'm just the med scientist. Megatron lifted his digit and was fully ready to flick her off of his shoulder. Flicking me away won't change the issue, Hanji proclaimed. You, like Levi, are someone that needs a little bit more of a push to confront their problems. So that's why I'm here. I'm the only human who's willing to talk to you and help you out in regards to your situation. Megatron lowered his servo and sighed. And what do you propose for my predicament? Making sure that Mikasa is safe for the duration of her trip, Hanji answered, do that and everyone might be willing to trust you just a little bit more, which would also get you into Optimus' good graces and help you make amends. If something does go wrong and Hizuru hates us, the blame just might go directly to you. So don't fuck up, okay? Megatron didn't respond to that. She was out of line, but she brought up a fair point. No one really trusted him and he wasn't making it any easier for them. But he wasn't going to lower himself to the level of these humans anyway. Another thing, Hanji continued, I know how little our world means to you, and why going to Hizuru will just be another boring human mission. But not for Mikasa. This is a really big deal for her. She's going into an entirely different world from the one she is used to. She's going to find out more about herself, her heritage, and her culture. I know you see her as an effective soldier, but at the end of the day, she is still a kid. A lot of them are. You don't have to be interested in Hizuru. I'm certain you've seen wondrous things in your life that would pale in comparison to our world. All I'm asking is for you to be considerate of Mikasa's feelings and not to be so callous to her. Hanji chuckled a little bit before she patted Megatron's shoulder. Who am I kidding? That's like asking Levi to smile. That would be impossible for you. Hanji jumped off of Megatron's shoulder and landed on the ground with grace before waving goodbye to him. Megatron didn't know how to feel about that, or whether or not to really take her words to spark. Are you certain that you can keep a close eye on her while maintaining your cover in Marley? Optimus asked as he walked up to Megatron. I negotiated a few days off, Megatron answered, snapping out of his thoughts. Their military is going to another battle, so many of my duties are going to be mitigated in general. Megatron, do you think that there is a way to resolve this matter peacefully? Optimus asked him, without having to resort to the use of the rumbling. No, Megatron answered bluntly, the world is too rooted in the hatred of the Titans. If the world were to succeed in gaining control of the island, they were just going to execute the Eldians on the mainland. At this point, they just want the Eldians gone. Before Optimus could say anything, he saw Mikasa walking up to the two of them. She was wearing a tailored jacket and skirt with a hat to match the white color. I'm ready, Mikasa declared. Megatron held out his servo towards Mikasa, and the Ackerman climbed into it with grace. Megatron transformed into his alt mode while Mikasa clutched her bag tightly. She held her breath as Megatron flew away from the island and towards Hizuru. When Mikasa got used to the turbulence and speed, she held her bag close to her chest. She was nervous. She didn't know what she was going to expect when she landed with Megatron. There was a lot of pressure riding on this mission, and she was essentially doing it all alone. Away from the island. Away from home. Megatron might have respected her, but he knew he didn't respect humans. He might not be helpful. Stop tapping your foot, Megatron ordered. Mikasa realized that her foot was moving and quickly stopped. Sorry. If you're that nervous, then you shouldn't have suggested this idea, Megatron told her. I'm sorry, Mikasa quietly whispered. There was nothing but silence between the two as Mikasa kept her bag held to her. This feeling of anticipation and nervousness wasn't helping her. We're here, Megatron declared, causing Mikasa to stiffen. They were here, and whether or not Mikasa was capable of doing this, she had to be ready. Megatron hovered over the mountainside and transformed into his bipedal mode. He landed at the bottom of the mountain before placing Mikasa on the ground. He flew back up into the air and activated his hollow form. Megatron noticed Mikasa trying to tighten her grip on the handle of her luggage, and decided to take the bag from Mikasa's hands. "I can't risk being seen, so we're walking," Megatron declared as he moved forward. Mikasa followed close behind as she looked at the scenery before her. The trees were different from the ones that she was used to, but they were lush and green with prickly leaves. Instead of growing straight and tall, the branches sprouted in different directions. Other trees did have some familiar leaves back home, but the designs were still rather different. Mikasa plucked one leaf from the tree and noticed how it sprouted like a hand, or a flower. The two ended up out of the forest and crossed a large, red, bridge high above a rushing river. Mikasa dropped the leaf, letting it fall towards the water. She ran her hand against the side and felt the smooth wood under her fingertips. She looked down at the rushing water and noted how clear and blue it was. After they crossed the bridge, the two continued to walk through more of the forest. Mikasa smiled in contentment, feeling the sun on her skin and listening to the birds chirping. Being here made her feel at peace. It reminded her of her short childhood with her parents as they lived their lives in the mountains in that small cabin. The thought of her childhood caused her to grip her bandaged wrist to her chest, the one that hid the mark of the clan. Her mother, she passed down this symbol to her, but she knew nothing of what it was. There was no one else like her in the walls besides her own mother, and herself. She knew nothing of where she came from. Not even Eren and Armin could understand what she was feeling. She was alone. Mikasa truly wished that her mother saw this nation. It really did look beautiful. "Here we are, Ackerman," Megatron declared as the two exited the forest. Mikasa gasped and stared in awe at the sight. The city bustled with life, looking so vibrant and beautiful. From far away, she could tell that the buildings looked different than the ones from home. A large body of water passed through the city, with a bridge right over it so the people could walk with ease. There was a large mountain off in the distance, but in front of that appeared to be a very large, intricate palace painted in white. "Welcome to the capital of Hizuru, Kyoto," Megatron said. "Now let's move." "Why yes," Mikasa stuttered as she followed him to the city. As they made their way through, they passed by more and more people. People that looked like her. It really made her want to cry. She never felt like this before. However, she did notice that many of the natives were staring at Megatron as they passed by. She felt guilty. She hadn't considered the amount of attention that would be drawn to someone like him. But he still kept his head held high. Shouldn't she be keeping her head held high like him? They were both strangers, but Megatron clearly knew what he was doing and how to react. She felt like a stranger. If she couldn't look her own people in the eye, how would she be able to face the highest members of the society? The two walked across the rather crowded bridge, and Mikasa stared in awe at the large ships sailing in the ocean, and the smaller ones sailing in the river. The larger ones looked like the ones they commandeered on Paradise, but the smaller ones looked so strange. Some of the ships were wooden, with red and white sails that could hold multiple people. While the other ones looked smaller and held only a few people. Mikasa noticed that some of the people looked like they were fishing, wearing hats made of straw and wooden sandals. Another thing Mikasa noticed were the clothes. Some of the clothes she had seen before, but there were other ones that looked like dresses made out of a strange material. They were so beautiful, and she might want one. When they finished crossing the bridge, Mikasa became overwhelmed. The large signs in a different language were slanting over on the sides of the buildings. The roofs of the buildings were arched in blue. It became even more crowded. The sights, the smells, the noise, it was suddenly becoming too much. Mikasa felt her arm being yanked backwards as a car passed them by. The driver honked their horn at them in anger as they continued on their way. Mikasa took a deep breath and looked up to see Megatron staring at her with a raised brow. "You're not usually like this," Megatron commented as he let go of her arm. "You're usually far more composed." I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Mikasa felt tears brimming in her eyes and felt her throat begin to swell, causing her to quickly duck her head from view. This was so much. "You can't be serious," Megatron groaned. "This is what you wanted." "I know," Mikasa muttered. "What do you want me to do?" Megatron demanded. "Hold your hand like a little child." Megatron didn't get a response, but was surprised when Mikasa slowly moved her hand towards him and held it out. Megatron felt angry and irritated. This could not actually be happening. He was actually angry with the Ackerman. He wanted to chew her out right then and there, but stopped himself. This is a really big deal for her. She's going into an entirely different world from the one she is used to. She's going to find out more about herself, her heritage, and her culture. I know you see her as an effective soldier, but at the end of the day, she is still a kid. A lot of them are. You don't have to be interested in Hizuru. I'm certain you've seen wondrous things in your life that would pale in comparison to our world. All I'm asking is for you to be considerate of Mikasa's feelings and not to be so callous to her. Megatron shut his eyes and kept his anger in check. He had to think about this from Mikasa's perspective. This was the very first time she's been off the island. This is the first time she's been exposed to another culture. The first time she's actually seen other humans that look like her. She was overwhelmed and scared. And she had no one she could actually trust. Megatron's mouth formed a thin line. He wasn't qualified for this. He wasn't qualified for babysitting, or even emotional support. That wasn't why he was here. Megatron noticed Mikasa's hand slowly recoiling back, and he saw the Ackerman trying with all her might to contain her shame and embarrassment at asking for help from someone who would never give it. Megatron took a deep breath. This was only for 1 week. 1 measly week, that was all. Mikasa felt stupid and just felt like crying some more. What was she thinking? Asking Megatron of all beings for help? Someone who's hated humanity? Who was here for selfish reasons? She should have known better. She should just stop acting like a child and suck it up. But something unexpected happened. Megatron reached out and gently took Mikasa's hand into his own. Mikasa snapped her head to look at him, but Megatron didn't pay attention to her. The ex-con pulled her along and the two walked across the street together. Megatron could feel Mikasa grow rigid in his hand, but decided to pay no mind. He was a little startled when Mikasa drew in closer to him for protection and tightened her grip on his hand. He saw a bench under a tree and pulled her over there. He sat down and pulled Mikasa to sit next to him. If I knew you were going to act like this, I wouldn't have agreed to escorting you, Megatron proclaimed with crossed arms. I'm sorry, Mikasa apologized, I was too brash in my decision to come here. Maybe we should just go home. Leaving Hizuru like that won't do you any favors, or the island, Megatron reminded, you have to see this through. Mikasa sighed, pulling her knees to her chest. I just wish they were here. Megatron could still see the sad expression on her face and sighed to himself. He did have an idea, but he didn't know if he should act on it. Honestly, he didn't want to. The thought of it made him want to purge his insides, but... We have a few hours until we have to go to the Fox's house, Megatron explained to Mikasa, if you want to rest, we can go straight there. Or we can use this time for you to become familiar with your surroundings. What do you want to do? Mikasa was surprised that Megatron would make such an offer. She thought that he would force her to follow the agenda, but... Mikasa's stomach growled, causing her to blush in embarrassment and cover her stomach. You skipped breakfast, didn't you? Megatron remarked. How do you know what breakfast is? Mikasa asked him. I've been living among the humans for 2 years now, Megatron reminded as he stood up and held out his hand to her, we can go look around for a vendor to grab you something to eat. Mikasa reached out her hand, but pulled back slightly out of instinct. She looked up at Megatron, who appeared a little annoyed at the action, but made no comment on it. She placed her hand in his own and he pulled her to her feet. The two walked in tandem around the city, Mikasa walking by his side as she looked around. Those large signs were still very prominent, and it didn't help that she didn't understand the language. Somehow that made her feel embarrassed. Food's this way, Megatron told her as they turned left down the sidewalk. How do you know that? Mikasa asked, I can't read the signs. We have universal translators, Megatron answered, also, the language is quite similar to the one on Earth. I think they called it Japanese. Megatron and Mikasa ended up at what was essentially a food market. Mikasa looked in awe at the different vendors cooking rather strange foods. They were different from the ones that were cooked from the Merly Yans, but it smelled really divine. So how much money do you have? Megatron asked her. Mikasa pulled some cash out of her pocket before she counted it. Enough. Pick and choose what you want then, Megatron told her. Mikasa let go of Megatron's arm and looked around. Some of the food in the stands required the use of a different type of utensil. She wasn't familiar with it, so she decided to avoid it. There was one stand that caught her eye. She saw the chef mashing what looked like rice into triangles before wrapping them in something green. The chef handed 3 to one man, and the man paid the chef in kind. It looked really good. The chef noticed Mikasa staring and gave a small wave while saying something she couldn't understand before gesturing to the food. Aye. Megatron was right behind her, and Mikasa watched as the former warlord spoke the native language fluently. The chef was intimidated by Megatron, but still gestured to the food and appeared to explain it with ease. It's called a nigiri, Megatron explained, it's just rice and seaweed. Do you want it? Can you tell him I want to? Mikasa asked him. Megatron spoke to the chef while holding up 2 fingers. He smiled and obliged, making the dish with ease. Mikasa pulled out some cash and handed it over to Megatron. Megatron took it and handed it over to the chef while the chef handed him the food. Megatron gave Mikasa the food while the chef handed Megatron the change. The chef bowed and said goodbye, and much to Mikasa's surprise, Megatron obliged in kind. I didn't expect you to be so polite, Mikasa remarked. I have to be cautious, Megatron shrugged as they continued walking. I know little to nothing about Hizuru's culture. I only focused on Marley because that is my main objective. Megatron found a wall and sat down on top of it. Mikasa sat down next to him and stared at the onigiri in her hands. Do I eat the seaweed? Mikasa asked him. Seems the others do, Megatron answered her. Mikasa tried to grab it from the top, but she found the rice rather sticky. Mikasa then grabbed it by the seaweed wrap and picked up the treat. She took a small bite out of the rice and found it was delicious. Mikasa took larger bites and savored the food, noting how it somehow tasted a little bit sweet yet salty. When she got to the seaweed, she was surprised by how crunchy it was, but it wasn't unwelcomed. She was a little disappointed by how sudden she finished the first one, and decided to take her time in finishing the second one. She chewed her food more thoroughly as she watched the people pass by. She noticed some of the women holding colorful umbrellas while some of the men had their hair in buns. Some of them were walking towards a long winding staircase that went up the mountain not too far away from where they were. The one thing that did catch her eye was the trees not yet in bloom. She noticed that the flowers were buds almost ready to bloom, and that they were pink. I have a lot more questions, but I'm sure you wouldn't really know how to answer them, Mikasa proclaimed, or that you wouldn't really care. The fox should explain to you the basics soon enough, Megatron said. I'm certain that she wants you to make a good impression to Hizuru's royal family. They are distant cousins of the main bloodline, Mikasa retorted. Still, a random peasant girl who claims to be Hizuru's descendant will no doubt stir some controversy. The ones currently in power won't exactly be thrilled to hand over their position to you, Megatron reminded. If they're already threatened by me, how can I build up a relationship with them and show them that the island is not made of devils? Mikasa asked him. I can't give you the answer to that, Megatron answered. I would most likely have to meet the Hizuru in order to come up with a proper conclusion. Mikasa took another bite as she looked up at the decorations before turning to the buds. Lady Kiyomi said spring is quite special here. I don't care enough about it, Megatron declared. The seasons were never something prominent on Cybertron, and I prefer it that way. 1 minute it's ridiculously hot on your world, the next, it is insanely cold. It doesn't help that the entire planet is not the same. It's a nightmare. Did you have weather on your world? Mikasa asked. Acid rain that burned the metal off of our bodies, Megatron explained, rust storms that went on for miles. We did have thunder. That sounds awful, Mikasa proclaimed. It was home, Megatron declared. I still think that it's better than your world. Our world is cruel and chaotic, but it can be beautiful, Mikasa spoke with a soft smile. The Ackerman finished the onigiri and quietly burped in satisfaction. I feel a little better. I don't think I'm as overwhelmed. Do you want to look around or do you want to go to the fox's home? Megatron asked her. I think we should go to Lady Kiyomi's house, Mikasa answered. Alright, Megatron grunted as he stood up, do you still want to hold my hand? Megatron meant that as a sarcastic remark, but he noticed Mikasa considering it. Megatron rolled his eyes and offered his hand to her. Mikasa took it, and the two walked through the city. Mikasa felt a little bit more at ease as she looked around the town. Even though it was pretty crowded and overwhelming, it was full of life and beautiful. She didn't mind, and instinctively smiled at the sight. Noblemen. I hate them with every fiber of my being, Megatron growled as he stopped. Mikasa stared in awe at the sight. The house was massive, with large, blue roofs and deep eaves. The windows were made of glass while the walls were as white as snow with the wood prominent in supporting the walls and the house. It was surrounded by walls and a large gate, and the trees seemed to surround it in symmetry. Wow, Mikasa spoke. Disgusting, Megatron commented as he knocked on the gate. He tapped his foot impatiently while Mikasa continued to stare. The gate opened and Kiyomi's bodyguards were staring at them. You're early, one of them remarked. She wanted to be punctual, Megatron proclaimed as he pointed at Mikasa. This way, the second gestured to the inside of the compound. The two followed inside and Mikasa found the compound to be gorgeous. The trees and the flowers were placed in a small circle, with a small pond in the center of it, harboring two large fish swimming in contentment. As she saw more of the garden, she noted an area of sand raked in a way that created a spiral pattern. The ground they were walking upon was a stone pathway, with large stones following that winding pathway directly to the house. One of the bodyguards opened the door and the two entered the house. They both took off their shoes and set them aside before walking further into the hallway. Mikasa decided to take off her shoes and follow them while Megatron simply phased his off. They guided the two of them through the large house before sliding open a door that led to a large dining room. Mikasa saw that the door on the other side was open. The two saw Kiyomi sitting cross-legged in the back patio of her home, gazing at the garden that essentially surrounded her home. She appeared to set a cup down next to her, but the contents of it were unknown. Lady Kiyomi, one of the bodyguards spoke. Kiyomi glanced over her shoulder, but actually took interest when she saw Mikasa. She stood up carefully and gave Mikasa a warm smile. Lady Mikasa, I'm glad that you are all right, she smiled as she walked over to her. How was the trip? How was your first day here in our motherland? It's all overwhelming, Mikasa admitted. You must be very tired, Kiyomi said. I know this is a lot to take in for you. Megatron was surprised when one of the bodyguard took Mikasa's luggage from his hand. We're placing it in the room she will be staying in, they said. And why would I let you do that? Megatron demanded. Matthew, it is all right, Kiyomi reassured, they are my most trusted men. Megatron relented and the guards left the three of them alone. Kiyomi went back to her seat on her patio and gestured for Mikasa to sit down next to her. Mikasa decided to do so and sat next to the ambassador with her legs crossed. So, how was your first day? Kiyomi asked her with a smile. A lot, Mikasa answered, the forest was genuinely beautiful. I've never seen those types of trees on the island. The city is very crowded, and everything looks so different. It's very overwhelming. It is a lot to take in, Kiyomi agreed, but you can stay here and rest for the rest of the day if you want. Tomorrow will be rather busy, and the last thing I want is for you to collapse from exhaustion. That does sound nice, Mikasa agreed. Then you can stay here for the rest of the day and relax, Kiyomi declared. If you are hungry, then you can notify one of the maids and they will cook you something. Tomorrow we will need to spend the day going over some basic etiquette and cultural traditions for tomorrow night. Unfortunately, the current heads of Hizuru want to meet with you immediately and have you stay at their palace for the duration of your time here. Okay, Mikasa said. Yuriko. Kiyomi called out, and a maid walked into the room in very clean attire. Take Mikasa to the room she will be staying in, Kiyomi told her. Yes, Yuriko bowed. And when you're done with that, please bring me more tea, Kiyomi requested. Of course, Yuriko nodded. Come along. Mikasa stood up and followed Yuriko to her room, sparing a glance at Megatron before she was out of sight. What a grand and lavish lifestyle you lead, Megatron remarked. We need to talk, Kiyomi declared. If this is in any way related to the schedule, I already have it memorized, Megatron declared. This has nothing to do with the schedule, Kiyomi declared as she stood up. Your allies had some very extensive things to say about you and your behavior. You can't be serious. Megatron rolled his eyes. Hanji made it very clear that you were a pompous, arrogant asshole who would do everything in your power to screw someone over if they didn't follow your agenda, Kiyomi explained. Levi just went on a slew of curse words about you that last for 5 minutes. 5. Believe or not, that wasn't the worst one. The worst one was Optimus, who wrote 3 pages, front and back, on what to watch out for in your behavior. Kiyomi pulled out the papers from under her teacup and shoved them in Megatron's chest. All of them centering around the fact that you are prideful, egotistical, and dangerous, Kiyomi finished. When I first met you, I was not expecting this in the slightest. You've seen that I'm capable of being charismatic and behaved, Megatron reminded as he tossed the papers aside. I don't see how that is a problem. This isn't about wooing noblemen you might never see again, Kiyomi proclaimed. This is about securing an alliance with Hizuru and Paradis. Mikasa might think that this is just buying time for Optimus, but it is so much more than that. If you and Mikasa can get Hizuru to see the value of Paradis and its resources, they might be willing to agree to Optimus' plan or even create trading routes to the island. And fill your pockets with riches, Megatron finished. I never lied about my intentions, Kiyomi declared. You know that I am after money, and that is something I'm not going to deny. If this doesn't go well, all of us suffer. I know that I can count on Mikasa. I've heard good things about her on the island and how fast she can adapt to a new situation, but I need to know if I can trust you to do your job and not act out and be aggressive to the most powerful people in the nation. Can I trust you not to act out? Megatron was rather offended by Kiyomi. By the Allspark, it sounded like this woman thought very low of him. He knew how important this was. He wasn't foolish enough to cause chaos. But, no one really trusted him not to act out. And it was so, slagging frustrating. Fine, Megatron sneered, just know that if your people act out of line or hurt the Ackerman, this alliance is over. Thank you. Kiyomi sighed with relief. You should get some rest. I'm staying here until the day is over, Megatron declared. I need to ensure Ackerman's safety. Then, sit with me, Kiyomi offered as she sat back down on her patio. You're a very brash woman, Megatron declared. Boldness and confidence secures the deals, Kiyomi smirked. Megatron decided to sit next to her, leaning against one of the wooden pillars for support. Yuriko returned with a fresh cup of tea and set it next to Kiyomi. The ambassador thanked her as the maid took the empty cup and left the two of them alone. The Hizuru. What are they like? Megatron demanded. Confident, demanding, very formal, Kiyomi answered. They are very prideful and have an aura that demands respect. They are taking a very calculated risk in this scenario, but they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't see the benefits to it. How exactly will they treat Mikasa? Megatron asked her. It would be hard to say, Kiyomi admitted. They could act very respectful to her, but they might not hold her to her status and birthright. Because her presence is a threat to the current royal line, Megatron proclaimed, and she's supposed to be staying with them? You don't think that they won't try an assassination attempt? No, Kiyomi responded, she's too valuable, and it would no doubt lead to chaos and war between Paradis and Hizuru. They know that is not something they need. Mikasa finished taking a shower and drying herself off before heading back to her room. The room was beautiful. The inside walls were white and pristine, and the curtains looked so soft and light against the window. The sunlight shone on her bed, which had a red blanket decorated with flowers. Mikasa touched the blanket, and found that it was really smooth. Her hand pressed against the bed itself, and she found it to be extremely soft. Mikasa removed her hand from the bed and walked over to the closet. She opened it and found a silk pink robe provided for her. Mikasa removed the towel from her body and placed the robe on, finding it to be as light as feather. Mikasa folded the towel and placed it at the foot of her bed before pulling back the sheets and climbing into. She lied down and stared up at the ceiling, noting how soft the bed was. It felt like she was going to sink to the floor. And there was so much room on the bed. She was certain it was meant for two people. Mikasa rolled over to her side and realized how exhausted she was. She just wanted to fall asleep, and she ended up doing so. The next day, Mikasa adjusted the dress that she was wearing, a dark blue short-sleeved dress with pink flowers on them. The dress went all the way down to her ankles, while the sleeves went only just a little bit over her shoulders. She adjusted her dark blue hat and made sure that her white heels were in place. "It's alright to be nervous," Kiyomi declared as she and Mikasa were walking towards the palace with Megatron following close behind. "I do want to make a good first impression," Mikasa admitted. "Thankfully, I'm not as nervous as I was yesterday." "The lessons should have helped as well," Kiyomi smiled. "You now know the basic greetings in our language, how to respect your elders, table etiquette, and what not to say to the royal family." The three of them turned to see the large palace in front of them. Mikasa stared in awe, Kiyomi stared with pride, while Megatron looked both uninterested and disgusted. The palace was massive and white, built directly on top of a small mound surrounded by water. There appeared to be multiple stories to the building, more massive than the palace inside the walls. The roofs were a dark gray, slanted downward, and slightly curved at the edges. There were multiple windows on every floor. The mound it stood upon was made of stone, carved in great detail. They could see from afar that a tree was planted within the walls of the palace, and the pink flowers of that tree were almost in bloom. Pine trees surrounded the entire outer rim of the palace, and a red bridge directly connected the palace to the main street. "Come along," Kiyomi told the two of them. Mikasa followed her without question while Megatron followed with apathy. Mikasa looked out at the water that surrounded the palace, noting how clear and blue it was. Lily pads adorned the water, with frogs jumping them with ease. The dragonflies flew above the flowers and past her head. Mikasa smiled at the sight while Megatron swatted one that flew near his head to the water. The palace doors opened and two maids greeted them at the door. They walked inside the compound and Mikasa saw the lovely garden before her, filled with more trees and pink buds. "The Emperor and the Empress will be here shortly," the maid bowed. "Thank you," Kiyomi bowed back. "It's beautiful," Mikasa smiled. "Ackerman," Megatron whispered as he leaned by her ear, "when they get here, do not show that you are nervous. They will take it as a sign that you are weak. Be confident." "I don't know if I can," Mikasa admitted. "I've seen your confidence shine as a soldier," Megatron told her. "I know that it can shine here." Mikasa was surprised by Megatron's proclamation as the Titan straightened himself off. Did he really mean that? Mikasa heard footsteps and looked up. Here they were, the royal family coming down the steps of the palace. The emperor was wearing a well-tailored suite. The jacket was black, with two-tailed that went down to the back of his knees. There was a small chain connecting the jacket together, which resided right over his gray vest. He also wore gray pants with small, white, lines running down them and black shoes that clanked with each step. His hair was combed neatly and his glasses resided over his dark eyes. He himself was rather tall, with a lean face, a long nose, and fairly sized lips. His wife was beautiful. She was slightly shorter than her husband. She had short hair and a rather round face. Her hair was short and curly, not even going past her neck. Her nose was smaller compared to her husband, but the lips were rather similar. Her dress was as white as snow, made from silk. She had a scarf made from lighter materials, but it matched the dress to a T. The dress also reached her ankles, and Mikasa could see her white heels. What she wasn't expecting was a son. He was shorter than his father, but taller than his mother. He was young, and clean-shaven. His face was a mix of round and lean, and his hair was combed just as neatly as his father. He wore a large black jacket with a belt around his waist. The jacket had decorated sleeves in gold with 5 pairs of buttons running down the jacket. A small brooch rested on chest. He appeared to be wearing a white shirt with a black tie. He wore black pants and black shoes that were similar to his father. Emperor Taisho, Empress Katsuko, Kiyomi bowed respectfully. It is a pleasure to see you again. Ambassador Azumabito, Taisho greeted as he bowed, you must be very tired after your journey. Nonsense, these are normal hours for me, Kiyomi insisted. If you say so, Katsuko relented as she walked up to the ambassador and hugged her, it's good to see you well. You and I still have a match to play. Kiyomi returned the hug. Katsuko playfully rolled her eyes as she let her go. You're just upset that you lost. Megatron was a little confused at the display. This was different from what Kiyomi described. Perhaps they were just keeping up appearances. It was quite common to do so anyway. Emperor Taisho turned his attention to Mikasa, who was managing to keep her nerves calm. You must be Mikasa Ackerman. Yes, Your Majesty, Mikasa answered as she bowed, I am. We have heard many things about you for our ambassador, Taisho proclaimed. Hopefully, they are all positive, Mikasa spoke as she raised her head. Taisho chuckled. I can assure you that they are. Megatron noticed that Taisho's expression was rather strained and tight, but didn't bother to comment on it. It is an honor to have you here, Katsuko proclaimed as she walked over to Mikasa and held her hands in her own. Oh, thank you, Mikasa said, flustered by the Empress' response. You are welcome, Katsuko smiled, and we will make sure that you are as comfortable as possible for your time here. Megatron noted the prince keeping his eye on Mikasa, almost as if he was analyzing her. He hasn't said a word yet. It made him rather suspicious. And who are you? Taisho asked Megatron. Megatron looked over at Taisho and used his other vernacular. Matthew. I'm her bodyguard. I see, Taisho replied, I understand that you have your reservation. Just know that the only ones that know your actual identity are the ones standing before you. Then you know full well what will happen if Mikasa is harmed in any way, Megatron declared in his regular voice. Kiyomi felt like she was about to scream while the prince stared at Megatron in surprise, clearly taken off guard by the response. Mikasa grew fearful, anticipating a negative response from Taisho, but it never came. Taisho had still kept his composure as he walked up to the Titan. Harming Mikasa Ackerman was never our intent, and frankly, is not the most logical thing to do, Taisho declared, it makes more sense for us to be allies instead of enemies. That is what our ancestors have done long ago. Megatron was surprised by Taisho's boldness as the Emperor held out his hand to him. I do hope that you find some enjoyment in your stay in Kyoto, Taisho said, but Megatron could tell his expression was strained. Megatron didn't respond to that and merely shook his hand. Taisho let go and turned his attention to Mikasa. Let us show you around the palace, Taisho said as he gestured to the palace. Mikasa slightly bowed as she followed the Emperor and Empress up the stairs. The prince looked back at Megatron and followed close behind his parents. Kiyomi hit Megatron in his abdomen, which did little to nothing to hurt him. We talked about this, Kiyomi hissed. I don't care, Megatron told her. Kiyomi rolled her eyes as she walked up the stairs, and Megatron followed behind. Meanwhile, Mikasa marveled at the spacious hallways, painted in clean coats of beige and brown. Mikasa saw rooms full of open space, with the walls decorated in the natural scenery of the nation. She intently listened to the Empress explain the importance of the rooms in the palace itself. When it was built, how long it took to build it, the importance of some of the portraits on the wall. Here is your ancestor, Ozahito, Katsuko proclaimed as she showed Mikasa the portrait of the man. Mikasa could only stare at the portrait of the samurai in his outdated uniform. It was his child that was lost on the island, Taisho explained. He was heartbroken when King Fritz closed the walls off from the rest of the world. He would have been more than happy to know that his descendant survived. Katsuko gave a small smile to Mikasa. Let's proceed, Taisho insisted as they continued walking. Mikasa found herself in the hallway with the doors open to the outside. She could see the servants walking around and admired how beautiful their surroundings were. Mikasa managed to pick up on some whispering from the servants and did her best to ignore it. They eventually came to the back of the castle and saw a small stilted building on the center of the lake with a walkway that went towards it. It really is beautiful up here, Mikasa proclaimed. I'm glad that you enjoy it, Katsuko smiled. A servant came by and whispered something in Taisho's ear, and the Emperor nodded his head. Mikasa, Taisho spoke, how would you like a proper Hizuru meal? Mikasa, Kiyomi, and Megatron were guided to the main dining room. The table was a dark wood with red lavish chair that looked rather comfortable to sit in. Mikasa stared in surprise at the multiple dishes set up on the table. Some of it she recognized from the market yesterday, but there were others that she didn't recognize. The Emperor sat on the far end of the table while the Empress sat on his right. The Prince pulled out a chair for Kiyomi and she respectfully bowed before sitting down. The Prince sat down next to Kiyomi while the Empress gestured to Mikasa the seat next to her. The servant pulled the seat back, and Mikasa thanked the servant before sitting down. The servant pushed the seat in for her before leaving the room. Megatron merely stood by the door, his back leaning against the wall and his arms were crossed. Mikasa saw wine being poured into the glasses before being placed on the table next to each one of them. Taisho grabbed his glass and raised it high. To our esteemed guest, Mikasa Ackerman, he declared, "It is an honor to have you here, and it is an honor to have you back home." Everyone at the table raised their glasses and Mikasa quietly followed suit. "Now let us eat," the Emperor declared. Mikasa set the glass down and quietly waited as everyone partook in the food. When Mikasa saw an opportunity, she picked up some cooked vegetables, some beef, 2 shrimp tails, and some noodles. A small bowl of rice was placed next to her dish, causing her to look up and seeing the Prince grab one for himself and setting it next to his dish. The Prince looked at her before quietly eating. Mikasa began to eat as well, and found herself enjoying her meal. She started off small by eating the rice. Then she moved to the cooked vegetables, the beef. She tried everything on her plate. She dipped some of the rice in a tiny bowl of sauce and it had a nice, yet oddly bitter taste to it. Mikasa finished chewing what was in her mouth before turning to the Emperor. "This is very wonderful, Lord Taisho. We had our finest chefs prepare it." Taisho smiled, "You must be very delighted." "I am," Mikasa admitted, "meat alone is quite scarce on the island. I haven't had it until we were able to expand our resources past the walls." Megatron noted the Prince slightly staring at Mikasa as he continued to eat. "What is life on the island like?" Taisho asked. "Busy," Mikasa answered, "I spend a lot of my time in the military. I would either do paperwork, help with experiments, or kill Titans." "Kill Titans?" Katsuko asked in surprise. "The military specializes in killing Titans. Since the Walls thought that humanity was extinct because of Titans, we've been creating weapons that would help fight them," Mikasa explained. "And you are one of these soldiers?" Taisho asked her. Mikasa nodded her head. "It's not very common for women to be in the military," Taisho remarked. "Well, when humanity is on the brink of annihilation, the military will accept just about anyone," Mikasa retorted. Megatron saw the Prince hiding his smirk by eating some shrimp. "What are your credentials? What regiment are you a part of?" Taisho asked, interested in Mikasa's military background. "I was ranked first among the 104th Trainee Corps, and after I joined the Survey Corps," Mikasa explained, "that branch of the military is the most skilled in fighting the Titans." "This implies that you've killed Titans," Taisho assumed. "I have," Mikasa confirmed his suspicion. Katsuko was shocked by Mikasa's confirmation. There was little hesitation to her answer. "How many have you killed?" Taisho asked her. Mikasa thought it over as counted it in her head. The Prince stopped eating and stared at Mikasa while Katsuko looked over at her husband. 16, I believe, Mikasa replied. The Prince contained his cough as he choked on the food in his mouth. "By yourself?" Taisho asked, slightly shaken by the response. "Yes," Mikasa replied. "That is impressive," Taisho said with hesitance. "Mikasa, do you think that your parents would approve of this?" Katsuko asked her. "The Titans are dangerous." Mikasa kept her bitterness and sadness in as she put the chopsticks down. "My parents passed away when I was 9. Katsuko looked on with sorrow and Taisho seemed visibly shaken. Kiyomi was concerned while Megatron kept a neutral expression. He still was trying to evaluate how to change topic and remove Mikasa from this situation, but to his surprise, the Prince ate the late bite out of his meal before standing up. "Father, Mother," he spoke in a clear smooth voice, "I am finished with my meal, so I thought I could continue showing Lady Mikasa around the palace." If that is alright with you. Is that what you want to do, Mikasa? Katsuko asked her. If it is alright with you, your majesty, Mikasa said to Taisho. Very well, Taisho allowed, however, we would like to discuss with her about the events in the spring festival. So bring her back in 3 hours. The prince bowed respectfully and gestured for Mikasa to come with him. Mikasa stood up and bowed respectfully before pushing in her chair and following him. Megatron raised an eyebrow when the prince passed him and gestured for the Titan to come with them. Megatron glanced back at the dining table before following them out. Mikasa and Megatron followed the prince as they made their way down the halls. The prince bowed to some servants in greeting, and the staff did the same in kind, but he still didn't say a word to them. Where are we going? Mikasa finally asked him. Away from the politics, the prince declared with a smirk, my parents were about to delve into your personal life, and Aunt Kiyomi made it clear to not do that. Aunt? Megatron questioned. She's not my actual aunt, the prince explained, but she has been a major presence in my life, so I just call her that. The prince opened the door, and Mikasa and Megatron saw that it was a library, a fairly large one at that. The shelves were carved in beautiful oak, and each one was filled with different books. There wasn't a single empty one. It's big, Mikasa complimented. I've seen bigger, Megatron said, remembering the grandeur of the Iacon Hall of Records. I'm sure you have, the prince said to Megatron as he closed the doors behind them, you are a being from among the stars after all. The prince placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Mikasa saw 2 fairly large dogs come walking towards him. One had a dark thin coat, with slightly lighter stripes. The other one had a fluffier white coat and underbelly with an orange coat of fur on top. But both had long snouts, pointed ears, and small tails. The prince kneeled down and gently petted them, which the dogs happily enjoyed. These are Tadeo, the prince pointed to the dark one before pointing to the lighter one, and Kenzo. Mikasa was startled when Tadeo walked up to her, but the Ackerman couldn't resist as she kneeled down and hesitantly held her hand out. The dog sniffed it briefly before it began to lick her hand. Mikasa began to pet the dog, and she began to feel her stress leave her body. Mikasa was startled when Kenzo began to growl at Megatron, but the Titan was not amused at the situation. Kenzo, the prince scolded. Sit, Megatron ordered the dog in an ominous tone. Kenzo whined as it lowered its head in submission and backed away before sitting down. Well, that was just mean, the prince remarked as he petted Kenzo to comfort it. Why did you bring us here? Megatron demanded the prince. Figured the 2 of you needed to get away from my parents, the prince declared, this is already a stressful situation for the 2 of you, and they were beginning to get invasive. They tend to want everything to go their way and be in their control, so knowing more about you, Lady Mikasa, would no doubt be too much. I'm not a child, Mikasa retorted. But you've been traumatized, the prince declared before glancing up at Megatron, both of you. Thank you, Mikasa told him as the dog rested on her lap. Megatron didn't respond to him as he decided to look at the books on the shelf. So, Lady Mikasa, the prince began, do you have any questions for me? Why do you keep calling me lady? Mikasa asked. You are the heir to the throne. But the title properly belongs to you, the prince insisted. You don't seem threatened by Ackerman, Megatron commented as he picked up a book from the shelf. Despite all appearances, I'm not exactly the upright spitting example of the heir to the empire, the prince proclaimed, not to mention that the people don't necessarily respect our bloodline. We're not the main bloodline. Even so, they wouldn't accept me as royalty, because I come from an island of devils, Mikasa declared. I guess that's something that can never really change, the prince declared bitterly, but still, I'd think you'd be more than qualified. But I know nothing about Hizuru, Mikasa retorted, I know nothing about the throne, or even the politics of it all. Well, the politics is mostly lying, the prince shrugged, but there would be a lot of importance to having you return to the throne. The symbol, what it means to the people, what it would mean alliance-wise. I don't know if this would even be right for me, Mikasa admitted as she held her bandaged wrist, I just wanted to see the land that my mother never got to, and I wanted to buy my allies more time. May I see your wrist? The prince asked. I heard from Kiyomi that the symbol of the clan was passed down through tattoos. Mikasa was hesitant, but removed the bandage from her wrist to reveal the symbol of the Hizuru clan. The prince gently grabbed her wrist and stared at the symbol. "Did your parents give you this?" the prince asked. "My mother did," Mikasa answered as she removed her hand from his own and rewrapped the bandage. "She told me not to show it to anyone else, and that I was to pass it down to my children. And they've been doing it for generations," the prince marveled. "That's commitment." "Thank you," Mikasa smiled. "Hizuru is beautiful. I wish my mother could have seen it." Megatron noticed a look of what appeared to be understanding in his eyes before he laughed. "This is what I mean by not being an example as a prince," he explained. "We've been talking all this time, and I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Kenshin." "It's nice to meet you, Kenshin," Mikasa smiled. Later that night, Mikasa found herself guided to another guest room in the castle as Katsuko opened the door. Mikasa stared in awe at the sight. The bed was larger with blue silk sheets. There was a decorated divider for her to change behind. It was just so spacious. "We do hope that you enjoy your stay here at the palace," Katsuko smiled. Mikasa bowed respectfully to her. "Thank you, Lady Katsuko." "Get some rest," Katsuko told her. "Tomorrow will be busy." Katsuko closed the door to her room, allowing Mikasa to walk over to her bed and lie down. The bed was so soft. She almost fell asleep, but suddenly heard a knock at her door. She sat up and walked over to the door before opening it, surprised to see Megatron leaning against the frame. "What are you doing?" Mikasa asked him. "I came to check on you," Megatron answered, "and to give you this." Megatron showed Mikasa her scarf and handed it over to her. "You left it at the fox's house. I'm surprised. You never part with it." "Thank you," Mikasa told him as she took the scarf from him. "Tomorrow is when the festival officially starts," Megatron told her. "I'm assuming there's going to be a party, so be prepared for some high-class people." "But, they can't know who I am, right?" Mikasa asked him. "It's better if they don't know your actual name," Megatron answered her. "Being an Ackerman already makes you suspicious. You could probably just change your last name." Mikasa nodded her head in understanding. "You'll be there, right?" "It's my obligation. I won't be standing next to you the whole time, but I will be in the room," Megatron answered her, but noticed the rather nervous expression on her face. "Look, Mikasa, you did fairly well today," Megatron complimented. "Just hold your head high tomorrow, like you did today. And don't act nervous." Mikasa nodded her head. "I will." Megatron was ready to deactivate the hollow form, but Mikasa grabbed the hem of his sleeve. "Is everyone on the island all right?" Mikasa asked him. "There's no invasion, so everything is fine," Megatron declared. "It's not my job to keep track of everything happening there." "Can you tell them that I'm all right?" Mikasa asked him. Megatron was about to retort, but Hanji's words kept creeping in the back of his mind. "Just this once," Megatron relented. Mikasa gave a small smile to him. "Thank you. I really appreciate that." Megatron didn't respond to that as he deactivated the hollow form. The next day, Emperor Taisho was giving a speech to the crowd of Kyoto denizens as the press continued to take pictures. He continued to commemorate the beginning of the Spring Festival and the beginning of spring in Hizuru. Empress Katsuko stood by his side, and both were wearing sakutai in commemoration to the start of the Spring Festival. Kenshin was standing beside his father's advisors, also wearing a sakutai, but Mikasa could tell that he looked miserable, wanting to get out of the clothes, but he merely did his best to keep a neutral face. Mikasa was watching from behind the balcony, next to Kiyomi, who was in a blue kimono. Meanwhile, Mikasa was in a pink kimono, decorated with cherry blossoms that she honestly adored. When she first put it on, she couldn't stop admiring it. She never felt so happy before. Even now, Mikasa wanted to twirl around in the kimono, but she knew that she had to keep still. Her scarf was even able to match, so she wore it with the outfit. "You must be very excited," Kiyomi whispered to her. "I really like the kimono," Mikasa whispered back. "It's so pretty." "I'm glad to see you so happy," Kiyomi smiled. "Just to let you know, the event today will be very busy. If you want to leave at any time, let me know." Mikasa nodded. Do you remember your fake name? Kiyomi asked. Yui Ishikawa, Mikasa answered. Good, Kiyomi smiled, but this will be a good day for you. Taisho finished his speech and the crowd cheered. Kenshin seemed to sigh with relief before looking back at Mikasa. Mikasa gave a small smile, and the prince seemed to return it in kind. Later, the party among the noblemen continued in a large ballroom with a piano in the middle of it. Drinks were being served all around, and the windows and doors were open to show the beauty of the cherry blossoms in full bloom. Mikasa stood next to Kiyomi as she talked to some of the other noblemen. The story for he was that she was a distant relative of Kiyomi, and that she promised to bring her to the spring festival in the capital. Her identity as the heir to the throne and a denizen from Paradise had to be hidden, or else pandemonium would ensue. Mikasa saw a waiter bring some green tea to her and she took one of the small cups. She drank out of it and found it quite nice. Surprisingly, it wasn't as bitter compared to the tea within the walls. She continued drinking it as she looked around for Megatron. She was hoping to see at least one familiar face in this large sea of unfamiliar ones. Mikasa was finally able to find him, and was surprised to see the Titan on the far end of the ballroom, wearing a traditional black kimono with his arms crossed. Mikasa excused herself from the conversation and made her way over to him. Mikasa trailed off. Shut up, Megatron hissed. But this is formal wear. I would stand out in the holoform's default clothing, Megatron insisted. Mikasa didn't reply to that as she stood next. So this is a royal party. It's pretentious, Megatron rolled his eyes. It's nice, Mikasa proclaimed as she finished her tea, although there's no one here that I can really talk to. Seems the prince is busy, Megatron commented as he looked over at him. Kenshin appeared to be talking with some over-noblemen, but when they closed their eyes and began laughing, Kenshin made a face that clearly showed his disdain. He really needed to determine the prince's intentions. How is everyone at home? Mikasa asked. They send their regards, Megatron said bluntly. He wasn't going to go into detail about how Armin was having a panic attack every second, while Eren was apparently in a depression, according to the Hanji. That's good, Mikasa said before looking outside, seeing the cherry blossoms in bloom. The flowers are beautiful. It's too vibrant, Megatron proclaimed, and frail. Apparently, they only last for a week. That's probably why they started setting everything up so early, Mikasa proclaimed, it's years of tradition that they perfected. Megatron didn't reply to that as the waiter came by to offer some food on a dish. Megatron declined it while Mikasa took a Sakura Mochi. She took a small bite and was delighted by how sweet it was. It tasted so nice. Megatron took note of Mikasa's delighted expression and was a little relieved. He thought that she would be nervous the entire time, but she's finding comfort in the small things. I needed to get away from that, Kenshin groaned as he made his way towards the two. Are you alright? Mikasa asked him. Keeping a straight face with those guys is draining, Kenshin answered. I can imagine, Megatron proclaimed. Black's a good look for you, Kenshin complimented. I hate it, Megatron declared. So, are you done talking with them for the rest of the day? Mikasa asked him. Not yet, Kenshin said in irritation, damn I wish I could leave, but I have to play something in honor of the festival. It's expected of me. Do you play the guitar? Mikasa asked him. No, the shamisen, Kenshin answered. Shamisen? Mikasa questioned. You'll see it soon enough, Kenshin proclaimed, I'll have to prepare soon. I hope you'll stay for it. Kenshin waved goodbye as he grabbed wine from one of the servants and drank it. He's rather suspicious, Megatron proclaimed. Because he is part of the royal family and they don't want me here. Mikasa assumed. Because he is part of the royal family and he seems to want you here, Megatron answered. He does? Mikasa questioned in surprise. The crowd seemed to become livelier as a person walked over and sat down at the seat of the piano. A stool was placed next to the piano as the musician patiently waited. Then out stepped Kenshin, holding a rather large pick in one hand and a long-shaped guitar in the other. Kiyomi beckoned the two of them to join the crowd as Kenshin sat down with the instrument in hand. Mikasa followed curiously while Megatron followed her with apathy. Kenshin positioned the instrument at a good angle and placed the large pick against the strings. He nodded to the piano player, and the musician positioned his fingers above the keys. Then, Mikasa was stunned by the sound she heard as Kenshin began to play. It was odd and high-pitched. It sounded sour, but somehow beautiful. He played each note with grace and precision, captivating the entire audience, including her. He was able to effortlessly create a melody with 3 strings. The next thing Mikasa knew, the piano player joined in, and it felt like she was transported to another world. It was beautiful. The song itself made her feel like she was on air, or in a beautiful garden. It was light, melodic, soft. Somehow, the music matched the environment outside. It matched the beauty of the flowers and the beginning of spring. Mikasa looked over to see Katsuko's expression of pride, while Taisho was still rather neutral. Mikasa looked over at Kiyomi and noted how the woman seemed to be reminiscing. Meanwhile, Kenshin was completely focused as he continued playing. With both his eyes and ears, he anticipated the notes that he needed to play. His fingers moved with utmost precision, and he seemed to actually be lost in the music. Mikasa looked back to Megatron, and was surprised by his expression. His arms were crossed, but his face didn't show any malice, or apathy. He actually seemed slightly invested, almost as if he liked what he was hearing. Before Mikasa realized it, Kenshin began to play his notes at a softer and quieter tone, and the piano player seemed to follow. The song faded out and it was over. She was so lost in it that she didn't realize it was over. The crowd applauded Kenshin as he and the piano player stood up and bowed. Kenshin handed the instrument over to one of the servants as another one took the stool he was sitting on. Kenshin greeted the audience as they praised him for his performance. It was nice, Mikasa told Kiyomi. Kenshin is very skilled, Kiyomi declared, he always performs every year because of it. Kiyomi smiled as Kenshin walked over to her and the two hugged. Well done, Kiyomi told him. I was bored out of my mind, Kenshin whispered to her. Kiyomi snickered. Don't say that around your father. Go take a break. I'll stall for you. Kenshin thanked her before turning and grabbing Mikasa's hand. Let's go, he smiled. To where? Mikasa asked as Kenshin pulled her away from the crowd. The garden, Kenshin answered. Megatron quickly followed the two, but caught something out of the corner of his eye. It was Taisho, looking at the two of them with disdain. Megatron didn't say anything about it as he exited the ballroom. The three continued to make their way down the hall and out the palace. Mikasa then found herself immersed in a green, lush garden with 2 cherry blossom trees on both ends of the garden. Finally, peace and quiet, Kenshin sighed with relief. Your performance was beautiful, Mikasa complimented. Really? I hated it, Kenshin admitted. I've played that song multiple times that I've grown rather sick of it. I had to practice that for a month so that there weren't any imperfections, as my father put it. Like what? Mikasa asked him. Like playing the wrong note, Kenshin answered, a single wrong note and I have to restart the whole thing. Oh, what torture, Megatron mockingly said. You're the one wearing the kimono, Kenshin retorted as he sat down on the bench. Unlike you, I can change this in an instant, Megatron declared as the kimono changed back into the holoform's default clothing. You lucky bastard, Kenshin hissed, hiding his surprise, before turning to Mikasa, so, do you play any instruments? No, Mikasa replied, even if I wanted to, I couldn't afford it. Sorry about that, Kenshin apologized, do you sing? Not very often, Mikasa answered, I'm sure I can't hold a tune. Have you even sung in front of anyone before? Kenshin asked. No, Mikasa answered. Then how would you know if you can hold a tune without a second opinion? Kenshin challenged, tell you what, you sing a tune, and if you sound bad, I will sing along with you to mask your bad singing. If you so much as break my audio receptors, I will break you, Megatron swore. It doesn't have to be long, right? Mikasa asked. However long you want it, Kenshin reassured. Mikasa thought it over. Okay. Kenshin smiled as he moved over on the bench, allowing Mikasa to sit down next to him. The Ackerman grew nervous, trying to think about what to sing. She was never really asked to sing anything before. So, what should she sing? Mikasa thought about a song sung by some military men and lower-class citizens of the wall, and began to play it out in her mind. Chairs so close and room so small, Mikasa began, you and I talk all the night long. Mikasa remembered reading the book about the outside world with Eren and Armin in the night, hiding away under a blanket with an oil lamp next to them. Meager this space but serves us so well. We comrades have stories to tell. The 104th all sat together, talking about how brutal training was with the 3D gear that day. And it's always like that in the evening time. We drink and we sing when our fighting is done. The Survey Corps watched with interest as Optimus explained some of his war stories in a rather animated manner for someone so reserved. And it's always so we live under the burnt clouds. Ease our burden, long as the night. Just as no stars can be seen. We are stars and we'll beam on our town. We must all gather as one. Sing with hope and the fear will be gone. Mikasa finished singing, feeling the silence and the awkwardness of it all. She looked over at Kenshin who was staring at her in surprise and awe. I'm sorry, Mikasa apologized. Don't apologize, that was great, Kenshin smiled, and you don't sing at all? No, Mikasa answered, I don't really have the time for it. And, singing was always seen as something to be happy and positive. I haven't really had a lot of positive things happen in my life. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Kenshin told her, I have no reason to pry into your business. Thank you, Mikasa told him. What did you think? Kenshin asked Megatron. I don't care for it, Megatron proclaimed as he kept his back turned. Kenshin laughed at his response. Anyway, do you want to go back to the party? I'm certain your parents wouldn't want you to stay out this long, Mikasa proclaimed as she stood up. I can deal with them, Kenshin retorted, I'm asking if you want to go back to the party. I wouldn't mind staying here, just a little bit longer, Mikasa admitted as she admired the cherry blossoms. Kenshin nodded his head as he looked up at the blooming tree. The prince looked over at the Titan, and noticed, his hand was out, and, that he was observing a lone petal that fell into his hand. Kenshin thought that it was odd. The Titan seemed repulsed by anything human-related, but he decided not to ask about it. Day 4. Mikasa opened her eyes and sat up on bed. She stretched her arms and yawned. She was about to go and wake up Armin, but stopped when she realized that the sheets were made of silk. She looked around her room and realized that she was still in the Hizuru Palace. She wasn't back home. Mikasa's shoulders slightly drooped before she lied back down on the bed. She missed them. She missed home and she missed her friends. She missed Armin and she missed Eren. She really wished that they could have come. They would have enjoyed the festival together. They could have enjoyed the flowers blooming and the beauty of this nation, but, here she was alone. And it just made her sad. Mikasa brushed her teeth and fixed her hair. Mikasa then changed out of her pajama and into a black kimono with a flower pattern at the bottom. She really did prefer the pink kimono, but this was also rather nice. Mikasa picked up her scarf and wrapped it around her neck, tucking the ends of it within her kimono. She fixed her bed as neatly as possible before exiting her room. She shut the door, but was surprised to find Megatron sitting outside of her room in his hollow form. His head rested on his hand while his knees were raised up. You're here early, Mikasa remarked. I have to make sure that nothing bad happens to you, Megatron proclaimed with a roll of his eyes, or else I get blamed if something bad happens to you. I'm so sorry, Mikasa apologized as she kneeled down next to him. I don't need your pity, Megatron declared. It's not pity, Mikasa insisted, you should be resting, but, I'm making things more complicated for you. I know you just want to make things right with Optimus, but this doesn't coincide with your plan, helping out a worthless human. Megatron didn't respond to that as his face turned, rather sour. He managed to calm his nerves before he unleashed an unnecessary outburst. Mikasa didn't deserve that. If you want, you can find a way to pay me back, Megatron suggested. But I don't know what to offer you, Mikasa said. We'll figure it out, Megatron declared as he stood up. Mikasa stood up next to him and the two walked down the hall. They entered a room that Kenshin was in as he appeared to be in a lesson of some kind. Megatron quietly stood by the door while Mikasa sat next to him. Ready to follow the daily life of a prince? Kenshin whispered to her. Mikasa nodded her head. She could do this. Later. Mikasa never knew how difficult the life of royalty could be. They essentially have to know everything and anything about the world around them. Kenshin went through multiple lessons about history, math, literature, even public speaking. Kenshin looked like he could handle it, but both Mikasa and Megatron could tell that he didn't want to be there, at all. None of his teachers noticed his distress. After the last lesson finished and the teacher left, Kenshin threw the book aside and walked out the room, causing Mikasa to quickly follow while Megatron apathetically followed behind. "Where are we going now?" Mikasa asked. "I'm going to train," Kenshin answered. "You're welcome to join me." "I still don't understand why you haven't gone with your creators and the Fox on their political endeavor instead of remaining here," Megatron remarked. "They didn't need me," Kenshin explained, "and if I'm being honest, I would prefer not to be there." Kenshin opened the door to the training room and Mikasa marveled at the sight. There were swords that were hanging on the wall, bow and arrows directly next to them. Wooden weapons hanging on racks and mannequins placed in certain areas of the room. "Make yourself at home," Kenshin said as he removed some of the layers on his kimono. "I would probably have to change out of this kimono," Mikasa proclaimed. "I'll be right back." Megatron watched Mikasa leave the room as Kenshin picked up one of the wooden swords. The ex-con made his way to one of the swords and picked it up. He unsheathed it and examined the blade in his hands. "This is very light," Megatron commented. "That's a fairly standard katana," Kenshin proclaimed as he practiced some of his strikes. They originally were used by the samurai, but after advancements in military weapons around the world and civil disagreements in regards to the Eldian Empire, they were officially disbanded. "I'm assuming that you use a much heavier weapon." "I use a sword," Megatron explained, twirling the weapon through his fingers with ease, "but not one like this." "So what was your combat experience like?" Kenshin asked him. "A gladiator," Megatron answered. "I'm assuming not by choice," Kenshin said, causing Megatron to look at him in surprise. "We had gladiators on this world, too. And many of them were either slaves, prisoners, or owed some type of debt. No one wants to willingly risk their life for the entertainment of others. I wasn't given many options on my home world," Megatron explained. "Even among the stars, beings like you go through the nasty world of politics and corrupt governments," Kenshin sighed in irritation. "You seem disappointed," Megatron remarked. "I kind of expected an advanced race to have their shit sorted out," Kenshin admitted. "Advanced technology could live long lives, but it sounds like it's all the same wherever I go." Mikasa returned in a pair of shorts, a white shirt showing off her abdomen, fingerless gloves, and straps around her ankles. "Holy shit, you have ABS!" Kenshin exclaimed. "Sorry," Mikasa apologized, suddenly feeling self-conscious. "Don't be," Kenshin said, "but what kind of training do you go through on the island?" "It's quite brutal," Mikasa admitted. "Well, want to give kendo a try?" Kenshin offered as he offered her the wooden sword in his hand. "Kendo?" Mikasa questioned as she took the wooden sword from him. She couldn't help but notice how heavy it felt. "It's similar to sword fighting, but usually a lot safer," Kenshin explained as he grabbed another wooden sword. "Its purpose is to help train the body and mind." "Sounds boring," Megatron commented as he leaned against the wall. "Well, I'm sorry it doesn't match to your standards." Kenshin rolled his eyes as he got into a fighting stance. His legs were spread apart while he was holding the sword upright. "Mimic my fighting stance." Mikasa took Kenshin's advice and mimicked his fighting stance. "We can start with the basics, the Shikaiwaza," Kenshin began. "They are essentially the offensive moves. Renzokuwaza are consecutive attacks instead of single strikes. Like this." Kenshin raised his weapons and swung diagonally, but Mikasa was able to block it with ease. Kenshin then swung opposite of her and Mikasa blocked it once more. Kenshin went for a third strike, this time for her legs. Mikasa was prepared to block, but Kenshin suddenly changed directions and struck Mikasa on her side. Mikasa was startled by the action, but Kenshin merely returned to his fighting stance. "See, What I did there was more of a fake move, Kenshin explained. It's not fair when practicing kendo, but it is something that does happen in actual combat. Want to give it a try? Mikasa didn't respond and automatically swung to his side. Kenshin was able to block it in time as Mikasa swung upwards towards his face. Kenshin dodged the attack just in time. Mikasa was ready to make a third strike, but Kenshin saw an opening and hit her on her shoulder blade. Mikasa stopped mid-strike and rubbed her shoulder in pain. That was Dabanawaza, Kenshin explained. I sensed that you were going to make another strike of your own, so I struck first. Mikasa nodded her head as she got into the same fighting stance. Footwork also matters too in the world of kendo, Kenshin continued. It's better to be light on your toes and moving whenever making a strike. Usually in kendo, the opponents are moving front to back as they're making their strikes. Strike me again. Mikasa made a downward strike at Kenshin's head, but Kenshin quickly moved backwards and blocked the attack. Mikasa swung again as she took a step forward, but Kenshin flipped his sword upside down and blocked the attack. Kenshin took a step forward and carried the wooden sword over his shoulder before making a strike, taking Mikasa by surprise. She still managed to dodge the attack in time before swinging and hitting Kenshin in his side. That hurt, Kenshin winced, but that was good. Why did you carry your sword over your shoulder? Mikasa asked. It's called Katsuji Waza, Kenshin answered. This is meant to surprise your opponents because of how uncommon it is. Although it can leave you wide open if your opponent anticipates it. Mikasa nodded her head in response. By the Allspark, this is boring, Megatron declared. If you want, you can try it, Kenshin offered. Absolutely not, Megatron declared. I have no reason to lower myself to rather cheap techniques. Are your techniques more superior than years of tradition? Kenshin asked as he placed the sword on the ground and leaned against it. Of course, Megatron answered as he stood up, because years of tradition wouldn't last you a second in the gladiator pits of Kaon. No opponent fights fair there. They are fighting to survive. I want to learn this, Mikasa declared. And if you're that upset, then why don't you fight? Kenshin suggested. Megatron smirked. That would be much more fun. Mikasa felt a sense of dread as Kenshin threw the wooden sword to Megatron, who caught it with ease. I'm not fighting with this, Megatron declared as he threw the wooden sword aside. I'm using the katana, and I'm going to be fighting the Ackerman. Kenshin noticed Mikasa's worried expression and walked up to the former warlord. Isn't your sole obligation to protect Mikasa, and make sure no harm comes to her? I would assume that would also mean it not coming from her bodyguard. Believe me when I say this, she doesn't need protecting, Megatron declared, pointing to Mikasa. She's more than capable of defending herself. And she's also an Ackerman, a Titan in human form. Why do you think she was able to take out 16 Titans all on her own after she graduated from her training program? Still, this would not look good for you if she got hurt because of you, Kenshin insisted. Megatron then turned his attention to Mikasa. You said you didn't know how to pay me back for my services, Ackerman. This is how you can. I want to see what you are truly capable of. No Titans, no allies in the way, just two opponents going head to head. Megatron grabbed two Wakaizushi swords and handed it over to her by the handles. Prove to me your worth, Mikasa Ackerman. Mikasa stared at the swords while Kenshin looked at her with concern. Should she do this? It would no doubt put her in danger. She had seen firsthand what Megatron was capable of when he fought Optimus. So why was someone like him willing to take the time to see her strength? She knew she wasn't skilled like him, or Optimus. Eren was still training under Optimus. What could she possibly do with no training against someone who very easily hurt her and no doubt would? She had no idea what willed her to grab the swords, but she took them both from his hands. Mikasa stared at her reflection in the sword before looking back up at Megatron. She put on a serious face as she put one sword in the other hand and got into a fighting stance. The swords were pointed outward and her legs were spread out. Fine. Mikasa finally responded. This is not a good idea. Kenshin declared. He raised his hands and took a step back as Megatron pointed the katana at his face. Stay out of this, boy, Megatron ordered. Kenshin grew fearful as Megatron walked a good distance away from Mikasa. He spread his legs out and raised the katana at shoulder level. Kenshin looked back and forth from the Titan to the Ackerman, worried about the outcome of this fight, and realizing how powerless he was in this situation. Mikasa tried to keep herself calm, but she could feel her arms trembling. What was she doing? Why was she doing this? Mikasa gasped as Megatron rushed towards her with the katana raised in the air. Mikasa used the Wakaizashi sword to block the attack, but Megatron's strength was forcing her downward. Mikasa thought fast and kicked Megatron in the stomach, causing him to go backwards. Mikasa spun and used both of her blades to strike him, but Megatron quickly flipped the sword over in order to block the two of hers. Megatron forced Mikasa back, but the Ackerman almost lost her balance due to his strength. She flipped backwards and landed on her feet before getting into another fighting stance, using the swords to protect her center. Megatron ran towards her once more, and Mikasa willed herself to go on the offensive as well. Their swords began to clash as they tried to land a single hit on each other. Megatron grew more and more excited while Mikasa was more shocked than anything. How did she know these techniques? Megatron thrusted the katana forward, and Mikasa was able to block the attack from hitting the side of her face. The katana scratched the twin swords, causing sparks to fly. The two were now face to face, Mikasa gritting her teeth while Megatron grinned with delight. "You're more impressive than I thought," Megatron declared. Mikasa swung her swords upward, but Megatron dodged the attack with ease before swiping at her legs. Mikasa jumped into the air and landed on her feet before striking Megatron again. Megatron blocked the attack and the two continued to clash swords once more. Mikasa saw Megatron ready to strike at her head, but something inside of her told her to bend back. Mikasa bended her back as the katana missed her face. Mikasa saw an opening on Megatron's side and stood fully up before swinging there. Mikasa was surprised when Megatron caught her wrist and twisted it, causing the sword to fall out of her hand. Mikasa raised the other sword to slice through Megatron's arm, but Megatron let go of her arm before elbowing her in her face. Mikasa rolled across the room and hit the wall before wincing in pain. "All right, that's enough," Kenshin shouted. "I told you to stay out of it," Megatron warned. Mikasa rubbed her cheek and forced herself to stand up. She saw that the other Wakaizashi sword was behind Megatron and out of reach. The former warlord got into another fighting stance and aimed his weapon at Mikasa while Mikasa kept a steady grip on hers. As Megatron charged again, Mikasa heard that voice again. "Dive." Mikasa ran and slid right under Megatron's swing before rolling and grabbing the other Wakaizashi sword. Mikasa saw Megatron turned around and prepared another swipe at her head, but Mikasa used the swords to stop the katana from hitting her face. Mikasa grunted as she realized she was still on her knees, and needed to get up. Mikasa tilted her body to the swing of Megatron's sword and was able to get out of the lock. She kicked the katana out of Megatron's hands before getting back up on her feet. She tried swinging at him once more, but Megatron caught both blades with both hands. He ripped the blades from Mikasa's grip and tossed them aside before throwing a punch at her. Mikasa managed to catch the punch, which took both her and Kenshin completely off guard. That surprise was short-lived when Megatron grabbed her arm and threw her across the room. Mikasa stumbled onto her feet and somehow managed to grab one of the Wakaizashi swords on the floor. Mikasa charged at Megatron and swung at his face, somehow managing to cut his cheek. Kenshin watched in shock as the cut on Megatron's cheek gave off a rather distorted shape. Megatron then jumped over Mikasa and grabbed the katana before making another swipe at her head. Mikasa grew concerned when she realized she didn't have the advantage of both swords to support the strike. Megatron saw an opening and made a swipe at her lower arm. Mikasa cried out as the katana cut through her wrist and the back of her hand, causing her to drop the sword and draw blood. "Mikasa!" Kenshin exclaimed before noticing the bow and arrows up on the wall of weapons before running to grab them. Mikasa saw her bleeding hand and the damaged glove before seeing Megatron ready to strike again. Mikasa somehow managed to catch the blade with both hands, but the injury on her arm was making it harder to hold the blade upright. Megatron forced the blade downward and it inched closer and closer to her shoulder blade, right next to her neck. Mikasa grew more and more terrified as the blade inched closer. She tried to create some distance. She tried to bend her knees and push the blade upward, but that only made Megatron push down harder. It's been so long since she's felt this scared. She was hyperventilating, she was fully ready to burst into tears. She felt like she was going to die. You must fight. Mikasa head bent downward to the floor as sweat dripped down her face. Mikasa grunted and gritted her teeth. She couldn't. You must live. Mikasa growled as she pushed against the floor with her feet. She could feel it bend beneath her toes. Live, Mikasa. Megatron noticed Mikasa beginning to push back against him. Fight, Mikasa. Fight, Mikasa spoke. Megatron was surprised to see Mikasa glaring at him. Fight. Megatron was startled when he noticed that her eyes had a faint tint of blue within them. Fight. Mikasa shouted as her feet pressed into the floor so hard that it broke beneath her. Mikasa then broke the katana in her grip before taking the blade and thrusting it towards Megatron. Megatron didn't have time to dodge as the blade went straight through his hand and into his arm. His arm lost shape as the blade fell right through it. Megatron dodged 2 punches from Mikasa before catching the third one with his stable hand. Mikasa used her other hand to punch Megatron square in the face. Megatron used his remaining arm to grab Mikasa by her neck and pinning her to the ground. Mikasa managed to grab the Wakizashi sword to her right and pushed it right against Megatron's neck. Before either of them could make a move, Megatron yelled in pain as an arrow went straight into the arm holding Mikasa down. The arm became distorted and Mikasa was released from Megatron's grip. Mikasa gasped for air and with relief as the arrow fell out of Megatron's distorted arm. Mikasa sat up and noticed Megatron glaring at Kenshin, who had another arrow drawn on his bow, ready to fire at Megatron again. Mikasa was prepared to intervene, but winced in pain and saw that her hand was still bleeding. Her entire body was shot. She was too exhausted to move. Kenshin noticed Mikasa's plight and put the arrow back in the quiver before rushing to her aid. Are you alright? I'm okay, Mikasa panted. Megatron could see the pain in Mikasa's face, realizing just how badly this could blow up in his face. He tried to get up without his arms, but Kenshin saw his movements and quickly drew his arrow again. You've done enough, Kenshin declared. Megatron didn't respond as Kenshin helped Mikasa to her feet. The only thing that he could really do was deactivate the hollow form. Later, Mikasa held the cold towel against her face and winced as Kenshin applied alcohol to her wounds. He looked back at the book opened in front of him before tying a string to a curved needle. Mikasa held her tongue as Kenshin began to stitch up her wounded hand. I'm sorry, Kenshin apologized, I'm not really good with medicine, and I don't want to get any of the servants involved. They might tell my parents and that could very well lead to another problem. What about the damage we caused? Mikasa asked him. I'll figure it out, Kenshin answered. If he was being honest, he didn't know what to do. There was a broken katana, a broken floor, and small blood splatters from her wound. If Kiyomi was here, she could easily cover it up, but he couldn't do that with his parents. I'm sorry, Kenshin, Mikasa apologized. It didn't sound like he was giving you a proper choice, Kenshin reasoned, I'm sorry I couldn't do enough to stop him. It's best that you didn't do too much, Mikasa proclaimed, he might have actually hurt you. Is he always like this? Kenshin asked her. Mikasa nodded her head. It doesn't sound safe, Kenshin proclaimed. Everyone usually avoids him, Mikasa explained, no one really talks to him, or even likes him. He doesn't like humanity either. He hates us and is only here on this world for personal reasons. So it's an alliance of interest, Kenshin concluded. Yes, Mikasa answered, he would have left long ago if it wasn't for his personal reasons. Kenshin finished stitching up the wound before putting a little more alcohol. Once he finished, he put everything away in the medical kit. I'll try to do my best to keep this under wraps, Kenshin swore, it wouldn't look good for either of us if this ended up getting out. But the room. I'll take care of the room, Kenshin cut her off, just get some rest. Okay, Mikasa relented. Kenshin smiled as he grabbed everything and left Mikasa's room. Mikasa looked back at her stitched up hand and grew concerned. Was she going to get into trouble? How was she going to explain any of this? What could she do? Kenshin entered the training area and was shocked to find it, almost exactly the way that he entered earlier today. The equipment was clean and left untouched, the blood stain was out of the floor, it all looked so neat. The only thing that looked damaged was the floor, but that was because Mikasa broke it. He had no idea how he was supposed to justify that. "Son," Emperor Taisho spoke as he entered the room, causing Kenshin to stiffen. "Father, you're back." Kenshin turned and bowed to his father. "What is wrong?" Taisho asked him. "You seem to be worried." "Something happened in training today," Kenshin confessed. "And what would that be?" Taisho demanded as he crossed his arms. Kenshin felt something get lodged in his throat. "What happened was, I used it," Megatron answered as he entered the room. Kenshin was shocked, but Taisho didn't notice it as he looked up at Megatron. "You did?" Taisho questioned. "I was rather bored following your son's daily routine, and I assumed that the Ackerman would be safe in his hands," Megatron explained as he walked past Taisho to Kenshin, "so I needed something to occupy my time." Kenshin was surprised when Megatron put a hand on his shoulder. "Kenshin was kind enough to guide me here, so I spent my time training. Unfortunately I left a bit of a mess, so I had to do some cleaning." Megatron gestured to the broken floor. "I don't really know how to fix that." Megatron then brought out the broken katana and showed it to Taisho. "And I tried to find a blacksmith, but there wasn't one around the castle." Taisho was a little irritated as he walked over and grabbed the handle of the broken katana. "It is expensive to make these. I'm used to using much heavier swords," Megatron explained. "I don't know what to do about the floor. I tend to forget how my strength translates to this human form." "Luckily for you, we were already looking to remodel the floor," Taisho declared. "Years of use has worn it down. However, I can't say I'm pleased about the katana. I'm certain this alliance between Hizuru and Paradis will work itself out in order to pay you back for the sword," Megatron proclaimed. Taisho didn't respond to that as he turned to his son. "We'll have a discussion later." Taisho handed Megatron the handle of the blade back before walking out of the training room. Kenshin sighed with relief once he was certain his father was out of earshot before turning to the former warlord. "Vinegar works well for blood stains," Megatron informed Kenshin as he put the equipment on the table. "You covered this up," Kenshin declared. "It wasn't easy, but I had to make the effort," Megatron declared. "I want this to stay between the three of us, and I'm assuming you don't want to tell your creator about this." "Thanks," Kenshin told Megatron. "I wouldn't say your thanks just yet," Megatron declared as he approached the prince. Kenshin stumbled back into the table and gripped the edge as Megatron loomed over him. "You shot me in the arm with an arrow before a victor could be decided." "I don't regret my decision," Kenshin declared, trying to keep his composure, "and you need to apologize to Mikasa." Megatron laughed at that. "And why would I do that?" "Because it was super clear she thought she was going to die," Kenshin exclaimed, finding his voice and standing up straight. "You elbowed her in her face, you gave her a gash on her arm, and you almost sliced her neck open." "She's dealt with far worse," Megatron shrugged. "That doesn't matter," Kenshin declared. "She was already at a disadvantage because she could get hurt while you would be completely fine. On top of that, she was putting her trust in you to protect her. Now she's scared that you're going to hurt me for getting involved." Kenshin sighed in frustration as he ran his fingers through his hair. "This is not how I was expecting today to go. I just needed to blow off some steam." "I don't care what it is." Kenshin cut him off. "That doesn't give you an excuse to use real swords and inflict real harm. You could have used a bukin." "You better watch your tone," Megatron warned. "Or what?" Kenshin demanded. "You have a whole array of weapons. The broken katana is right next to the both of us. If you wanted to do something to me, you would have done it by now. I'm a damn politician. I know when someone is selling me a damn bluff." Megatron didn't say a word at that, but he did want to strangle Kenshin. He was right though. He noticed the broken katana on the table. It would have been so easy to end his life for his insubordination. "There was another reason I'm keeping this strictly between us," Kenshin explained. "Mikasa is already perceived in a negative light by everyone here. The servants that know her identity see her as an Eldian devil. They gossip about her whenever I pass by, calling her insulting and degrading names. My father doesn't want her here because she's a threat to the throne. I'm the only one who's willing to talk to her. So what you did would have just been an excuse for their insults and justifications. Megatron was taken off guard by that. He had been so focused on keeping tabs on Mikasa that he had no idea this was going on. Primus, he was associated with Mikasa. He should have heard the insults thrown at him when he went through their supplies just by association alone. I don't know your story, Kenshin continued, but I did read your associate's notes on you. Your behavior, not okay. And it doesn't help you long term because no one would be willing to trust you. I know you hate humanity, and I know you're here for personal reasons, but do you really want to spend the rest of your life having people hate you and being scared of you? I'm not answering that, Megatron replied. You don't have to, Kenshin declared, apologize to Mikasa. Now. Kenshin pushed past Megatron and shut the door to the training room, allowing Megatron to fume in anger. That brat had no idea who he was talking to. Megatron leaned forward against the table where the broken katana was. Apologize. How absurd. Megatron looked down at the broken blade and saw his reflection. His anger began to fade as he reflected back on the fight with Mikasa. She showed much promise. With proper training, she could become one of the most powerful soldiers humanity has ever seen. However, the blue in her eyes when she broke the katana bothered him. It wasn't something he was expecting to see. Was it because she was an Ackerman? Did she even have any other connection to the power of the Titans? There wasn't much research that could be done. There were only 3 Ackermans. Megatron then felt bitter. He reflected on the moments prior to seeing the hint of blue in Mikasa's eyes. The pure fear on her face when Megatron was forcing the blade towards her neck. She was terrified in that moment. He wasn't going to kill her. He couldn't. He would get in trouble, and he respected her. But, she no doubt thought that he was. She was scared that he was going to end her life, which caused that reaction. She was scared of him. Megatron shook his head. Who cares? They were all just pathetic humans. They weren't worth his time. At all. He remembered seeing tears well up in Mikasa's eyes in that moment, and he finally recognized what this feeling was. It was guilt. Do you really want to spend the rest of your life having people hate you and being scared of you? I need to know if I can trust you to do your job and not act out and be aggressive to the most powerful people in the nation. Can I trust you not to act out? All I'm asking is for you to be considerate of Mikasa's feelings and not to be so callous to her. Megatron shut his eyes and grimaced. He didn't deserve this, but he was given an opportunity to be trusted. Even if it was by lowly humans, and he was abusing that chance. He was being selfish. He wanted to fight Mikasa out of selfishness, and he ended up hurting Mikasa. He knew how scared and frightened she was, away from home, and away from her family. And he just took advantage of her vulnerability for a good fight. Megatron stood up. He didn't know what he was doing, but he had to try and make this right. Later that night, Mikasa, now in her pajamas, looked at the stitches in the mirror and noticed how fast it was healing up. She flexed her fingers and found little to no pain in her wound. The bruise on her cheek was practically gone. She wasn't sure if she should remove the stitches or leave them in for an extra day, but she wasn't sure how she was going to hide this. If her friends saw it, how would she explain it to them? Mikasa heard a knock on her door and quickly covered the stitches with her sleeve. She hid her arms behind her back and stared at the door. Come in, Mikasa said. She grew stiff when Megatron opened the door, holding something in his hand. She couldn't tell what it was. I thought that you'd be back on the island, Mikasa remarked, wrapping her hand around her stitches. Megatron didn't respond to that as he offered her the bagged item. What is this? Mikasa asked with caution. Ackerman, I'm only going to say this once, Megatron began. Mikasa saw Megatron's mouth form a thin line. He shut his eyes and she could see his eyebrows twitch in agitation. I'm sorry. Mikasa was completely shocked by Megatron's response. You're sorry. Megatron sighed in response, not really at Mikasa's confusion, but at the difficulty of the situation. I nearly caused serious harm to you because of my own selfish reasons. I ended up hurting you as a result. You're one of the few people I respect, and I didn't want you looking at me with fear. Mikasa saw that Megatron was struggling to say the word, but he continued. You put your trust in me, and I failed you. Mikasa could see the conflicted and the worry in Megatron's eyes. She could tell that he was being honest with her, which was something she never expected out of him. Mikasa decided to take the bag from his hand and opened it. She found there to be 3 origami and 2 sakura mochi in the box. I asked the servants to make those for you, Megatron explained. I also noticed that you seemed to enjoy the pink desert, so I got you too. Mikasa was genuinely touched by the act, but part of her knew she couldn't trust this, considering Megatron's track record. Is this a bribe? So that I don't tell the commander or Optimus what happened. Megatron rolled his eyes. No matter what my answer is, I doubt that you would believe me. And you don't have to. I respect you, and I don't want you to be scared of me. Mikasa stared at Megatron before looking down at the food. I didn't think you could be sincere. You're always so angry. I can be sincere, Megatron proclaimed. You look like you wanted to throw up, Mikasa retorted. I never knew you were capable of sass, Megatron smirked. What about the Emperor? Mikasa asked him. I took full responsibility, Megatron answered. I told him that I was training in that room and that I didn't know my own strength. The only things that I couldn't fix were the sword and the floor. And Kenshin? Mikasa asked. I can't say much about him, but I did what I could to minimize his involvement, Megatron answered. I hope everything is fine tomorrow, Mikasa said, mostly to herself. Thank you, Megatron. And good night. Mikasa closed the door and placed the food next to the bed. She took one of the rice balls and took a bite, enjoying the simple taste. However, she might just rush it just get to the sakura mochi. It tasted really good. Meanwhile, Megatron left the door to Mikasa's room to go and find Kenshin. Maybe threatening that boy for the arrow and his back talk might make him feel better. He was definitely not feeling better after apologizing to Mikasa, and was not having conflicting emotions about that. And seeing Mikasa a little more at ease was not making him feel better. He was going to take his anger out on the prince. Megatron ended up at the door to the library and was ready to open it, but stopped when he heard talking. Megatron retracted his hand and leaned against the door, listening in on the conversation. It's not like you're making things any better, Kenshin retorted. You're not exactly coming off as friendly to them. You just show disdain when they don't have their eyes on you, or you're forcing a smile. You do understand that Mikasa is a threat to our family. Taisho reminded. She could take the throne from us. If Mikasa wanted to take the throne and get rid of us, believe me, she would have done it by now, Kenshin declared. She is honestly the sweetest girl I've ever met, and a lot nicer than those noblemen daughters. She knows nothing about our culture, Taisho reminded. She's a commoner. She's a soldier who just wants a normal life, Kenshin proclaimed. She would be able to and is willing to understand our people. Why do you hate her? Is it because you think she's going to take the throne? Is it because she grew up on the island? What is it? Do you see her as a devil? Because she clearly is not. Our people won't see that, Taisho declared. When they see Mikasa, all they'll see is an ignorant commoner who is also an Eldian devil. No one wants her on the throne, except for you. Because you wish to escape your duties as a prince and future emperor to this country. How can I escape something that was never mine to begin with? Kenshin rhetorically asked. I want what's best for our people, and if putting Mikasa on the throne is the best option for that, I would be more than happy to relinquish the crown. You are being naive, Taisho declared. You are thinking of your own selfish desires and not the benefit of Hizuru. I am thinking of the benefit of Hizuru, Kenshin declared. Wouldn't it be better to side with the nation that has the founding titan, the Jaws Titan, 2 metal titans, one of whom can fly, the long-lost descendant of Hizuru's ruler, and millions of colossal titans that could flatten the earth? It's better to make friends with them and be kind to them. And what exactly do you think would happen if we were open trade with them, making it public to the rest of the world? Taisho demanded. How do you think they would react? They see Paradise as an island of devils. Almost as a source of all evil. Destroying the island would be better for the world instead of making allies. We would be next if anyone else found out about our affairs. Or you can just throw Auntie Kiyomi aside and leave her to dry, Kenshin hissed. She knew the risks when she took this task, Taisho declared. If she fails, it's because of her own foolishness and greed. So we risk the rumbling being activated and possibly having our nation being flattened into powder. Kenshin demanded, Father, there is a chance that the rumbling might not be activated at all, and you are only giving the Titan 3 months to figure it out. If the Titan had the solution already, then they wouldn't be crawling to us for our help, Taisho declared. They are desperate and out of options. We cannot put faith in that. It's safer to go along with Zeke Jaeger's plan. It still requires the rumbling. Kenshin explained, we shouldn't be resorting to that. We have to try to find a more diplomatic solution. There is no diplomatic solution when the world sees the island as devils, Taisho reminded. But we know that's not true. Look at Mikasa. Kenshin retorted. We're done with this conversation, Taisho declared. Father. Done, Taisho ordered. Kenshin sneered. Good to know my father is a coward. Taisho stood up. Do not insult your emperor. Know your place. Kenshin grimaced and didn't respond to that as he whistled for his dogs to come. Tadao and Kenzo walked over to Kenshin before the prince stormed out. Kenshin waited until his dogs were out the door before slamming it shut behind him. Kenshin groaned in irritation, wanting to scream in anger. Kenshin heard Kenzo whimpering and turned to see Megatron staring at him with his piercing red eyes. So, you weren't all talk. Megatron spoke. Let me guess, you thought I was trying to get close to Mikasa to take advantage of her, Kenshin whispered to him. I've seen it happen too many times to turn a blind optic, Megatron declared. Kenshin snapped his fingers and Tadao and Kenzo followed him down the hall. Megatron followed close behind the prince. What do you want then? Megatron asked Kenshin. I want what's right for my people, Kenshin declared, and I think Mikasa taking the throne would be a great start. She could unite our nations into a healthy alliance. She has the potential to start leading the world into peace. Or disaster, Megatron retorted. Your creator did bring up a fair point about the people being disgusted by their nation being ruled by an Eldian. But if they could just see that she isn't one, Kenshin reasoned, that the entire island isn't a place of devils, then maybe I'm just being naive. Very, Megatron agreed, if things were that simple, my people wouldn't have engaged in a war that lasted for eons. The only other option for the island is the rumbling, Kenshin proclaimed, and no one knows if that will work. If it does or doesn't, what happens then? Kenshin laughed. The worst thing about all this is that Mikasa doesn't even want the throne. Megatron placed a hand in front of the prince to stop him. What? She doesn't want the throne, Kenshin repeated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. And she told you this? Megatron demanded. She didn't need to tell me anything, Kenshin declared, it's really obvious. She's a soldier that's fought titans and now knows that the whole world hates her and her home. She lost her parents, so she's an orphan. The only thing she wants is to live her life in peace. If she takes the throne, she won't be able to do that. She'll be in the spotlight for the rest of her life. She'll be protected and live a life of luxury. But it won't be a life of normality. Megatron was surprised by this revelation while Kenshin maneuvered around his arm. I thought you already knew, Kenshin shrugged. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you'll apologize to Mikasa. Megatron was dumbfounded as Kenshin walked away with his dogs. Megatron then deactivated the hollow form and flew north, wanting nothing more than to rest after this stressful day. Day 5. Mikasa flexed her hand a little, relieved that she was able to take out the stitches earlier. She then stared at the list of people she wanted to buy items for while she waited with Kiyomi and Megatron for Kenshin to get ready. She was wearing the same outfit that she wore the first day that she arrived. It was the most inconspicuous out of clothes that she had. Today would be a rather slow day. Mikasa wanted to explore the town and get some gifts for the Survey Corps members. Kiyomi agreed to go with her because she wanted to show her parts of Kyoto that she enjoyed. Megatron had to keep a watch on her while she was safe, and Kenshin wanted to escape the palace life. When Mikasa asked why, Megatron responded with something along the lines of angering his creator. Sorry, Kenshin apologized as he walked up to them and adjusted the jacket of the suit that he was wearing. We could have left an hour ago, Megatron commented, you humans and your appearances. Well, I can't exactly walk around in my traditional clothes, Kenshin reasoned before turning to Kiyomi. How do I look? You look ridiculous, Kiyomi answered as she walked up to him and messed up his hair before putting the hat on his head. That's what I was going for, Kenshin smiled before putting on a pair of glasses. Mikasa, thoughts? Mikasa merely shrugged in response. I don't think I would recognize you right away. You should be grateful your world's technology is extremely primitive, Megatron commented. My bodyguards will be monitoring us close by, Kiyomi explained. They won't be directly beside us because it will draw attention to us. I can protect you three just fine, Megatron declared. We can't have any incidences, Kiyomi deadpanned before turning to Mikasa with a smile, and I want Lady Mikasa to have a fun day in the city. Thank you, Mikasa smiled. Alright, let's go, Kenshin stretched his arms, the farther away from here the better. The four of them crossed the bridge out of the palace and into the city. Mikasa once again felt overwhelmed by everything, but decided to focus on the list in her hand. She wanted to focus on getting gifts for her friends. So, who's first on the list? Kenshin asked Mikasa. Sasha, Mikasa answered, she likes hunting, so I think that a bow and arrow would be a good gift for her. This way, Kiyomi beckoned as they turned on a crowded street. Kiyomi then entered a weapons shop and the three promptly followed. This place usually has the finest quality in weapons and craftsmanship, Kiyomi explained as Mikasa saw all the weapons on display. Mikasa browsed through the store and found the bow and arrows. Mikasa was a little perplexed, considering the size of his bows was rather large compared to the ones Sasha used. Do they have any smaller ones? Mikasa asked Kiyomi, why are they so big? Tradition simply had a different way of making these bows, Kiyomi explained. Mikasa looked behind her to see Kenshin talking with the manager while Megatron was inspecting a katana. What is Kenshin saying? Mikasa asked. He's asking if they can make a Hankyu bow, Kiyomi explained, they're smaller and more equipped for travel. Kenshin paid the manager upfront and asked for a receipt. The manager gave Kenshin the receipt before they bowed respectfully to each other. Kenshin walked up to Mikasa and smiled. They'll have it ready on the morning you leave, Kenshin declared, let's move out. Megatron put the sword back on the display before they all left the store. Next is, Jean. Kenshin asked as he looked over at the paper. I was thinking about getting a comb for him, Mikasa proclaimed. Bit of a downgrade, Kenshin proclaimed. Downgrade? Mikasa questioned. You're going from literal weaponry to a hair product, Kenshin declared. I agree with the boy, Megatron spoke. Jean's been growing out his hair, Mikasa proclaimed, I notice him fixing it sometimes, so I thought a comb would be the best way to go. Alright, Kenshin shrugged, I still think it's a downgrade. Kenshin, Kiyomi scolded before they entered another market that sold multiple items. Mikasa browsed through the store and found a boxwood comb with beautiful cherry blossoms carved into it. She picked it up and admired the design of the comb before turning to Kiyomi and showing it to her. What a beautiful design, Kiyomi smiled, and it's on sale. Anything else that you want to buy in the store for anyone? Kenshin asked her. There is Connie, but I don't know what to get him, Mikasa admitted. I thought you had this planned, Megatron proclaimed as he crossed his arms. I do, Mikasa reasoned, but I don't talk to Connie very often. He usually talks to Sasha. He's a nice person, a bit of an airhead, but I don't really know what he would want. Kenshin thought it over before walking over to a different shelf. He grabbed something and walked back over to Mikasa before showing it to her. Mikasa was perplexed at the item, a white cat with a single paw raised while holding a gold coin with writing on the other. How about this? Kenshin offered. By the All's Park, how does that look more off-putting than the actual cat? Megatron demanded. Oh my god, Kiyomi rolled her eyes. It's a Moneki Nico, Kenshin explained, these guys are meant to give good luck to its owners. Look how small it is. It is better than not getting Connie anything, Mikasa reasoned, and I think he would like the idea of some luck. So you'll buy it? Kenshin asked. Mikasa nodded her head as she held the item in her hands. I hope Connie will like it. You thought of him, Kiyomi reassured, that's what matters. Stop dwindling, who's next? Megatron demanded. Historia, Mikasa answered. I know, Kiyomi smiled as she picked up another item. She unfolded it to reveal a beautifully decorated fan with a golden rim and cherry blossoms. These are extremely popular at the moment, and noble women usually have one on them. It's beautiful, Mikasa smiled as she took the fan to admire it. I think she'll like it. Wonderful, Kiyomi smiled, a queen shouldn't be without the proper equipment. What about her Conjux Endura? Megatron asked. The hell? Kenshin asked in confusion. I don't know, Mikasa admitted, Emir never cared about gifts. She didn't even tell us her birthday. I don't know if it's because she doesn't know it, or she doesn't want to share it. Is there another fan? Megatron asked Kiyomi. There is one with a tsunami decorated on it, Kiyomi answered as she showed the decorated fan to Megatron. That should work, Megatron declared. Who's next? Commander Hanji, Mikasa answered, which would be anything science-related, Megatron declared. You could get her a sheet of paper from this place and she would talk about it non-stop for days. I'm surprised you would actually know something about her, considering how you don't like humans, Kiyomi smirked. The med scientist is a slagging cockroach, Megatron declared. She will not leave me alone. How about a microscope? Kenshin suggested, a more recent model. We have one resting in the palace. No one really uses it. That would be perfect, Mikasa smiled. So that's taken care of, Kenshin proclaimed. Let's take a break. Who wants to eat? There's a restaurant that is very good in spices and flavor, Kiyomi suggested. I haven't had it in a while. Is it that place that adds too much spice? Kenshin demanded, because that's not a fun time for me. You're a coward, Kiyomi declared. I want to try, Mikasa spoke. It looks like majority wins, Kiyomi smirked before pointing to Megatron. He can't eat. I hate you, Kenshin declared. This way, Kiyomi beckoned and they all followed her. The four of them arrived at the restaurant and Kiyomi sat on one of the high chairs with ease. Kenshin sat down on the far left, feeling miserable already, while Mikasa sat in between the two of them, mostly curious about the options. Megatron merely leaned against the wall of the restaurant, watching the people pass by as Kiyomi ordered for the three of them. So this place serves spicy food? Mikasa asked. Spicy miso soup, spicy soba, Kiyomi listed. There is sushi, but that doesn't have any spices. Don't dip it in wasabi, Kenshin warned. You were born and raised here and you don't like wasabi on your sushi, Kiyomi sighed in disappointment. It's a warning for her, Kenshin declared. Mikasa watched as 3 bowls of soba were placed in front of them along with 3 rolls of sushi. There was a tiny dish of something green placed there, but Kiyomi quickly took it and placed some of it on her sushi. Psycho, Kenshin hissed. Coward, Kiyomi smirked as she ate the roll of sushi. Mikasa grabbed her chopsticks and looked at her soba. She picked up a little bit with the sticks and took a small bite. Kenshin was right, it was very spicy. But it was quite pleasant. The spice somehow managed to bring out more of the flavor of the soba. This is good, Mikasa declared as she continued eating. Wonderful, Kiyomi smiled. Well, I'm glad you like it, Kenshin said as he ate his soba. Would you like to try some wasabi on the sushi? Kiyomi offered. Keep that shit away from her, Kenshin told his aunt. You can't order me around, Kiyomi smirked. Your title means nothing right now. I don't have to try a lot, right? Mikasa asked her. Just a tiny amount, Kiyomi declared as she placed the tiniest drop of wasabi on her plate next to the sushi. Mikasa thought it over as she looked over at Kenshin, who was desperately giving signs of saying no. Megatron just didn't care, and merely shrugged when Mikasa looked at him. Mikasa turned back to the wasabi on her plate and grabbed a roll of sushi. I'll try it, Mikasa declared. Take my water, Kenshin said as he passed her his water, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Mikasa took the sushi and used it to pick up the wasabi on her plate. She stared at the food between her chopsticks and took a deep breath before eating it. The response was instant. It burned. It burned so much, it felt like her mouth was on fire. It was such a small amount. Why was it causing this much pain? Mikasa's face scrunched up in pain as she hit her fist on the table. "Mikasa, spit it out!" Kenshin exclaimed, "There's no shame." Mikasa shook her head as she forced herself to chew. But somehow it made it worse. Mikasa quickly swallowed the sushi and grabbed Kenshin's water before drinking it all in one sitting. Mikasa slammed the cup on the table and began coughing into her sleeve. "Why would someone serve this?" Mikasa asked in a strained voice. "At least you swallowed yours," Kiyomi declared. "Ha," Kenshin drawled out. After that unpleasant experience, the rest of the meal was pretty enjoyable. Once they finished, Kiyomi paid the chef and the four went on their way. "How are you feeling?" Megatron asked Mikasa. "The taste is out of my mouth," she declared, "that's enough." "Alright, who's next on the gift shop list?" Kenshin asked Mikasa. Mikasa took out the list and saw the name that was next. She made an unpleasant expression as she put the note away. "Captain Levi," Mikasa grumbled. "Ha!" Megatron cackled. "I take you don't like him very much," Kenshin assumed. "He's not very polite, but he is well respected," Kiyomi explained to Kenshin. "I still don't like him," Mikasa proclaimed. "But it would be pretty mean to not get him something," Kenshin retorted. "Do you know any of his interests?" "He drinks tea all the time," Mikasa answered. "Oh, well that's easy," Kenshin proclaimed, "we can just go to the tea shop." "I still don't want to," Mikasa mumbled under her breath, but Megatron was able to hear it. "You could always give him a bad present," Megatron suggested. "An empty tea box would be the cruelest one of all." Mikasa sighed as they arrived at the tea shop. "I'll be in more trouble if I tried that." "Does he have a preference?" Kenshin asked as Mikasa looked at the options of tea leaves. "I don't recognize any of these," Mikasa declared. "The captain usually drinks black tea." "How about an assortment?" Kiyomi suggested. "We can get 5 types of tea leaves for him to choose from. One of the more common ones is sencha and green tea." "Okay," Mikasa nodded as Kenshin told the owner what he wanted. "Lady Kiyomi, this isn't too much for you, is it?" "I'm sure this will put a small dent in my wallet," Kiyomi shrugged as she placed a hand on her shoulder, "but you are enjoying yourself, so I'd say that it's worth it." "Does he like sugar in his tea?" Kenshin asked Mikasa. "I'm certain he doesn't," Mikasa answered. Kenshin thought it over. "I'm going to put it in the package anyway." "Poison the tea," Megatron suggested, earning a glare from Mikasa. "And, ta-da!" Kenshin proclaimed as he showed Mikasa the organized and assorted tea box. "The fact that it's organized will also make this a good gift," Mikasa declared. "Why's that?" Kenshin asked as he closed the box and Kiyomi paid the cashier. "He likes cleanliness very much," Mikasa explained. "So the captain is taken care of," Kiyomi declared. "Who's next on the list?" "Armin," Mikasa answered, "but, this is going to be difficult." "He's your childhood friend," Megatron exclaimed. "I know," Mikasa groaned, "so I know that almost anything can get his attention. Anything here could catch his interest. Maybe something related to nature? And I'm certain that it would be something that he wants to earn." "How about a bonsai tree?" Kenshin suggested. "Trees on this world are bigger than humans," Megatron declared, perplexed by the idea. "The idea is confusing, but it's not that kind of tree," Kiyomi reassured. "It's a very small tree, although it does require proper care." This way. Mikasa and Megatron ended up following the two to an outdoor garden shop, full of flowers, plants, and bonsai trees. Mikasa took notice of the cherry blossom tree in full bloom hanging over the 4 of them and smiled. Kenshin then pointed to the array of small bonsai trees, surprising the Ackerman. "They're so small," Mikasa commented. "Small, but durable," Kenshin explained. "They do require care like any other plant, but with it, these trees can live for hundreds of years." Interesting how the longest living beings on this planet can't even move, Megatron commented. Would it survive back home? Mikasa asked as she picked one of them up. It should, Kenshin answered, and there should be some that survive indoors as well, in the event that your friend wants it inside. But it still is a lot of work to take care of. Do you think your friend can handle it? Mikasa picked one of the trees up and admired the beauty and the simplicity of its growth. She gave a small smile before turning to Kenshin. You said there was one for indoors. Mikasa asked him. Kiyomi talked to the gardener about the bonsai with Mikasa standing next to her and paying close attention to what Kiyomi was telling her. Kenshin gave a small smile at how interested Mikasa was. She really did care for her friends. Kenshin noticed something out of the corner of his eyes and turned to see Megatron leaning against the cherry blossom tree, glancing up every so often to see the petals fall. Beautiful, isn't it? Kenshin remarked as he walked up to Megatron. Frail is more like it, Megatron declared. That's true, Kenshin agreed, but that's what makes it even more beautiful. Do you have anything like this on your home? No, Megatron answered bluntly. Then it's all the more reason to admire it, Kenshin declared as he plucked a blossom from the tree and offered it to Megatron. The former warlord chuckled at the absurdity of it. I'm one of the most powerful beings in the universe, Megatron declared. A measly flower that only lasts for a week means nothing to me. Maybe, Kenshin replied, or maybe you're just fooling yourself. Excuse you? Megatron demanded. Like you've been trying to understand me, I've also been trying to understand you, based on what I've heard and seen from others and from myself, Kenshin explained. I think I have an idea. You're a frog in a well that does not know the Great Sea. I know far more than you ever will, Megatron declared, recognizing the proverb. I know, Kenshin agreed, but your knowledge has filled you with pride, and has narrowed your experiences. You don't want to understand others. You don't want to understand the beauty our world has to offer. Part of you actually is, but you keep pushing back against it. Kenshin took Megatron's hand and placed the flower in it. Don't push. See what our world has to offer. Megatron stared at the blossom in his hand before glaring at Kenshin. The only reason you continue to get away with your behavior is because of your status. Probably, Kenshin shrugged, but it's given me an advantage, it makes you listen to a lowly human. We have to go. Kiyomi called out as she and Mikasa were making their way out the door. Megatron stared at the blossom and tossed it aside when Kenshin followed them out the door. Megatron followed them out while Kenshin took the wrapped gift from Mikasa. So this has everything in it for your friend? Kenshin asked. Yes, Mikasa answered. So who's next? Kenshin asked. Mikasa looked at the list. I can just get Optimus a book. Wait, the Metal Titan likes reading. Kenshin whispered. His assigned caste before the war was an archivist, Megatron declared. He read and collected data for a living. We actually got him a library as a gift a while ago, Mikasa explained. He really appreciates it and goes there often. You could get him a children's book from here and he would read it for days, Megatron declared. I will take care of that gift, Kenshin declared in a serious tone. Are you sure? Mikasa asked him. Yes, free of charge, Kenshin answered. Thank you, Mikasa said while Megatron stared in suspicion. So the Prime is taken care of, Kiyomi declared. Anyone else? Mikasa made her way down the list and saw Eren's name. Staring at that name made her feel sullen and bitter. He wasn't here with her. None of them were here with her. She missed them. And Eren would be gone and there was nothing she could do about it. Kenshin and Kiyomi were confused as Mikasa continued to stare at that list. Megatron glanced over and recognized why she was having a negative reaction. He placed a hand on her shoulder, causing the Ackerman to snap out of her thoughts and look up at him. We're taking a break, Megatron declared as he took Mikasa's hand and walked. Hey! Kenshin called out as he and Kiyomi followed. Megatron stumbled upon the same bench he saw on their first day here and sat Mikasa down there. But stay, Megatron ordered, you need a break. Mikasa looked back at the list before folding it and sighing with resentment. What the hell? Kenshin demanded. I shouldn't have worn heels, Kiyomi sighed as she rubbed her ankles. Not now, Megatron declared as he walked up to them. Okay, but why? Kenshin demanded. The last person on that list is Jaeger, Megatron answered. The Titan Shifter? Kiyomi questioned in a hushed tone. And that's a problem, why? Kenshin demanded. Megatron glanced back at Mikasa before switching to Hizuru's primary language. She has romantic feelings for him. Oh no, Kiyomi spoke in her native tongue. So the boy she loves is literally marked for death, Kenshin concluded. It's foolish of her, Megatron declared. Matthew. Kiyomi hissed. She's fallen in love in war, Megatron declared. That's the worst predicament you could put yourself in. It makes you vulnerable to attack. The person you love could die on the battlefield in the worst way possible. She has feelings for someone who is marked for death and is the most accident-prone person, willing to throw himself into danger with little regard for his own life. Kenshin saw the two arguing over Mikasa's predicament before looking over at Mikasa. He saw her holding the scarf wrapped around her neck close to her. He ignored the two adults and walked over to Mikasa before sitting next to her. So, this guy, Kenshin began, he must be very important to you. He is, Mikasa whispered. I'm assuming Matthew already told you what he means to me. Yes, Kenshin replied. He's probably talking about how foolish I am, Mikasa concluded, earning a nod from Kenshin. You are in love with someone in the middle of a war, Kenshin retorted. That's not the best thing to do. I'm not even sure if it's love, Mikasa admitted. You're not. Kenshin exclaimed. Matthew found out information about the Ackermans, Mikasa explained, and he brought up the notion of fierce loyalty towards a master. Am I truly in love with him, or am I just a slave following his orders? Mikasa's lips formed a thin line before she used her scarf to cover it. I don't want to believe that I'm by his side because I'm an Ackerman, and that it's my duty. When you're with him, what do you feel? Kenshin asked. Safe, Mikasa answered, warmth, welcoming, I want to keep on living because of him. But, every single time, he keeps on running farther and farther away. It's becoming harder to reach him, and one day, he's going to leave and never come back. Kenshin felt bad for Mikasa, and his gaze shifted towards the scarf around her neck, noting that it was red. An idea struck Kenshin, causing him to stand up. Kenshin beckoned, I have an idea. Megatron noticed Mikasa standing up and following Kenshin before grabbing the bonsai gift and following close behind. Kiyomi sighed in irritation as she began running again. Where are we going? Mikasa asked. Kenshin pointed to the jewelry store and the two walked inside. Isn't this a little bit much? Mikasa asked as they made their way to the store. We're not here for that, Kenshin explained before talking to the owner. He smiled in response before bending down and picking up a small wooden box. Mikasa watched the owner open the box to reveal a metal pendant shaped into that of a cherry blossom. What Mikasa took note of, was the red string the pendant was hanging on. It's a bracelet, Mikasa remarked, but why is the string red? Kenshin smiled as he picked up the bracelet. Here, there is a legend about the red string of fate. It's an invisible red string that wraps around the fingers of two people destined to be together. No matter when or where, the two are destined to meet. No matter how close or far, the two will always be connected by this unbreakable string. Kenshin placed the bracelet in her hand before closing it around the item. I don't know if he would accept a gift like this, Mikasa admitted. Do you want to find something else? Kenshin asked her. Mikasa opened her palm and stared at the object in hand. She liked the idea. No matter how far he went, to have him carry a piece of her wherever he went, made her happy. No, Mikasa shook her head. Okay, Kenshin smiled, we'll buy it. Kiyomi gave a small smile as Kenshin was making the transaction. She noticed Megatron staring in disappointment inside. No matter what you say, it won't change what she feel, Kiyomi declared. Whatever she feels, she needs to be careful, Megatron declared. Love in a time like this is dangerous. Her spark will break when he is gone. Love is complex, Kiyomi explained, but it can be very powerful. Many unreasonable and foolish acts can be done in the name of love. Then being in love with this boy is the most foolish thing she will ever do, Megatron declared. Later, Mikasa was wrapping the gifts in neat little bows along with Kenshin back at the palace. Thank you for helping me out with this. Of course, Kenshin smiled, your friends must be really great if you are willing to go out of your way to get them all this. They've been by my side for a long time, Mikasa smiled fondly. Well, I hope that your commander really enjoys this, Kenshin declared as he showed her the microscope. She really will, Mikasa declared. We'll have this sent over to Auntie Kiyomi when you return to Paradise, Kenshin declared. By the way, are you riding the boat, or are you returning with the Flying Titan? I haven't decided, Mikasa answered, I wanted to give him a break. He's been working rather hard. I'm sure he is, Kenshin said. By the way, I'll have the book for Optimus ready by tomorrow. Thank you, Mikasa smiled. The two finished wrapping up the gifts before Kenshin called out to the servants. He thanked them as they took the items and left the palace. All right, well you rest up, Kenshin told Mikasa as he put a hand on her shoulder, and I'll see you tomorrow. Mikasa nodded and waved goodbye to Kenshin as he walked off. You shouldn't be nice to him, Megatron responded as he walked up behind her. He's been very kind to me these past few days, Mikasa retorted. Well, I'm certain that you intend to take the throne from him, do you not? Megatron questioned. He wanted to confirm Kenshin's proclamation from yesterday. Mikasa was quiet for a moment before she wandered the halls, causing Megatron to follow her. Well, Megatron promoted. I don't know if I want it, Mikasa confessed. Ackerman, this is your birthright, Megatron declared as he walked in front of her and gestured to the environment around her, this all belongs to you by lineage. But I know for a fact that I'm not wanted here, Mikasa declared, as she walked past him. I've heard what some of the people here have said. I know they would hate me. Who cares? Megatron pressed as he followed her, there have always been bad rulers. The servants still obey. But the public would not, Mikasa declared, I'm just going to be seen as a devil. Then say, in theory, you had the opportunity to take the throne. Without the devil situation. Would you do it? Megatron asked. No, Mikasa answered with little hesitation. Why not? Megatron asked as they passed the picture of her predecessor. You could unite Paradise and Hizuru. There would be no need for the rumbling. You could build relations between the island and this nation. You could turn public opinion on Eldians around. The two found themselves on a balcony and Megatron gestured to the busy city below them. All of this could be yours, Megatron declared, you could rule all of this. An Ackerman, a descendant of the royal bloodline, a powerful soldier. If you took the crown, you would be unstoppable. So why do you not want it? If I were to take this title, I would never be able to lead a normal life, Mikasa declared. The queen has the title on Paradise, Megatron retorted. But Historia's not living a normal life, Mikasa reminded. Levi made her go along with the coup and become the queen. She knows nothing about actually running a nation and had to learn at a fast rate. You could learn faster than her, Megatron retorted. She has to hide her relationship to Ymir, Mikasa declared, the only ones who know were at their wedding. If the public found out, there would be chaos. On top of that, Ymir has less than 6 years to live as well. They can't live normal lives. Mikasa rested her hands against the railing. I don't want power. I don't want this crown. I just want a normal life. Megatron stared at Mikasa and saw the upset expression on her face. What would constitute as that normal life? Mikasa lowered her arms against the railing, watching the birds fly away. I live in a small cabin, maybe in the woods, or maybe in a cottage. I do remedial tasks like housework, chopping up wood, washing clothes. I would probably grow vegetables like my mother, or hunt like my father. When I come home from hunting, I have a family. A family waiting for me. A child runs up to me, and I would give them the biggest hug in the world. My husband would greet me and we would share a kiss. We would have dinner together. I would tuck my child in and kiss them good night. I would go to bed with my husband, and we would fall asleep in each other's arms. What a boring, mundane life, Megatron declared. But it would still be my life, Mikasa smiled bitterly, a normal life. No orders, and no titans. No Marley or Eldia. I just want that, but I will never be able to have it. So the only thing I can hope for is just to have the people I love by my side as long as possible. Mikasa rested her head on the railing. This world is so cruel, but it is truly beautiful. Megatron didn't respond to that as Mikasa stood up fully and turned to him. I'll see you tomorrow, Mikasa told him before walking back into the castle. Megatron leaned against the railing and stared out at the city. He tried to process it, but he couldn't. He didn't understand. Mikasa would have all that power. She would be able to control what she wanted to be and do. She could use that to start a normal life. Why would she turn that down? Megatron deactivated the hollow form before flying back to Paradise and to the neutral ship. He didn't understand. And that made him angry. It made him frustrated. Why would she be willing to throw it away? Megatron walked in the ship and dragged himself through the halls. He wanted to rest. More than anything. But he saw the light on in the main deck of the ship and walked over to it, assuming it was Optimus. Optimus, I'm here to update you on the Ackerman and her time in Hizuru, Megatron explained as he walked into the room. The slag kind of name is Hizuru, a different voice replied. Megatron's helm sharply turned and he froze. It was an Autobot, leaning against the console of the ship. Megatron's gaze went to the grenade on the Autobot's side, and he recognized who the Autobot was. It was Wheeljack, the wrecker with the explosive devices. Megatron's servo quickly went for his sword, but Wheeljack already had a trigger ready in his own servo. His digit was hovering over the button. I wouldn't, Buckethead, Wheeljack advised, unless you want to be buried alive. Megatron stared at the device in his servo as something caught the corner of his optic. His gaze slightly shifted to the grenades attached to the door. They were on his sides, above him, and one was directly below his pedace. There's a possibility these won't kill me, Wrecker, Megatron proclaimed. Not immediately, Wheeljack shrugged, but you are within blast range, and you could bleed out afterwards. You and I both know no one wants to help out the con that destroyed Cybertron. Both Autobots and Decepticons now hate you after you renounced the war and gave up on the cause. They really want you dead. How long do you intend to prattle on? Megatron demanded. Not long, Wheeljack declared, I do want to talk. You threaten my life and you wish to talk. Megatron demanded. Wheeljack kicked over a cube to Megatron and the con stopped it with his PD. What is this? Megatron demanded. A peace offering, Wheeljack answered, high-grade energon I got after I helped some Autobots repair their ship. And in return? Megatron questioned. An update, Wheeljack answered as he sat down, like, what you've been doing all this time. Why are you staying on another world full of humans? Why is Optimus alive? Megatron was shocked at the question. The Wrecker already knew about that. How long has he been spying on them? So, ready to talk? Wheeljack asked. Megatron knew he had no choice in the matter. He let go of the sword at his side and slowly sat down on the floor, avoiding both the grenade and the high-grade energon. The former warlord merely crossed his arms and stared at Wheeljack. Fine, Megatron relented. Good, Wheeljack smirked, don't leave anything out. Megatron grimaced as he stared at the high grade by his persons. This was his sin. His sin was coming back to haunt him, and he was afraid. Day 6. Mikasa straightened out the hem of her pink kimono decorated with cherry blossoms before wrapping her scarf around her neck. She looked at herself in the mirror and smiled to herself. She looked to her back to make sure that the strap was on tight before walking out of her room. When she exited her room, she saw Megatron leaning against the wall, and he looked concerned. Is something wrong? Mikasa asked him, you look tense. Don't worry about it, Megatron told her, let's go. Megatron and Mikasa walked side by side down the hall. If you want, I can take the ship back to Paradise with Kiyomi, Mikasa suggested, you look like you could use some rest. I'll think about it, Megatron told her, just enjoy your last day here. Mikasa still noticed the tense expression on Megatron's face and assumed that he was lying. Did something happen on the island? It's fine, Megatron responded. Then, was this about what I said yesterday? Mikasa pressed, about not wanting the throne. This has nothing to do with you, Megatron answered as he looked at her, leave it alone. Mikasa didn't know what to do in this situation. Something had happened, that much was clear. But Megatron wasn't one for sharing. He wasn't even going to share with some lowly human. Mikasa sat in the large shrine atop the mountain of Kyoto next to Kiyomi. The royal family was seated a little farther away from them. Everyone in the audience, mostly noble families, were on their knees, watching the ceremony take place. Mikasa saw 4 women adorned in white and red kimonos doing a traditional dance while the musicians were playing in the background. Mikasa watched them wave the cherry blossoms in their hands as they performed their synchronized dance. She thought it was beautiful to watch them, but Mikasa glanced back to see Megatron in the corner of the room, staring at the performance in utter irritation. But Mikasa could also see that strain and worry in his face. He seemed to not be able to handle the performance and stormed out the room in a hurry. I have to go, Mikasa told Kiyomi. The performance isn't done, Kiyomi retorted. I know, but, Mikasa trailed off. Kiyomi sighed. Please take care of it quickly. Mikasa nodded her head as she got up and quietly left the room she was in. She searched through the corridors and found Megatron leaving the building entirely. Mikasa followed him outside and quickly ran towards him. She grabbed his arm, causing Megatron to immediately swat her hand away. Megatron! I said I'm fine. Megatron shouted as he turned to glare at her. Megatron saw the fear on Mikasa's face and rubbed the bridge of the holoform's nose in irritation. I'm just irritated with the human culture, Megatron lied. Mikasa shook her head. No, you're not. I'm not in the mood to have this argument, Megatron shot down. Then what happened? Mikasa demanded, is it the island? The island is fine, Megatron answered. Then is it about what I said? Mikasa asked him. Megatron grimaced and gritted his teeth. The Autobots, this stupid island, this running around, all of it frustrated him. This wasn't about something some pathetic human would have said, right? But without power, the island dies. Without power, the Autobots take him. Without power, he can't do anything. Fine. It is. Megatron spat out, I can't understand why you would sacrifice all of this power for a normal life. It's foolish and idiotic. Power is the only thing that provides any real solution. You've never lived a normal life, Mikasa concluded, have you? Mikasa could see that Megatron was taken aback by her statement. She could see the uncertainty on his face as he was trying to think it over. He looked so distraught. Afraid even. It reminded her of the day Armin backed him in a corner during the coup. Mikasa looked back at the shrine before turning her attention to Megatron. What she was about to do was a risk, but Megatron had already done so much. It was time she tried to return the favor. Megatron was stunned when Mikasa grabbed his hand and managed to pull him away from the temple. Ackerman, what is the meaning of this? Megatron demanded as she made her way down the steps. I wanted to see the cherry blossom garden, Mikasa answered him. Absolutely not. Megatron exclaimed, this goes against our entire agenda. I don't care, Mikasa declared, I'm not wanted here, and you don't want to be here. As much as I would love to leave this place, this is too great of a task. Megatron declared as he yanked his hand out of Mikasa's grip, if anything bad happens, I'll be the one blamed for it. I'll accept responsibility, Mikasa declared, I'll accept full responsibility and I'll do whatever I can to convince everyone otherwise. I don't want to deal with this either. If I had the choice, I would have come here with the Survey Corps. I just want one normal day. Megatron was quiet for a moment before he sighed. Fine, but don't hold my hand. The two walked down the stairs in silence before making their way towards the cherry blossom garden. Mikasa stared in awe at the beauty of the flowers in full bloom as they walked through the garden. She noticed that the petals were already falling. The petals littered the pathway that they were walking on. Mikasa looked behind her and saw that people were staring at Megatron as they passed the two of them by. Mikasa noticed a diverging pathway and quickly walked to it, causing Megatron to quickly follow. The two of them found themselves in a secluded area in the garden, with a large cherry blossom tree hanging above them. Mikasa sat down under the tree and looked up at the flowers. Mikasa noticed Megatron still standing and moved a little bit so that Megatron could sit down. Megatron, begrudgingly, sat down next to her, sliding against the bark to the ground. "This is ridiculous," Megatron declared. Mikasa hummed in response as she looked up at petals falling. She adored it. It was truly beautiful. One of the flowers actually fell next to her. She picked up the flower and admired it, gently touching the petal and not wanting to pull it off. Mikasa looked over at Megatron, and saw that there was no malice or disgust on his face. He stared at the cherry blossoms as they fell towards the earth. He held his hand out as a petal fell into his hand. He held the petal between his fingers and fiddled with it. "It's beautiful," Mikasa commented. Megatron noticed Mikasa staring and quickly crushed the petal in his fist. Mikasa responded by placing the flower she was holding in his hands. "Aren't you bold?" Megatron remarked. "It's only me," Mikasa retorted, "no one here knows who you are except for me. You don't have to hold up this front." "And how exactly can I trust you?" Megatron demanded with venom. "I don't know how to answer that for you," Mikasa answered him. Megatron noticed the way Mikasa recoiled at his response, and began to feel that sense of guilt from before. Megatron scowled to himself and turned away. The two were silent as they continued to watch the petals fall. Mikasa noticed that Megatron didn't crush the flower in his hand and merely fiddled with it. "Do you have flowers on your home?" Mikasa asked. "No," Megatron answered, "such a frail thing would never survive in a harsh environment." "It survives here," Mikasa commented. "Because this was designed for your world," Megatron declared. Mikasa watched Megatron stare at the flower, and she believed that she recognized an expression on his face that she might not have seen before: admiration. Mikasa grew bold and took the flower from his hand before tucking it behind his ear. Megatron looked at Mikasa with utter confusion and disbelief before touching the flower. "What the hell, Ackerman?" Megatron managed to say. "You can take it out if you want," Mikasa told him. Mikasa could see that Megatron was ready to tear it out. She expected him to, but he stopped himself. Mikasa was surprised to see that he lowered his hand, leaving the flower tucked on his ear. "This feels ridiculous," Megatron declared. "It's not so bad," Mikasa proclaimed as she tucked a flower behind her own ear. "Well, I am someone with an off-putting appearance," Megatron reminded, pointing to his face. Mikasa couldn't help but remember the way people were staring at him when they first arrived. "Are you bothered with the way that people look at you?" "I'm used to it," Megatron answered casually. "This was a tactical method I used during gladiatorial combat in the war. A method of intimidation." Mikasa felt pity as she leaned against the tree. "That must be very lonely." "What is?" "To have everyone be scared of you," Mikasa declared. Megatron paused at that. "It's not like being kind got me anywhere." "But you seem to be awfully interested in talking to me, especially after I nearly tried to kill you when I fought you," Megatron reminded. "Were you going to kill me then?" Mikasa asked him. "No," Megatron answered, but there was some hesitation in that response. "I got carried away." "Carried away?" Mikasa questioned. "Fighting in the gladiatorial arena was one of the few instances where I felt alive," Megatron explained, "once of the few instances where I was able to recognize my worth. That rush of power and the thrill of fighting for my own life. It was there where I was able to decide my fate. Fighting a strong opponent amplified that." "I'm not that strong compared to you," Mikasa retorted. Megatron was quiet for a moment. "There was one other Cybertronian that was able to come close to defeating me, besides Optimus." Mikasa was surprised by his proclamation. "Who?" "My most trusted lieutenant and my third in command during the war," Megatron answered. "He was one of few words, and later made a vow of silence during the war. I met him in the arena, and it was a fight to the death. He managed to wound me pretty badly, but I was the victor in the end. I chose to spare him. To see someone like him die would have been a waste. Because of that action, we became allies." Megatron looked at Mikasa. "I expect you not to tell anyone this, but if the prince didn't intervene, you might have had a chance at defeating me. Oh really? Mikasa asked in surprise. You're strong, but you lack a proper technique and training, Megatron declared. With time, you could become a very powerful warrior. Thank you, Mikasa stuttered in surprise as she rested her hands on her knees. We should head back, Megatron declared, they'll want to know where you are. Or we could go back to the market. Mikasa suggested, Kenshin told me about some of the games that were there. It wouldn't be wise to feign your responsibilities, Megatron proclaimed. You didn't seem to be having fun, Mikasa retorted as she stood up, so let's go have some fun. Megatron rolled his eyes as he stood up. I doubt anything on this wretched continent would constitute as fun. Kiyomi was wondering where Mikasa and the Flying Titan were. The performance was over, but neither of them came back. She began to fear the worst. What was she supposed to tell Taisho? She didn't even know what happened. Kiyomi noticed someone from the royal guard whispering in Taisho's ear. Taisho nodded and whispered something back before turning to Kiyomi. Where is Mikasa? Taisho demanded. I don't know, Kiyomi admitted, finding no use to lie. Mikasa told me she would be right back in the middle of the performance. I see, Taisho said stoically, thank you for being honest with me. Emperor, may I say something? Kiyomi requested. Go ahead, Taisho sighed. Mikasa is only a teenager. Please do not be. She can kill titans, Taisho retorted, no teenager can do that. Your Majesty, she had to grow up, Kiyomi reminded, her life was not normal. Imagine if Kenshin was put into that situation. How would you feel? We have other stuff to do on the itinerary, Taisho declared, this conversation is over. Kiyomi felt worried as Taisho walked away from her. Where were they? Megatron and Mikasa focused their aim as they pulled the triggers in unison. The cork bullets flew and knocked down two of the items off of the shelf. Mikasa knocked down a Tamari while Megatron knocked over a Daruma doll. The owner of the booth handed the two of them their prizes and thanked them for playing, complimenting their good aim. Mikasa bowed respectfully while Megatron eyed the Daruma doll with slight disgust. What's wrong? Mikasa asked him as they walked away from the booth. Somehow this is more unsettling than that cat you got for one of your comrades, Megatron explained, and this thing is supposed to represent good luck. Do you want to trade? Mikasa asked him as she showed him the decorated ball. You forget that I have no use for either item, Megatron reminded. We could give that to someone, Mikasa reasoned. Possibly, Megaton shrugged. After the two of them left the flower garden, they began to play many of the festival games the city had to offer. Many of the games required scooping items out of water, which both of them made an effort to do. Their combat experience helped them win some of the games. However, there was one game that involved live fish, and Megatron wanted no part in handling those slimy, disgusting creatures. Mikasa could agree on that. She wasn't exactly a fan of touching fish. One of the other games that did have prizes, they won, and they both ended up getting a good luck charm of some sort. Mikasa decided to keep hers, while Megatron simply placed his on someone else passing them by. He didn't believe in luck, or spirits. Whatever this country believed in. The two of them came across a booth titled Senbon Hiki. There were multiple items up at the top, tied to many strings that overlapped one another. Seems it's a lottery, Megatron remarked as Mikasa paid the owner of the booth. You want to play this? I want to try and win something, Mikasa proclaimed as she eyed the strings in front of her. Her hand hovered over each string. She appeared to be thinking long and hard about this while Megatron was irritated. Just pull a string, Megatron told her. Mikasa didn't listen as she was still trying to guess the string. Megatron rolled his eyes and reached for one of the strings himself, but Mikasa quickly swatted his hand away. You cannot be serious, Megatron proclaimed. Mikasa spoke as she finally picked a string. She pulled on it and two masks fell down from the rack of prizes above. One of them was that of a white fox, while the other was a red-faced demon with horns. Mikasa gave the red mask to Megatron before bowing to the owner of the shop. They two then walked off while Megatron inspected the mask. This is supposed to be a holiday for a new beginning, Megatron remarked. What do demons have to do with this? Megatron looked over to see Mikasa staring at him with the fox mask on. You look ridiculous. It goes well with the kimono, Mikasa commented, her voice slightly muffled by the mask. Can you see through that? Megatron asked. I can, Mikasa answered, you should put yours on. It matches your eyes. I'm not going to put cheap plastic over my face, Megatron declared. It doesn't hurt to try, Mikasa insisted. If I put it on, will it stop your insistence? Megatron demanded. Mikasa nodded her head, causing Megatron to sigh and place the mask over his face. He looked down at Mikasa, and could have sworn that he heard stifled laughter. Now we look ridiculous together, Mikasa declared. I never expected this out of you, Megatron commented as he took off the mask. Mikasa moved the mask to the back of her head. I never expected you to try it. I guess we're surprising each other today. Megatron tapped his fingers against the mask. We should head back. If we head back now, the Emperor will no doubt be furious, Mikasa declared. So do you want to abandon this trip entirely? Megatron asked her, what about the fox and all the work she put in for your trip? I'll come back later tonight and face punishment, Mikasa declared. You're not usually someone who is a troublemaker, Megatron said, why bother now on an important mission? Mikasa trailed off. I what? Megatron pressed, tell me or I take you back to the palace. I wanted to give you a normal day, Mikasa answered. A normal day, Megatron repeated with a raised brow, this is the middle of a festival. This is hardly a normal day. Maybe, Mikasa agreed, but, it's just a normal day. No military work, and no war. It's full of fun and joy. We're playing games and winning prizes, talking, and enjoying what's around us. It's so simple and mundane. Mikasa looked up at him and smiled. I wanted to show you exactly why I want this life so badly. Megatron didn't respond to that and looked on ahead. Mikasa assumed that Megatron wouldn't have responded and noticed a mochi stand nearby. She walked towards it to see if she could get some Sakura mochi. Taisho was going over some paperwork back at the palace. He had some stuff to take care of before starting the lantern ceremony. Kenshin was worried for Mikasa's safety, since he also noticed that she and the Flying Titan were gone. Taisho groaned in irritation as he stopped writing. That girl had no reason to run off, ignoring everything they had already set up. It was rude and callous and... Is Our Majesty upset that someone stood him up? A voice spoke playfully, such a strained face is not a good look for you. Taisho sighed, tapping his finger against the papers. Not now, my love. Katsuko wrapped her arms around her husband and kissed his temple. It's not good to have that face for the lantern ceremony. They can't even see me, Taisho retorted, holding one of her hands with his own. Maybe, Katsuko agreed, but I wouldn't want my love being plagued by such negative thoughts. She left without telling anyone, Taisho declared, rather selfish and callous of her. Agreed, Katsuko spoke, but this is all new to her. And you and I both know your mind tends to wander during that ceremony. Taisho wanted to retort at that, but she was right. This is a very calculated risk we are taking, and Mikasa does not seem to be taking it seriously. Katsuko sighed, her arms slipping off her husband. Taisho silently mourned the loss of his wife's touch as she stood up fully. How can she when she's not even welcomed by our own staff? My most trusted entourage that knows her identity look on her with scorn. She is not welcome in her homeland. How do you think that makes her feel? That she is not even welcomed by the Emperor. Taisho looked up at Katsuko. Katsuko. She hasn't noticed, but I have, Katsuko declared, I am your wife after all. You do know what would happen if she took the throne, Taisho reminded. That doesn't mean she should be treated as a pariah, Katsuko retorted. I already heard this from our son, Taisho told her, turning in his chair to face her, I can see where he gets it from. Katsuko rolled her eyes. Taisho. Our future, our son, Taisho listed, cutting her off, and we're supposed to hand it over to a commoner. Taisho grew tense when Katsuko narrowed her eyes at him. I was once a commoner. Taisho sighed at that. That's not what I meant. You know that. How you became a political figure, I will never know, Katsuko declared with a defeated shrug. Taisho, she doesn't want the throne. Taisho raised an eyebrow. And this is based on a conversation I overheard her having with the Flying Titan, Katsuko explained. I was going on a walk throughout the palace when I saw them on the balcony. She only desires a normal life. A home, a family, a daily routine without the existence of Eldia or Marley. Katsuko placed her hands on her husband's shoulder and rubbed them. This life, albeit lavish and beautiful, is not for her. I'm certain she would trade all of her power away for just one day of normalcy. You don't want me to punish her for it, Taisho assumed. She's not your subject, and the Flying Titan would no doubt intervene before you try anything, Katsuko reminded. Try to understand her. Before Taisho could respond, they too heard a knock on the door. Katsuko let go of her husband as a guard came in and whispered something in the Emperor's ear. Taisho looked back at Katsuko before standing up. Kenshin will be in charge of the lantern ceremony, Taisho declared. He's not going to like that, Katsuko reminded. Where will you go? Taisho made his way to the door before looking back at her. I guess I'm about to take your advice. Later that evening, Mikasa took another bite out of the Sakura mochi she saved while she and Megatron stared out at the sunset on the large bridge. Megatron decided to wear the mask on the side of his head, not wanting to continuously hold it in his hands. You seem to really like that, Megatron remarked. They're sweet, Mikasa proclaimed. There aren't many sweets on the island. Mikasa finished her mochi when they two of them noticed that the bridge was getting more crowded. They're going to light the lanterns soon, Megatron declared. Should we move away from the bridge? Mikasa asked. I think that would be the better idea, Megatron declared as he grabbed Mikasa by the arm and took her to the end of the bridge closest to the palace. The two noticed a vendor selling last-minute lanterns and Mikasa stared with longing. I would really like to light one, Mikasa declared. I hear they're expensive, considering the time of year, Megatron retorted. Mikasa counted her remaining cash. I think I have enough for at least one, but the line. I could always steal one, Megatron suggested. No, Mikasa told him. Megatron noticed one of the people in line staring at them, but he was wearing a Hyotoko mask and a dark green kimono. The man in the mask turned back to the vendor and bought 3 lanterns. He walked over to them and offered one of the lanterns to Mikasa. A gift, he stated. Why, you didn't have to, Mikasa stuttered. I insist, he pressed. Mikasa hesitantly took the lantern from the man and smiled. Thank you. Would you like one, sir? The man asked as he offered one to Megatron. Why the generous offer? Megatron demanded. No specific reason, he answered. There's no room in the area, Mikasa proclaimed. It's getting crowded. I know a place, the man offered. Absolutely not, Megatron declared as he got in front of Mikasa. Consider it payment for the lantern, the man insisted. And what's to stop me from throwing you over the bridge in front of all of these people? Megatron threatened. The man partially removed his mask to show part of his face to Megatron. Megatron stared in surprise, but Mikasa wasn't able to see his face. Fine, Megatron relented, lead the way. The man gestured to a set of stairs by the bridge before walking down them. Megatron followed behind him, while Mikasa followed Megatron with caution. Is he safe? Mikasa whispered. If he wasn't, I would have thrown him off the bridge, Megatron answered. The 3 of them arrived at the bottom of the bridge and walked along the river. They arrived at a dock to see a small wooden boat tied to said dock. The view will be much better from here, the man insisted as he climbed on the boat. Megatron climbed on after him and offered his hand to Mikasa. She took it with slight caution and climbed onto the boat. She sat on the other end of the boat while Megatron sat in between her and the man. Who was this person? Megatron must know him if he wasn't perceiving him as a threat anymore. The man untied the boat and began to row away from the docks. Mikasa could see the crowds of people on the bridge and the other boats and ships out on the water. So do you intend to wear that ridiculous mask around us? Megatron demanded. This is quite traditional, he declared. You look like a fool, considering your status, Megatron declared. The man chuckled as he moved the mask to the side of his head. Mikasa was shocked to see that it was the Emperor. Mikasa could only stare, fear creeping up in her as the Emperor put on his glasses. "You should be thankful that I never forget a face," Megatron remarked. "Your Majesty!" Mikasa exclaimed. "I." Megatron quickly covered Mikasa's mouth. "We don't want to draw attention to ourselves." "Thank you," Taisho nodded. "It wouldn't be wise for the people to realize that my son was lighting the first lantern instead of me. But I can explain. Ackerman, if he was mad at us he would have sent an army," Megatron told her. "Or this very well could be an ambush," Taisho retorted. "At the risk of your own life." Megatron deadpanned. "I doubt that." "You," Mikasa trailed off, "must be angry with me." "Furious," Taisho admitted, "so you can start by telling why exactly you left during the middle of the ceremony and never bothered to come back." Mikasa looked down in shame. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to give Matthew a normal day." Taisho raised an eyebrow at that. "Excuse me. Matthew has been working really hard to protect me," Mikasa explained. "I wanted to spend a normal day in the city with him as thanks." Taisho turned his head to Megatron. "I will not comment," Megatron declared. "Well," Taisho began as he pulled out a set of matches from his sleeve, "whatever you expected to get out of that, it was not amusing." Megatron noticed the guilty expression on Mikasa's face and glared at Taisho. The Emperor didn't respond as he lit the match and lit the lantern. "It's begun," Taisho declared as he pointed to the palace. Mikasa and Megatron saw a lone lantern floating high in the air away from the palace. Mikasa stared in awe as a large wave of lit lanterns flew high into the air, while some of the water lanterns floated along the river. Taisho passed the matches to Mikasa, causing Mikasa to hesitantly take it from his hands. Mikasa lit the match before lighting her own lantern. Mikasa noticed the lantern by Megatron and offered the matches to him. The ex-con stared at the matches before sighing in irritation and taking it from her. "Never speak of this day," Megatron told Mikasa as he lit his lantern. Mikasa smiled at him before releasing her lantern into the air. Taisho released his after her while Megatron stared at his. He didn't say a word as he finally released the lantern. The people on the bridges and boats released their lanterns. Mikasa watched as lanterns filled her vision. Some of the lanterns floated directly above her head, while others glided across the water. Mikasa saw the reflection of the lanterns in the water, and it made her feel like she was floating in a sea of stars. Mikasa touched one of the water lanterns before pushing it further down the stream. Mikasa turned and rested her hands on the other side of the boat. She watched as the lanterns continued to be blown by the wind, moving further into the mainland. Taisho was surprised by Mikasa's reaction to the lanterns. She stared at them with awe and wonder, almost laughing with joy at the sight. Her expression was like a little child. He turned his attention to Megatron, who was staring at the lanterns in the sky with a sense of nostalgia in his eyes. Mikasa looked up at the lanterns floating above her and reached out towards it, but it was out of her reach. Mikasa felt overwhelmed at the sight before her, but also happy. When was the last time she felt like this? When was the last time she felt like a child, staring at the world with curiosity and wonder? Her mother. She would have loved this. Adored this even. Her father never had this heritage, but she knew he loved her mother. He would have enjoyed this all the same. She would have been so happy to see her homeland, but she never got that chance, and she never will. Mikasa tried to remember the good times with her mother, but the only thing she saw was her dead body. She saw her father's dead body. Her helplessness with Carla as Eren screamed for her. Her friends dying one by one. Eren was fated to die. The sheer hopelessness of the situation. All she wanted to do was remember her mother, and how happy she would have been, but she saw nothing but darkness. Megatron heard a soft sniffle and turned to see Mikasa crying, covering her mouth to prevent any sound from coming out. Megatron glanced back at Taisho and quickly blocked his view to Mikasa's moment of weakness. "What's wrong?" Megatron whispered to her. "I'm trying to remember my mom," Mikasa hiccuped, "what she would look like when seeing this, but all I can remember is her corpse. I can't remember what my mom looked like. It's been so long." Mikasa quietly whimpered while Megatron didn't know what to do in this situation. Taisho could hear Mikasa's soft cries, and tried to peer over. Do you know where her spark might have gone? Megatron finally asked, before correcting himself, her soul, I mean. I don't know, Mikasa answered, I knew the wall religion was a sham, but, if there's no sure existence of a god or another life, does that mean that my mom is gone forever? And my father? Dr. Yeager? Carla? Everyone I love? Does it all mean nothing in the end? Megatron saw Mikasa wiping away her tears and didn't like it. He didn't like seeing Mikasa this distressed. And her words reminded him of that day in the mines. But what could he say? This wasn't his specialty at all, to comfort and to care. He didn't have the spark to say something and completely screw it up. Wait, spark. Megatron slowly raised his hand to his chest, where his damaged and broken spark resided. It was due to his own hubris that his spark was damaged. He may never be reborn again, but still, Cybertronians knew where they would go once they passed. It might not be the same for humans, but even so. Wait, what was he thinking? Talking about something as sensitive as that. The very creation and rebirth of all Cybertronians to a human. The idea was so preposterous Megatron's train of thought stopped when more tears spilled from Mikasa's eyes. And that guilt slowly crept back in. All I'm asking is for you to be considerate of Mikasa's feelings and not to be so callous to her. Megatron spared a quick glance at Taisho before turning back to Mikasa. He removed his hand from his chest and slouched forward a little, arms resting on his legs. What was he doing? Your mother, she could have been reincarnated. Mikasa looked up at Megatron in confusion, tears still staining her cheeks. Reincarnated. On Cybertron, when one of us dies, it is said that our sparks return to where we were first created, the well of the Allsparks, Megatron explained, his gaze wandering to the lanterns floating in the water. The well resides within the core of our planet, along with our creator, Primus. The spark reemerges from the well and is reborn as another Cybertronian. Megatron saw a water lantern knock against the boat, ultimately getting stuck and being unable to move further down the stream. They do not remember their previous life. They do not remember their glory or their sins. They don't remember good and evil. The ledger of their previous life is wiped completely clean. Mikasa watched as Megatron dipped the hollow form fingers in the river and gently pushed the lantern around the boat. The lantern was free, and drifted further down the river to join the others. And they are given a chance to start anew. Mikasa watched the lantern integrate with the masses before staring down at her bandaged wrist, the one that held the crest her mother gave her, and told her to treasure. Do you think that reincarnation would be possible for humans? That my mom got a chance at a new life of peace? Megatron turned his gaze back to her. I wouldn't know, but you humans tend to surprise me. Mikasa gave Megatron a small, tired smile, content with the hope of that knowledge. Thank you. Megatron let out a grunt in reply, turning back to the lanterns. He felt stupid, giving up that kind of information, and part of him was certain it provided no comfort. Mikasa looked back up at the lanterns and just felt exhausted. She was running around all day. It was late, and she had spent her remaining energy in crying. She wanted to sleep. Maybe just for a little while, maybe in this moment it would be fine. She rested her head on Megatron's shoulder and closed her eyes. Megatron nearly jolted at the pressure on his shoulder and looked down at Mikasa in surprise. What the hell was she doing? Megatron raised his hand to grab her shoulder, wanting to remove her. However, he paused when he saw that peaceful and relaxed expression on her face. He reconsidered, and ultimately lowered his arm and let her stay there. He looked back up at the lanterns, and an old, long-forgotten memory played in his mind. He remembered sitting atop the Iacon Hall of Records with Orion Pax. The archivist wanted to show him his favorite spot and begged him to stay. He complied and he was amazed at the abundance of stars in the sky. It was much more prominent compared to the dark and cloudy skies in Kaon. It also showed him how vast the universe really was. Titans like you have gods. Taisho finally spoke up, his curiosity getting the better of him. Why should I tell you? Megatron demanded. You were just telling Mikasa about your religious beliefs, Taisho retorted. And your point is? Megatron sneered, "Why come out here by yourself?" "Trying to follow the advice of my wife and son," Taisho answered. Megatron glanced back down at Mikasa, who was sleeping comfortably. "And they were both right," Taisho admitted, "although I still stand by this being a delicate matter." "And you still hate Mikasa because you believe she would take the throne from you," Megatron declared. "I don't hate her, but there are many factors that are involved if she does," Taisho declared. "Like how you want to keep all the power to yourself," Megatron concluded. "No," Taisho proclaimed. "That's a lie," Megatron shot back, "and less believable than your son's insistency on giving Mikasa the throne." Taisho leaned forward and sighed. "My son has a good heart, but he is naive to the ways of the world. I grew up during a time when Hizuru was scorned and ridiculed for its previous alliance with Paradis. I had to watch my own father struggle to make allies while also resorting to greedy tricks because of the dire situation Hizuru was in. He grew selfish and greedy because of it, and only thought for his well-being. But the country was in debt, and many were associating us as devils and wanted to kill us too. Hizuru was a willing ally to Eldia, so it didn't make things easier. Mikasa being here, I can't imagine it being a good thing or a bad thing. I can't put my country through hell again. I worked too hard to try and restore us to a newfound glory to risk it. Know this," Megatron began, "I despise humanity with every fiber of my being." Mikasa, knowing this, was willing to reach out her hand to me and show me what it was like to have a normal day, which is something I have not had for over 4 million years. She's willing to understand this country and because of her roots, understands what it is like for others to suffer. But she would still help them regardless. She has good qualities of leadership. "But you've seen what the outside world is like," Taisho proclaimed, "you know what lies out there, waiting for those who do not fit the mold. Despite her situation and altruism, the world will not see her that way." "Then make them," Megatron told him, "she would not throw you or your family out, especially if you have a use. You could help her rule, create a strong alliance between Eldia and Hizuru." "You just said you hated humanity," Taisho recalled, "why are you giving me this advice?" "Because I know where this path leads if nothing is done," Megatron declared. Taisho remained quiet as he noticed the lanterns were floating away into the sky. Taisho grabbed the oars and rowed back to the dock. He tied the rope to the dock before putting back on his mask. Megatron carried a sleeping Mikasa on his back before following Taisho back to the bridge. "I have a question for you," Megatron began, "what is it that you want?" "Peace, a future for my country, and my family," Taisho answered, "but I have to think realistically. The island wants peace as well. Optimus, the Survey Corps, everyone there wants it," Megatron declared. "This may be one of the few opportunities to do so. Even if we were to somehow establish a good relationship, and there would be some sort of compromise, what would you do about the power of the Titans?" Taisho asked him. "The colossal Titans within the wall, the new experiments being conducted within Marley, the founding Titan itself, what do you say to that? If Eldia became a formidable power once again, they might decide to conquer the world once more. Maybe not now, but sometime in the future. Then what? Does Eldia rule for another 2,000 years, subjugating the rest of the world into suffering?" "You're putting this on the power of the Titans," Megatron noted, "not the Eldian people. Humans in general will always be corrupted by power, no matter how good their intentions are," Taisho declared. "As long as the power of the Titans exist, the only options would be to get rid of the power of the Titans, or a mass execution of Eldians. Either way, nothing would change. Over time, the next power would take its place, and humanity would continue this cycle of war and hatred. The idea of eternal peace, like so many believe will happen if the Eldians are gone, is a peace that does not exist." "I suppose so," Megatron replied. Mikasa began to stir on Megatron's back and opened her tired eyes, realizing she was moving. "Where?" she quietly asked. "We're heading back to the castle," Megatron told her. "Oh," she said quietly as she rested her head and wrapped her arms tighter around Megatron's neck, "Thank you, Megatron." Megatron grew stiff while Taisho turned his head to the Titan. Megatron glared at Taisho before looking back at Mikasa's sleeping form. The Titan quietly sighed before his attention turned back to Taisho. "You Titans have weird names," Taisho remarked. And you keep that to yourself, Megatron threatened ominously. I have no reason to discuss your name, Taisho proclaimed. The two arrived at the palace and Taisho waved goodbye to Megatron. Megatron walked throughout the castle with Mikasa still on his back. He arrived at her room and slowly opened the door. He put Mikasa down on the bed and put the blanket over her body. He placed the mask, the cherry blossom, and the Daruma doll on the table next to the bed, knowing he would have no need for them. Megatron stared at Mikasa for a brief moment before sighing. You're welcome, Mikasa, Megatron finally spoke. He stood up and shut the door to her room before deactivating the hollow form. Mikasa rubbed her eyes as she realized she was in her bed. She sat up and looked around to see that she was in her room and that the sun was out. She would be going back home, back to Paradise Island. Mikasa realized that she was still wearing her outfit from the night before and wanted to change. She got up from her bed and noticed a folded sheet of paper on the table next to her along with the red demon mask, a cherry blossom, and a Daruma doll. She picked it up and read the note. You're heading back to the island with the fox. I've done my job, thank you for the normal day. Mikasa raised an eyebrow at that and flipped the note over. There was nothing else. No sarcastic remark, no threat, nothing. It was a simple note, with a sincere thanks. It was very kind of him. She folded the note back up and decided to get changed. It was time to go home. Later. Hey. Be careful with that. Kenshin shouted at Kiyomi's bodyguards as they took the extra suitcases onto the ship. I'm really sorry that I'm taking extra suitcases, Mikasa apologized to Taisho and Katsuko. It's alright, Katsuko reassured as she took Mikasa's hands into her own. You were a wonderful guest, and we are so glad that had a wonderful time in Hizuru. I really did have a great time, Mikasa smiled, thank you so much for letting me stay here. Of course, Katsuko smiled before hugging Mikasa, have a safe journey. Mikasa gave a small hug to her before letting her go and turning to the Emperor, who merely stared at her with a straight face. Emperor, I am truly sorry about yesterday, Mikasa bowed respectfully, I can't ask you to forgive me about that. Taisho kept his blank face before sighing. I am still upset about that, and if you were actually one of my subjects and not an esteemed guest, there would have been punishment. Mikasa felt her body tense, but she still kept her head down. But I've been having preconceived notions about you, Taisho admitted, meeting you, I realized that I was wrong. If anything were to happen on Paradise, you are welcome to make Hizuru a permanent home. Mikasa lifted her head and stared at the Emperor in surprise. Really? Taisho nodded his head. In addition to this, tell the Metal Titan I'll be giving him 2 extra weeks instead of 1 week as was agreed upon. I understand it is still not a lot of time, but given the situation. Thank you, Mikasa smiled, thank you so much. Taisho saw the smile on her face, along with the relief and joy in her eyes, and his shoulders sagged a little. Somehow, her expression made him feel like he made the right call. You are welcome, Mikasa Ackerman, Taisho nodded. Mikasa. Kenshin called out as he ran to Mikasa, so everything is set up, and Aunt Kiyomi will be heading with you. And Kenshin pulled out a small box and opened it to reveal some origami and sakura mochi. These were freshly made this morning. A little piece of Hizuru food to take back with you. Thank you, Mikasa said as she took the box from him. Hey, I had a really great time getting to know you, Kenshin smiled as he put a hand on her shoulder. I know the whole world sees you as an enemy, but know that you have a friend from across the sea. A friend? Mikasa asked him. Yeah, Kenshin answered, you can contact me anytime that you want. It might take some time, but we can talk. I just want to let you know that you have someone you can trust. Thank you, Kenshin, Mikasa said, it's nice to have another friend. Kenshin wrapped his arms around her and gave her a hug. Be safe out there. Goodbye, Kenshin, Mikasa told him as she hugged him too. The ship's horn blew as Mikasa bowed to the royal family in farewell. She boarded the ship with Kiyomi and waved goodbye as the ship set sail. Kenshin waved goodbye, making sure that Mikasa could see his gesture. Mikasa smiled at that before turning her attention to the massive land of Hizuru. She was going to miss this place. She learned so much about her home and what it had to offer. It felt bittersweet to leave, but she had to return home. She now hoped that one day, she would be able to return here. But not in a state of war, rather in a state of peace. So, Kenshin began with a smug expression on his face. You were wrong? The great and powerful emperor of Hizuru was wrong. If this mocking of yours continues, I'm going to make you perform more duties, Taisho warned. Taisho, Katsuko scolded. I'm glad that you gave the Metal Titan a little bit more time, Kenshin admitted, even if it is only another week. I have to think realistically, not ideally, Taisho reminded. We all want things to go a certain way, but the world is full of different people with their own beliefs. It feels like the only thing that we can do is make an uneasy compromise. Maybe this time it will change, Kenshin suggested. We'll see, Taisho spoke, we'll see what happens. Wherever this path led to, he did hope that it led to peace during their lifetime. The profit didn't matter too much to him. Not like it mattered to Kiyomi, but it was something that he had to rely on. In regards to Mikasa, she was a good person, and she wasn't some sort of devil. She just wanted a normal life. He couldn't picture Kenshin in her situation. He didn't want to. Maybe he could help find this girl some peace. She deserved it most of all. Chapter 58, Welcoming Committee. Mikasa woke up from her slumber on the ship to the sound of the horn and the smell of the sea. She sat up from her bed before walking out of her room and onto the bow of the ship. She looked above her head and saw the seagulls flying above, meaning that land was close by. She was almost home. She smiled and closed her eyes, feeling the wind on her face and in her hair. Hello, Lady Mikasa, Kiyomi smiled as she walked up to the teen. I assumed that you slept well. I did, Mikasa nodded in response, thank you. You must be excited to return home, Kiyomi remarked, and the Emperor gave Optimus 2 extra weeks instead of 1. How generous. This feels like a bribe of some kind, Mikasa proclaimed. Kiyomi sighed. It's not. I'm always excited to show someone my home. I was just hoping that this trip fixed any preconceived notions you had about me and Hizuru. Notions? Mikasa questioned. I'm not all about money, Kiyomi declared. Money is a huge part in this, but I do carry the pride of my homeland with him. We do what we must to survive in these times, but meeting you and getting to know you made me feel like our nation could be restored to our former glory. Thank you for the compliment, Mikasa said, but I would still like to focus on Paradise for the time being. I understand, Kiyomi nodded. Mikasa looked on ahead and quietly gasped. She could see the outline of the island inching closer and closer. She narrowed her eyes to see Historia waving to her, along with some military officials at her side. She was here. She was home. Mikasa couldn't contain her excitement as the ship arrived at the port. She didn't realize how homesick she truly was until she arrived. The walkway from the ship to the port opened up, and Mikasa ran down it, much to Kiyomi's insistence for waiting. Mikasa! Historia called out as the Ackerman ran up to her. Historia met her halfway and hugged her, and Mikasa didn't seem to mind at all, giving her a small hug in return. I'm home, Mikasa declared. Welcome back. Historia smiled brightly. How was Hizuru? It was beautiful, Mikasa answered, and I was able to get Optimus 2 extra weeks to contact his home. Mikasa expected Historia to be elated by the news, but she seems confused by her response. What's wrong? Mikasa asked. That's good news. Optimus has more time. Megatron didn't tell you. Historia asked her. Tell me what? Mikasa asked. Everyone jolted as a loud explosion was heard in the distance, causing the ground to shake under them. Mikasa saw a large cloud of blue smoke rising up in the distance. Mikasa threw her head aside and made a mad dash for the weapons room in the port. Wait, Mikasa. Historia called out as she ran after her. What is going on? Kiyomi exclaimed. Apologies, Lady Kiyomi, Pixis spoke as he walked up to her. We've recently acquired some new guests. Guests? Kiyomi demanded as she gestured to the explosion. One of them really likes explosion, Pixis explained. Meanwhile, Mikasa managed to get her 3D gear and Energon spears on in record time before mounting a horse and riding it away from the port. She drew closer and closer to the site of the explosion. She gasped when she saw a white metal titan rolling out of the smoke with two dual-wielding blades. Her instincts kicked into overdrive as she jumped into the air, aimed her spear at the white titan. Mikasa, wait, she heard someone call out, but she pulled the trigger and fired at the titan. Out of nowhere, a smaller, blue titan emerged from the smoke and jumped over the white one before activating some device in their hand. A blue shield formed and the Energon spear made contact with it. The string disconnected from the spear, and the weapon blew up. The force did send Mikasa back, but the two titans remained unharmed. Mikasa landed on her feet and was ready to make another move, but Levi quickly tackled her to the ground. "Brat, stop!" Levi shouted at her. "What's going on?" Mikasa demanded as the two titans aimed their weapons at her. "Who are they?" "Archie." "Wheeljack." "Stand down," Optimus ordered as he got in front of the two titans in his bipedal mode. Mikasa grunted as she struggled to get up, and Levi noticed a hint of blue within her eyes. She was using her strength to push back against him, and he was struggling to keep her pinned to the ground. "Mikasa!" Jean exclaimed as he, Connie, Sasha, and Amir jumped down from the trees and ran towards her. "Jean!" Mikasa called out. Hanji pulled out a flare gun and fired it into the air, gaining the attention of everyone there. Once Hanji realized that all eyes were on her, she smiled and tossed the device aside. "I see introductions have been made," Hanji smiled. "Welcome back, Mikasa. Thank you for testing out the Energon spear. I now have more data to work with. Archie, Wheeljack, the weapons? Please? We're all friends here." It was just a bit of a misunderstanding. Mikasa noticed the blue titan had her blasters pointed at her while the white one still had his swords out. The blue titan's blasters shifted back into her hands while the white titan placed the sword behind his back. Mikasa was slightly surprised when the white titan's mask retracted to reveal a scar on his lower lip. Levi finally stood up and got off of Mikasa, allowing her to sit up and stare at the two titans. "Mikasa, this is Archie and Wheeljack," Hanji declared as she gestured to the two titans. "Archie, Wheeljack, this is Mikasa Ackerman. I made a small mention about one of our own being on a diplomatic mission." "She just tried to kill Wheeljack," Archie reminded. "You caused an explosion," Mikasa exclaimed. "All right, okay," Hanji spoke, defusing the conversation before it got out of hand. "Jean, Connie, Sasha, Amir, go catch Mikasa up on what's been going on." "Archie, Wheeljack." Hanji paused when Historia finally managed to get to the site. She panted and rested her hands on her knees before pointing to the port. "Kiyomi is here," Historia panted. Hanji looked up at the three titans. "We are going to entertain some guests, so let's go down to the port." Mikasa stared at the two titans in suspicion as Hanji guided them back to the port. Archie narrowed her eyes in suspicion at Mikasa while Wheeljack gave a small salute to the rest of the Survey Corps. Optimus transformed into his alt mode and opened the door for Historia, allowing for her to climb in and for the two of them to return to the port together. Levi went to follow them, but not before looking back at Mikasa to see that the hint of blue in her eyes was gone. "What was that?" Mikasa demanded to her friends. "It's complicated," Jean admitted. "Want to eat something first?" Sasha offered. "Later." "They used to work for Optimus?" Mikasa asked in surprise as she drank some tea. "According to them," Jean explained, "Wheeljack was a drifter, but Archie was someone who personally worked with Optimus for over 3 years during the war. They were there when Optimus supposedly died," Amir added. "But the war is over," Mikasa recalled. "What could they be doing here?" "They were telling others that the war was over," Jean explained. "They were trying to get the word out. While they were doing that, they ended up finding the ship north of the island." "But they're here to stay and help, right?" Mikasa asked. Connie sucked in a breath. Kind of. Mikasa questioned. "Remember when Optimus told us that he was considered dead on his home world?" Connie explained. "They don't believe Optimus is, well, Optimus. Optimus warned us of this scenario," Mikasa reasoned. "Not well enough," Sasha exclaimed. there were other humans that built a copy of him on another world. How is that even possible? What I would kill to just go back to the farm right now. Amir sighed, or hide in the woods. I didn't ask for this bullshit. They might not trust us completely because of that reason, Jean proclaimed. In addition to that, they're probably making plans on how to kill or capture Megatron. What exactly happened when they got here? Mikasa demanded. Well, Connie trailed off. A few days ago. Okay, Hanji began as she looked at the two Autobots. Do you guys want a long detailed explanation, or do you want a short version? Wheeljack thought it over. Short version. Kind of want to see how you pull it off. I like a challenge, Hanji smiled before taking a deep breath. For over a century, the people of the Walls believed that humanity was driven to near extinction by a species called the Titans, giant, stupid, naked beings that only fed on humans. They seemed impossible to beat since they could regenerate and couldn't age. Humanity lived in peace for 100 years until the colossal and armored Titan broke through the wall and allowed the Titans to take over Wall Maria. Fast forward 5 years, the duo try again, but Eren and Optimus show up and kick some ass as Titans. Oh, by the way, that's Eren and Amir. They can turn into Titans and don't eat humans. Wheeljack and Archie glanced at Eren, who got really nervous and took a step back. Meanwhile, Amir showed the two the knife she was still holding, fully ready to transform if need be. We save Walrose, get custody of them both, try to take back Wall Maria, found a female Titan, kidnapped a female Titan. Walrose falls, kind of, the colossal and armored Titan reveal themselves, Buckethead shows up, we capture the colossal Titan. Female Titan is then kidnapped by our corrupted government and experimented on, overthrow corrupt government. The female Titan and colossal Titan escape. Go to Eren's father's basement because Eren's dad was from outside the walls, and tells us the truth that humanity was never extinct and that there's millions of people that hate us and want us dead. Now we're trying to fight for our lives and not get blown up. Any questions? Hanji finished. Wheeljack and Archie looked pretty stunned before the wrecker spoke up. You know what this sounds like? Those apocalypse movies Maiko watches. Wheeljack, Archie groaned. But instead of zombies. Wheeljack, Archie groaned. It's those giant monsters from Godzilla, Wheeljack finished before snapping his digits, Kaiju. That was fake, and the monster in that was a lizard. Archie exclaimed. What's a Kaiju? Connie asked. Not important, Archie declared before turning her attention to Hanji. Look, I get that you guys are in a tough situation, but how can we trust you? You're working with someone who's considered dead on our world and another who was a literal vessel for the devil himself. I know that raises many red flags, but we trust Optimus, Hanji declared. It's been 2 years. If it was a fake Optimus, I'm pretty sure he would have killed us all by now. What about Megatron? Archie demanded. It was either work with Megatron or have him killed and have Unicron revived and wreaking havoc across the universe again, Hanji answered bluntly. We're very low on options with that asshole, and if Prime wasn't here, he probably would have left or killed us all. She has a point, Wheeljack agreed. Knockout told us that Megatron allowed him to torture Silas after Damocles burned up. You guys don't even have electricity, you wouldn't be useful to him. Yeah, thanks for reminding us of our impending demise, Hanji grumbled. But we only have your word to take on this right now, Archie proclaimed. If we had the Starsaber, this might have gone easier. But we're light years away from Cybertron. How far exactly? Hanji asked. Too far to make a call, Archie explained as Wheeljack walked back to the Jackhammer. The Jackhammer is a small ship, and thus has a smaller COMM radius. If we had Ultra Magnus ship, we'd have a wider call radius. We lost communication with Cybertron about 6 months into our trip, Wheeljack explained as he walked back with the device in servo. We've been trying to help Autobots and Decepticons return home and tell them the war is over. A bit harder with cons, Archie added. Wheeljack turned on the device and a diagram of planets showed up with dots connecting them all, starting from Cybertron and to their world. The Survey Corps looked in awe while Hanji smiled widely. Keep it in, Levi whispered to her. Interesting enough, this planet is the exact same distance as Earth is from Cybertron, Wheeljack remarked, just in the opposite direction. We were over 5 planets ahead when we picked up the distress signal from the neutral ship, Archie continued as she pointed to the planet. We came here expecting to find refugees. We weren't expecting to find Optimus or Megatron. Important thing is that we have to make a call strong enough to reach Cybertron so we can sort this whole situation out, Wheeljack declared. We call the bots to see if Optimus is the real deal and possibly arrest Megatron. Wait, what? Hanji exclaimed. Khan's gotta answer to Cybertronian law, Wheeljack proclaimed. Can't you do that after he helps us out with this whole situation? Hanji pleaded. Can you even trust him? Archie demanded, causing Hanji to nervously look away. Look, if we do make a call to Cybertron, you'll actually have Cybertronians you can trust that'd be willing to help you out, Wheeljack explained as he turned off the device, Autobots with great battle experience and some powerful weapons. Hanji hummed at the thought as she tapped her chin. You have a great point. Speaking of Megatron, where exactly is he? Archie demanded. He's in enemy territory pretending to be a human, Hanji answered with caution. Wheeljack blinked in response before laughing his helm off while Archie was trying to determine if this was a joke. No slagging way. Wheeljack smiled as he continued laughing. What's next? Unicron is friends with the 13. This is a joke, right? Archie asked in disbelief. No, Hanji shrugged, we asked him to do a while back. It did take him time, but he agreed. He's been getting valuable intel. By the Allspark you're serious, Archie stated. Oh man. I can't wait to tell Bulkhead about this. Wheeljack smiled, he's going to faint from shock. I'm leaving, Archie declared as she walked away from the group, I'm done. Oh, wait. Hanji called out. Don't worry, Wheeljack reassured as he calmed down, she just needs a minute to process. So there is a way that Optimus can prove who he is? Mikasa asked with hope. That's still complicated, Jean admitted. In order for Optimus to prove his identity, they need him to use an ancient weapon called the Star Saber. It was crafted by his predecessors, and he's the only one who can use it because he's a Prime. If he's able to use it, we're in the clear. And if not? Mikasa pressed. Then we have more to worry about than just Marley, Sasha spoke. But Mikasa, they're playing nice right now, Jean reassured, we can use that time to find a way to defend ourselves if we have to. Okay, Mikasa nodded, but how dangerous are they? It's pretty bad, Connie admitted. Pretty bad? Sasha asked incredulously. Apparently, Archie is a better shot than Prime. Should Optimus be left alone with them? Mikasa asked. Well, they seem to be okay with him for right now, and it also seems like they have the same code about not harming humans, Emir explained. But it isn't safe, Jean reasoned, especially with Megatron in this situation. Mikasa remained quiet at that comment as she finished her tea. That must have been why Megatron was acting so strange that day. If Autobots were here on the island, then Megatron would no doubt be arrested if they made contact with Cybertron. Would Megatron try to stop that? Or would he leave their world once they had more help? Meanwhile. So you two are associates of Optimus Prime? Kiyomi asked with hesitation as she stared at the two Titans. Sure, we can call it that, Archie replied. But you came here for different reasons, Kiyomi assumed. We came here looking for any other Cybertronians, Archie explained, we just weren't expecting to find Optimus. But you are staying? Kiyomi pressed. For the time being, Archie answered. Kiyomi looked over at Optimus. This isn't very reassuring. We still have more Titans, Hanji intervened with a smile, with great combat experience. And I am happy for that, but part of his deal was that he would get into contact with his home world, Kiyomi reminded. It's clear this was by complete accident. There is also something being hidden from me, and while I won't pry because it's not my business, but I don't want this affecting his Ura long term. It's two Titans from another world, Levi commented, what more could you want? A way to contact their world, Kiyomi demanded. That's going to take some time, Wheeljack declared. The jackhammer has a limited range in communications. We would need more equipment in order to widen the communication radius. Which would require someone who's an expert at technology, Kiyomi declared. I built the jackhammer from scratch, Wheeljack declared. I gave life to it. Wheeljack, Archie warned. Yep, Wheeljack sighed as he walked away. Wheeljack can take care of that, Archie reassured. If you agree to Optimus' terms and conditions, Wheeljack can help create more technology and weapons for both Paradis and Hizuru, Hanji reasoned. I'm sure Hizuru would actually like to see what these titans looked like and how to find Energon. Kenshin would love that, Kiyomi whispered under her breath. Hizuru might not be too happy with this. But it is a result, Optimus declared. Do you wish to utilize the colossal titans and destroy innocent lives? Archie stared at Optimus while Kiyomi sighed. I will discuss this with Hizuru, Kiyomi responded. I'm certain that they will be happy with this, and if we do hold the end of our deal, we are to be rewarded as promised. Optimus nodded his head in response. This is very important news, so after my crew rest, we will be returning to Hizuru to inform them of the news, Kiyomi declared. Great. Hanji smiled. Now I am going to go get Wheeljack. Hanji ran towards the direction Wheeljack went while Historia began talking with Kiyomi with Levi close behind her. Archie turned to Optimus before crossing her arms. Well, that was the first time I've ever met a human and they were underwhelmed in meeting us, Archie remarked. Titans are a natural part of this world, Optimus explained. That is why we are able to operate more freely around the island. I'll admit that it's nice not having to be in my alt mode all the time, Archie proclaimed. What exactly did you offer them? 35% of the Energon and technology found, Optimus answered, and that is before we have complete access to Cybertron. What's to stop them from acting like mech and create another version of you? Archie retorted. There is none, Optimus declared. The Azumabito clan is known for greed and profit. I cannot predict whether or not they would betray us. However, there are so few options for the island itself. One of them being these colossal titans you keep bringing up, Archie put in air quotes. Archie? Look, this situation just seems really far-fetched, Archie interrupted. I mean humans that can turn into titans, colossal titans that can flatten the earth, you working with Megatron for over 2 years. This planet is literally an upside-down version of Earth, and we haven't even seen the alleged human titan shifters in their titan form to corroborate your story. I cannot make you believe this situation we are in, Optimus proclaimed. There is no way that I can convince you that this isn't an elaborate lie. The only thing I can ask for is your help. I am sorry. Archie stared at Optimus before sighing to herself. I'm going to go talk to Wheeljack. Hopefully there aren't any other surprise attacks. The Survey Corps watched from their hiding place as Archie walked away from Optimus to go find Wheeljack. Mikasa could see the strain on Optimus' face before it returned to his stoic expression. The Titan transformed into his bipedal mode and drove past them, leaving the port. Man, Archie's just being mean, Connie commented. Well, how would you feel if your dead leader showed up after you watched him die? Jean reminded. Okay. But Prime's been nice. Connie retorted, we trust him. Shouldn't that be enough? They don't even trust us well enough, Sasha retorted. Also, I feel like we've underestimated how important Optimus is to his home, Emir proclaimed. He was the leader of an opposing side to a civil war, Jean reminded. Yeah, but the way that they're talking, it sounds like Optimus has godlike powers, Emir retorted, a sword that only he can use? That's not a thing here. Mikasa clutched the side of her head. This was all becoming too much for her. What was she going to do? What could she do? She thought things would be better when she came back, but it's become more chaotic. Mikasa turned to her friends and forced herself to give a small smile. She could try to take her mind off of it for the time being. I got you gifts from Hizuru. Really? Sasha exclaimed. Later. Mikasa pulled out the luggage given to her by Hizuru and opened it up, revealing the many items that she brought back with her. Whoa, that's so cool! Connie exclaimed with excitement. Mikasa smiled at that before pulling out the Moneki Nico. I didn't really know what to get you, Connie. But they say that this represents good luck and is supposed to give good luck to the owners. I'm sorry if you don't really like it. Connie stared at the cat and smiled before taking it from her. I love it. You do? Mikasa asked in surprise. I love cats. Connie exclaimed, there used to be strays that came into Ragako all the time. I would feed them and my mom would scold me for it. And it has a little bell. Well, I'm glad you like it, Mikasa sighed with relief before pulling out the decorated comb and handing it over to Jean. A comb? Jean questioned as he took the gift from her. I noticed that you were growing out your hair and fixing it whenever you could, Mikasa admitted, so, I thought a comb would be nice. Jean felt his cheeks burn as blood rushed to it. The teen laughed nervously before staring at the gift. His thumbs grazed above the wooden design of the flowers before he smiled. Thanks, Mikasa. Mine's better, Connie teased. Please, that thing looks creepy, Jean shot back. Then let this creepy lucky cat stare into your soul, Connie declared as she shoved the cat in Jean's face. Stop it! Jean exclaimed as he stumbled backwards. Mikasa pulled out the Hankyu bow and arrow and handed it over to Sasha. Sasha had a rather serious expression on her face before taking the bow and inspecting it. It's very light, Sasha began as she moved her hand across the bow, a little bit bigger than the bows I'm used to, but I'm certain it's adequate. Material is wood, but also something unfamiliar. The unfamiliar substance is probably why it's so light. The string is also light, yet durable. Pulling on it doesn't cause it to snap too easily. This could allow for a much larger range for hunting prey. Sasha picked up one of the arrows and examined it. The feathers are also ones I haven't seen before, but they are from a high-quality bird. It seems to be made out of the same materials as the bow itself. And the arrowhead is a very rare type of rock. Black and sharp, carved with delicacy and intimacy. Sasha put her hands on Mikasa's shoulders. This is the best gift that I have ever received. Fucking hell, how are you this terrifying when you care about something? Emir demanded. Emir, I didn't know what to get you either, Mikasa admitted as Sasha continued to admire the bow and arrows. She picked up the fan with the blue wave on it and opened it for Emir to see. We don't talk very often, and you were never one to share your personal interests. I thought that I could get you a fan similar to Historia. Hers has cherry blossoms decorated on it. Emir took the fan from her and inspected the wave design. It's nice, but... Emir trailed off as she saw the demon-faced mask in the luggage. Emir marveled at it and picked it up. This is something I can get behind, Emir gave a mischievous smile, I can use this to scare the kids. Absolutely not, Historia cut in as she took the mask from Emir. Kman, it'll be fun. Emir exclaimed, they always want someone to play the monsters in their little games. I don't trust you to not use this to scare them the moment we go back to the orphanage, Historia declared. Mikasa, can I keep this? Emir asked the Ackerman. No, Mikasa, don't let her. Historia ordered. Go ahead, Mikasa smiled. Yes. Emir exclaimed. No. Historia shot back. Too late. Emir declared as she snatched the mask back and ran away from her wife. Emir. Historia called out before running after her. I got you a cherry blossom fan. Mikasa called out. Thank you. Historia shouted. Later. Oh, you got us gifts. Hanji asked in surprise while Levi looked over some notes. Mikasa nodded her head. I thought it would be appropriate. I appreciate that, Hanji began, and I am glad that you were able to get 2 weeks for Optimus instead of 1, but you are still in trouble for doing this behind my back. Mikasa unwrapped Hanji's gift, and Hanji nearly fainted at the sight of the new microscope model in front of her. Hanji took the microscope and held it in her hands before placing her cheek against it. Hanji hummed in delight as she rubbed her cheek against the device. 4 eyes, Levi called out without looking up from his papers. Hanji hummed in response. You need to punish her, Levi reminded. Hanji groaned in response. 4 eyes. Hanji groaned again. Hanji, Levi pressed as he looked up from his papers. Ugh, fine, Hanji groaned as she set the device down, because you were able to get an extra week of time for Optimus, you will only do 1 week of laundry duty with Sasha. Why is Sasha doing laundry? Mikasa asked. Because she hid the fact that she knew Archie and Wheeljack were here for 5 days, Hanji answered. She said she wanted to build trust and didn't exactly know what to do, but we were all taken off guard because that situation could have gone sideways if they were lying. Are they safe to be around? Mikasa asked her, can we trust them? I think it's a matter of gaining their trust because of Optimus and Megatron, Hanji replied, it's a matter of them trusting us. I see, Mikasa sighed. Don't worry, we'll make it work, Hanji smiled, if anything, this will benefit Paradise in the long run. Just, go home for today. Are you sure? Mikasa asked. Look, I'm sure it's been stressful for you, Hanji reasoned, you just got back from Hizuru and found out about all of this. You need a minute to breathe and rest up. Okay. Yes, Mikasa nodded. Good, Hanji said before picking up the microscope, now if you'll excuse me, I have items I need to analyze. Hanji practically ran out the room with the microscope while Levi set down the papers. Nothing bad happened in Hizuru, right? Levi asked her. No, Mikasa answered, I had a good time. Buckethead did his job. Levi asked. Yes, Mikasa answered. He didn't hurt you? Levi asked. No, Mikasa replied, but Levi noticed Mikasa slightly pulling on her sleeve to cover something up. Levi remained quiet at that before sighing. You're not going to get into trouble, Levi reassured. Everything went fine, Mikasa proclaimed as she placed his gift next to him, thank you for your concern, but I want to go home. Okay, Levi merely responded. Mikasa saluted him before leaving the room. Levi knew something was wrong, and Mikasa was choosing to hide it. That stupid bastard no doubt threatened her into silence. Something happened over there, and he was going to pry it out of Megatron any way he could. Levi opened the small box and was surprised to see different types of tea leaves organized so neatly together, along with a small amount of sugar. He didn't really care for the sugar, but he wasn't going to lie and say he wasn't excited for the tea leaves. Mikasa grew nervous. Really nervous. She wanted to go home, but she couldn't carry the remaining items on horseback. So she wanted to ask Optimus as he could take her home. She was about to ask, but she saw that he was talking to the White Titan, Wheeljack. She didn't know what it was about, but she was nervous to approach, especially since she tried to attack Wheeljack. She waited as patiently as she could, but she was starting to get tired, and she wanted nothing more than to rest. The conversation was going on for a while, and she couldn't understand half of the terminology. But what would she say to Wheeljack? Kid, you okay? Wheeljack called out, causing Mikasa to snap out of her thoughts. Sorry, Mikasa apologized, I just have some extra stuff that I need to take home and I can't do it on horseback, so I just wanted Optimus to take me home. Of course, Mikasa, Optimus answered as he transformed into his alt mode and opened the passenger door. Mikasa grabbed her luggage and the extra gifts she had and placed them in the passenger seat. We will finish our conversation later, Optimus told Wheeljack. Alright, the wrecker shrugged, I'll see you at the ship. Mikasa shut the passenger door and walked over to the driver's seat. Nice shot by the way, Wheeljack complimented, causing Mikasa to look up in surprise. Nice shot. Mikasa repeated in confusion. Yeah, with the spear, Wheeljack explained, thing almost went for my helm. You have good aim. Thank you. Mikasa responded in a perplexed tone. No problem, Wheeljack smiled, nice to meet you, Mikasa. Mikasa grew even more confused as she sat in the driver's seat and Optimus drove away from the port to Walrose. He complimented me? Mikasa questioned in confusion, I thought he would be mad at me. I believe that Wheeljack sees it all as a misunderstanding, Optimus explained. That being said, Wheeljack is known for rather destructive behavior, and wreckers would do rather dangerous mission in order to prove they're a member of the group. I had to put one of my commanders in their group in order to monitor them and prevent any more destruction. Is he going to hurt you? Mikasa asked with concern. If I act in a way that conveys me as suspicious, Optimus answered. The Prime turned his side view mirror to see that Mikasa had a worried expression on her face. Mikasa, I can handle Archie and Wheeljack. You do not have to worry about that. But it will be alright, Optimus reassured. I will not let anything happen to the island if they do not trust us. Optimus, they don't trust you, Mikasa insisted, they could. I will be able to handle it, Optimus reassured. What you need to do right now is relax. This is a lot of information that you were not prepared for. Mikasa nodded her head in response before realizing something she should have recognized hours ago. Armin and Eren are fine, Optimus told her, they just had to run some errands. Mikasa moaned with worry in response before holding her hands together. I'm sorry. You are worried and that is normal, Optimus proclaimed. Do you wish to sleep? I slept enough on the boat, Mikasa answered. Then, how was Hizuru? Optimus asked, wanting to get her mind off of the situation. Hizuru was beautiful, Mikasa answered with a small smile. The spring festival was nice. I got to see cherry blossoms for the first time. That must have been a beautiful sight, Optimus proclaimed. It was, Mikasa continued. I saw a garden full of those trees and I just sat and admired it for a while. It was nice, but everything was overwhelming when I first got there. The nature was beautiful, but the city was just so much. I assume you got used to it, Optimus said. I was able to, Mikasa explained. Kiyomi was very helpful with explaining the cultural aspects of Hizuru. She was very happy to explain everything to me. She told me that she wanted to share her culture with me. She actually helped buy many of the gifts for the Survey Corps. That is quite generous of her, Optimus admitted. It was, Mikasa said. How did the royal family treat you? Optimus asked her. The emperor didn't seem to like me, Mikasa admitted, but the prince was very kind to me. He treated me with respect, and he even considered me a friend. He helped ease a lot of my worries when I was over there. I am glad, Optimus said. He actually wanted me to give this to you, Mikasa proclaimed as she dug into the luggage. Mikasa pulled out a thick, dark blue book and showed it to Optimus through the rear view mirror. I wanted to get you a book, and he offered one from the palace library for you to keep, Mikasa explained. He was pretty excited to give this to me. Thank you, Mikasa, Optimus said. I really do appreciate it. Mikasa smiled as she placed the book in the passenger seat. After everything you've done, I wanted to get you something to add to your library. I do hope Megatron did not cause too much trouble, Optimus began. Megatron was understanding, Mikasa admitted. Really? The surprise was apparent in the Prime's voice. The first day I arrived and I was overwhelmed. He didn't yell at me or curse me out, Mikasa explained. He took me to get something to eat and was patient with me the whole day. But what happened? Optimus asked with concern. Megatron wanted to see how strong I was, so he challenged me to a sword fight, Mikasa explained. Did he hurt you? Optimus demanded. Mikasa nodded her head. He gave me a small gash on the back of my hand. I will have a discussion with him about this, Optimus declared, his voice showing that he was clearly upset. He apologized to me later, Mikasa declared. Optimus almost stopped. Megatron apologized to you. He did, Mikasa answered. He even went out of his way to get me rice and mochi. On the last day, we spent the whole day together admiring the cherry blossom garden and playing festival games. We even saw the floating lanterns together. Optimus was quiet at Mikasa's explanation. Do you not believe me? Mikasa asked. I know that you are not lying, Optimus answered. It is just strange to hear Megatron acting like that. Like what? Mikasa asked. Kind, Optimus answered. I still will have a discussion with him about this. It's alright, Mikasa reassured. I'm not angry with him about it. Optimus was taken off guard by Mikasa's declaration. What exactly happened in Hizuru for Megatron to act this way? He knew if he were to discuss this with Megatron, he would try to avoid it. But he was so confused. Optimus arrived at Mikasa and Armin's shared home and opened the door, allowing Mikasa to step out. She smiled at the sight of her home while Optimus opened the passenger door and took out her luggage. Optimus, I can handle that, Mikasa proclaimed. You had a long day, Optimus insisted. This is the least that I can do. Optimus carried the items for her to the door, despite Mikasa's insistence. Mikasa was prepared to get her key to open the door, but Optimus knocked on the door, much to the Ackerman's confusion. I thought you said Armin had errands to run, Mikasa remarked. They did, Optimus nodded. Before Mikasa could reply to that, Armin opened the door with a bright smile on his face before hugging Mikasa. "Welcome home," Armin exclaimed with relief. Mikasa was confused until she looked inside. The house looked very clean and there were a few decorations set up. She looked over to see Eren finishing cooking beef stew for the three of them with utmost concentration. When he noticed her, he immediately stopped what he was doing and washed his hands. "Armin, what is all this?" Mikasa asked him as he let her go. "We wanted to have a small welcome home party," Armin explained, "just the three of us. Commander Hanji gave us the day off to set this up." "You did all this for me?" Mikasa asked while Optimus moved her items inside the house. "Of course," Armin smiled, "we missed you." Mikasa smiled at Armin before looking behind him to see Eren walking up to her. Before Mikasa could respond, Eren hugged her out of impulse, causing Mikasa to freeze in shock. Eren felt her tense up and quickly let her go. "Sorry," Eren apologized, "I'm just glad you're back." Mikasa was flattered at that, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink. She gave a small smile before hugging him back. Mikasa noticed Armin feeling a little left out before pulling him into the hug as well. Armin smiled as he hugged the two of them. "I'm home," Mikasa smiled before letting them go. "Besides the new Titans, I hope it wasn't too bad without me." "We were fine," Armin laughed nervously while Eren groaned in response. Mikasa was rather confused by their responses. Mikasa glanced back at Optimus who finished putting her stuff down. Optimus looked over at the boy's nervous expression and subtly shook his head. "Well, I did bring some souvenirs," Mikasa smiled as she grabbed one of the suitcases. She walked over to the couch and opened it to reveal the items that she and Megatron won on the day they spent together. "Wow," Armin marveled as he picked up the Tamari ball and inspected the design. Eren picked up the Daruma doll and stared at it in confusion. "What is this?" Eren asked. "It's a Daruma doll," Mikasa explained, "they represent perseverance and good luck." "It looks kind of scary," Eren admitted as he put the item down. "They're pretty popular over there," Mikasa explained. Optimus watched from afar as the three teens continued to talk and catch up. Optimus noticed the sun setting and remembered that he still had to talk with Wheeljack and Archie. "I must return to the neutral ship," Optimus informed the three of them. "You don't want to stay for a little while?" Mikasa asked him. "I have to attend to an urgent matter," Optimus explained. Eren quickly got up and blocked the holoform's path to the door. "You don't have to go." "Eren, I must," Optimus insisted, "I will see you tomorrow." Mikasa could see a devastated look on Eren's face as Optimus deactivated the holoform. The three of them heard Optimus drive away before an uneasy silence filled the room. Mikasa quickly reacted by standing up and walking over to her suitcases. She grabbed the small box of food Kenshin provided her before taking Eren's hand and pulling him back over to the couch and small table. "Armin, can you bring the stew?" Mikasa asked him. Armin nodded his head and went back over to the kitchen. Mikasa opened the box to reveal the origami and Sakura mochi she didn't eat. She wanted to save it for her two friends. Armin placed the bowl on the table and placed 3 bowls next to it. He scooped up some stew and placed it in each bowl before placing the stew back on the fire to keep it warm. Mikasa handed an origami to Eren, causing the teen to stare at her in surprise. He inspected the seaweed holding the rice and flinched when his fingers touched the sticky rice. "Why is it so sticky?" Eren asked. "It's to hold it together," Mikasa smiled as Armin placed spoons in the bowl before sitting next to Mikasa and grabbing an origami for himself. Armin took a bite out of the treat and hummed in delight. "Mikasa, this is really good," Armin said as he took another bite. Mikasa took a spoonful of the soup and nearly wanted to burst into tears. No matter how good the food in Hizuru tasted to her, nothing could replace the taste and feeling of her home. "The stew is wonderful," Mikasa declared, "I really missed this." "Eren, try the rice," Armin insisted. Eren stared at the origami in his hand and hesitantly took a bite. Eren hummed in surprise. It tasted pretty good. He didn't know what to expect, but it was nice. Although, taking a bite out of the seaweed took him off guard. It was very crunchy. "Do you like it?" Mikasa asked him. Eren nodded his head, and seeing Mikasa smile at that, made him genuinely happy. He was so worried for her, and she was back safe and sound. How was Hizuru? Armin asked Mikasa. It was beautiful, Mikasa answered. They had these trees called cherry blossoms that were in season, and it had such a beautiful shade of pink. The city itself was so big, I felt like I was going to get lost. I got to wear this dress called a kimono that I actually got to keep. Can we see what it looks like? Armin asked her. Mikasa smiled and stood up before grabbing her other luggage. She opened it and pulled out the decorated, pink kimono to show to them. Wow, Armin marveled, what's it made out of? The material seems rare. It's pretty common in Hizuru, Mikasa explained. Can we see you wear it? Eren asked with hesitation. Mikasa was surprised by the request, but smiled before taking the kimono with her to the bathroom. Give me a few seconds. The two teens heard the door shut before returning to their meal. Eren put the spoon down and sighed with relief. She's safe, Eren whispered, rubbing the back of his neck. She's home. I told you that Megatron wouldn't hurt her, Armin reminded. She's the only human he respects. Which is why you didn't have to threaten him that night. I don't regret that, Eren declared. I just never thought that he would be the least of my worries right now. We don't have to worry about them right now, Armin declared. Let's just focus on Mikasa being home. The bathroom door opened, and both Armin and Eren were stunned by Mikasa's beauty and how the kimono really complemented her skin. You look beautiful. Armin smiled as he stood up and walked over to her, not noticing Eren's slightly tinted cheeks. They really let you keep this? Mikasa nodded her head. It's very light, and I feel like a little girl wearing it. You look like a princess, Armin complimented. Eren, what do you think? It looks nice, Eren answered before turning to the mochi in the box. What's the pink thing? Is it a dessert? It's called Sakura mochi, Mikasa explained as she sat back down next to him. It has strawberry in it. Oh, I want to try, Armin declared. The three continued to talk and eat, almost as if nothing changed. Mikasa explained what she saw in Hizuru while Armin and Eren listened intently. They were able to enjoy this moment of peace together and forget about the chaotic world around them. Meanwhile, Optimus arrived at the neutral ship and saw the jackhammer sitting next to it. He transformed into his bipedal mode and walked inside the ship. He heard music being played down the hall and followed it to the source. Optimus arrived at the main hall to see Wheeljack checking out some of the wiring on the ground with a few tools next to him. How we doing, Hanji? Wheeljack called out. Optimus was startled when Hanji poked her head out of the ground with a lantern in hand. Well, it looks like shit, Hanji grunted as she pulled herself out of the hole. I'm seeing bite marks, so Scraplet's got to it first. Scrap, Wheeljack cursed. Hanji looked behind her to see Optimus and smiled at the Titan. Optimus. Welcome back. We were trying to see the other damage done to the ship and whether or not we can fix it. Spoiler alert, we can't fix it, Wheeljack proclaimed. But Wheeljack did fix the tracker and found 2 small energon deposits on the island. Hanji retorted, so it wasn't all bad. Where is Archie? Optimus asked them. Optimus heard a soft knock and turned to see Archie leaning against the door. Hey, Archie greeted and walked into the room. Can you turn the music down? But Wheeljack said the song is better with the bass. Hanji pouted. We still need to talk, Archie reasoned. Hanji groaned in response. Fine. Wheeljack paused the music while Archie turned to Optimus. Where's Megatron? Either in Marley or completely avoiding the ship now that you two are here, Hanji answered for Archie. So you don't know where he is? Archie demanded as she turned to Hanji. Look, Hanji began, Megatron doesn't like humanity. We have already established this. And it's not like it's going to be a good idea to be around 2 Autobots. I prefer him not to be here at this moment just so there's not an issue. See, we're not prepared to kick his aft, so I'm with her on this one, Wheeljack declared. Hanji gasped with excitement. You agree? Megatron should not be having this kind of freedom, Archie told Optimus. Even if there was a way to subdue Megatron, there is still the matter of the dark energon lingering in his spark, Optimus reasoned. Do you think Unicron can come back? Archie asked him with a serious expression. Possibly, Optimus admitted. Archie sighed in response. That just makes the situation more complicated. Which is why the best option would be to leave Megatron alone and keep him alive, because you have no solution on how to subdue him or keep a world-ending god at bay, Hanji proclaimed. Now I have a schedule planned out for tomorrow. We still haven't seen the Titan Shifter to corroborate your story, Archie told Optimus. Exactly what I wanted to talk about, Hanji interrupted as she utilized her 3D gear to hang in between Optimus and Archie. We have some experiments we need to run on both of our Titan Shifters, Eren and Amir. Eren usually trains with Optimus in his Titan form while Amir tests how well she can adapt aquatically. Aquatically? Archie questioned. Apparently Amir's Titan form is similar to something from your world called a Sharkticon. Hanji guessed. Either way, having the two of you sitting in during the experiment will give you an idea of what exactly is going on. Archie raised an eyebrow at that. We have nothing to hide, Hanji reassured as she swung back and forth a little. We're all friends, right? Friends is putting it lightly at the moment, Archie declared. We'll be there tomorrow. Optimus watched Archie leave the room while Hanji unhooked herself from the ceiling and landed on the ground. It's a start, Hanji declared. I'm going to stay the night and help out Wheeljack. If that's alright with you. I definitely need someone to reach into the small spaces, Wheeljack declared. Of course, Hanji smiled. I do not know if that is wise, Optimus retorted. I'll be fine, Hanji reassured. I won't pull on any wires. I'm just going to take a look at them. How about you head to your library in Wall Sina? I'll come by tomorrow so we can go over what we need to do for experiments. Optimus was quiet for a moment. I trust you. Hanji waved goodbye Optimus as he made his way off the ship. A Sharkticon? Wheeljack asked her, really? It's really fucking cool, Hanji declared with a smile. She has a tail and fins and 2 rows of teeth. Which is strange because I don't think she's seen a shark before. I haven't seen a shark before, but I would like to. You're a weird little human, Wheeljack remarked. I like to think of myself as eccentric, Hanji proclaimed. Or psycho, Wheeljack retorted. You didn't have to tackle me in the faceplates the moment I said that I was a tech expert. I wanted to know the secrets of Cybertron. Hanji exclaimed. Buckethead refuses to tell me anything to help and Optimus has limited knowledge. "'Kay, tone it down," Wheeljack advised. "I'll tell you some information if you can help me with this." Hanji responded by jumping down the hole, causing Wheeljack to marvel at her brashness. He's never had this much fun with a commanding officer before. This world might not be that bad. Erwin's house. Megatron didn't say a word as Kenny dropped the newspaper on the table, headlining about Archie and Wheeljack's arrival. "Splendid fucking timing," Kenny hissed at Megatron, "ya sack of shit." "Okay, stop," Nile ordered Kenny. "I'm not exactly thrilled about this arrangement either considering my past war crimes," Megatron declared. "Does it make it harder for you to operate freely?" Erwin questioned. "They don't have a plan to subdue me, so I'll be fine for the time being," Megatron answered. "They're going to want to fucking kill ya," Kenny yelled, "and if we come up with something now, they're not going to believe ya either." "You're still an ally to the island," Nile retorted. "This whole fucking time our team is literally a disabled, lying commander, a shady MP. I'm honest with my work," Nile exclaimed. "Your whole group is shady," Kenny retorted before pointing to himself, "a serial killer with the name the Ripper, and that bastard." Kenny pointed to Megatron who just looked irritated with Kenny's outburst. "Are you done?" Megatron demanded. "Yeah, no, I'm right," Kenny declared. "Kenny is right," Erwin agreed. "I might not have the same credibility I once had with Optimus, and I did orchestrate a coup. Albeit beneficial, critics would still paint me in a negative light. All credibility goes out the window if people discover that Kenny's been working with us. It gets even worse if one of these titans decides to expose your crimes to the public because they were wronged by you in some way. The military is a little bit chaotic right now, so they're not going to be reliable," Nile explained. "We need evidence, solid evidence," Erwin declared. "Megatron, you need to gain Zeke's trust in order to determine what he wants." "Again, I doubt that it will work," Megatron retorted. Zeke is planning something and we don't know what, Erwin reminded. We have to make a move and fast before the Autobots make a move to attack you. Megatron sighed. Fine. Megatron deactivated the hollow form before another word could be said. Kenny groaned at the situation before heading to the bathroom to wash up. How is Pixis taking this? Erwin asked. How do you think? Nile deadpanned. Armin stared in awe at the bonsai tree on the table. It's beautiful, and they can live for centuries. Mikasa nodded her head. Kiyomi told me that it can survive here, and these are the instructions to take care of it. Armin hugged Mikasa with delight. Thank you so much. Of course, Mikasa smiled. Armin looked over at the instructions and saw that he could put it in near a window. I'm going to go put this in my room. Eren gave a small smile as Armin carefully walked up the stairs with the bonsai tree in his hands. Eren, I have something for you too, Mikasa began as she pulled out Eren's gift. Eren stared at the item, a bracelet with a single flower tied to a red string. You don't like lavish items, Mikasa reasoned, so I thought, this would be nice. Eren noticed Mikasa hesitating in handing the item over to him. Eren took it from her hand and inspected it. He rubbed his thumb over the flower and noticed how the red string matched her scarf. It's perfect, Eren told her. Eren saw Mikasa's face light up in relief before a small blush was present on her cheeks. Here, Mikasa began as she took the bracelet from him and tied it around his right wrist. Eren lifted his wrist to get a better look and smiled. Thanks, Mikasa, Eren smiled. Mikasa smiled back at him, and it made Eren feel at peace. Suddenly, that peaceful feeling was gone as he saw a vision replacing Mikasa. In its place, was an older Mikasa. Her hair was even shorter than before, and she looked so sad. It looked like she was holding something in her hand, as if she was trying to give it to him. Before Eren could react, the vision disappeared as Armin returned back down the stairs. Mikasa, do you want help putting your luggage up the stairs? Armin asked. I can carry it, Mikasa insisted. It's the least we can do, Armin proclaimed as he grabbed her luggage. Eren went over to help Armin, but could have sworn he heard Mikasa say something. He looked back to see Mikasa merely picking up the dishes. Eren ignored his thoughts and helped Armin with the luggage. Optimus returned to Wall Sina and entered the library with the gift Mikasa got for him. He placed the book on the desk before sitting down at the chair. Optimus leaned back in the chair and sighed, thinking this situation over. These last few days have been rather chaotic, and he couldn't deny that he was worried about what would happen next. He had to earn Archie and Wheeljack's trust while ensuring the safety of the Survey Corps. He had to be mindful of Marley's Titan experimentation. He had to be mindful about how Megatron would react in this situation. If they succeeded in contacting Cybertron, and Megatron didn't leave this world prior, he would no doubt be arrested and executed for his crimes. He couldn't deny that Cybertron and Earth deserved justice for the lives lost, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to let Megatron die. But Megatron has done cruel and horrible things. Those actions could never be atoned for. Optimus leaned forward and stared at the book. If that day came when Megatron would be arrested, would he stand aside and let it happen, or would he intervene? He wasn't sure. But he just had a single hope, that one day. Optimus opened the book, not wanting to dwell too much on that topic. Optimus was confused when he saw a letter attached to the inside book. Optimus took off the letter and opened it up before reading it. Dear Metal Titan. I do know what your name is, but I don't know how to spell it, so I apologize for that. My name is Kenshin, and I am the current heir to the Hizura throne. I was a little disappointed that I didn't get to meet you in person, but Mikasa told me that you liked books, so I saw the opportunity to write my thoughts to you. In regards to Zeke Jaeger's plan, the people of Hizura don't want that. We don't want the Titans within the walls to be activated. Not a single one. So I couldn't contain my relief when Ambassador Kiyomi told me you were planning a proposal of your own. I do hope that we can utilize your proposal to the fullest, and that we can solve this matter diplomatically. Without spilling the blood of anyone. I know what war can do to the best and worst of us. It's very present within our own species. In regards to the throne, that is a little more complicated. My father doesn't want Mikasa taking the throne because he is afraid of the ramifications of putting someone from the island there. I personally believe Mikasa being on the throne would unite our nations in a peaceful way. However, I can't deny my father's reasoning, since the world still despises Eldians and sees them as a root of all evil. I never believed the idea that the island was full of devils, not completely at least. Hizuru and the Eldian Empire were once allies, and it has been a century since King Fritz closed the walls off to the rest of the world. Something had to have changed on the island. I was glad to be proven right when I met Mikasa Ackerman. She is not a devil, not in the slightest. She is strong and brave. She is polite and humble. She is one of the kindest people I have ever met. Her actions have displayed that she is just as human as anyone outside the island. Her strength and her life experience would make her a great leader in Hizuru. I believe that she is capable of making this alliance work. I would be happy to relinquish my crown to her. However, Mikasa does not want to rule Hizuru. All she wants is to live the rest of her life in peace, and considering what I've heard about her life, I can't say I blame her for that. Hopefully, your proposal would somehow allow for Mikasa to lead that normal life in the end. In regards to the Flying Titan, I believe that he's lost. I can tell that he's lived a life of turmoil, conflict, and suffering. I think part of him wants to understand humanity, but his pride keeps pushing against it. I could be wrong. I don't know the extent of your history. I do believe some part of him cares. He cared enough about Mikasa to apologize to her, so that might be a start. Part of me hopes that maybe he can find peace. In regards to the current state of our world, I apologize. I apologize for our species being weak. I am sorry that the only thing people see the island is our demons. I am sorry that the people on the outside are corrupt and cruel. I am sorry that all we seem to do is fight. Believe me when I say that our world still has something to offer. I hope a being from beyond the stars can see what we have to offer. I hope one day I will be able to meet you in a time of celebration and peace. Until then, enjoy this book on the history of Hizuru, and a small memento from the Spring Festival. Sincerely, Kenshin. Optimus was definitely shocked by the contents of the letter. He didn't even expect a letter to him, and from the prince no less. But here it was. He willingly reached out to him. Optimus put the letter aside and saw a cherry blossom that was pressed in between the pages. Optimus picked up the pressed flower and smiled softly. He then put the flower down and took out his own pen and paper, writing a letter of his own for the prince. Chapter 59, Getting Acquainted Part 1. Eren watched with caution as Archie and Wheeljack arrived at their experimentation site. They were surrounded by a mix of trees and open fields with a lake nearby. The Titan shifter looked over to see Ymir staring at them with a rather bored and irritated expression, most likely because she had to come all the way from the orphanage to be a part of the experiment this time around. Both Levi and Mikasa remained in the trees, energon spears fully equipped on their persons. The other Survey Corps members were on the ground, but were all on horseback with their 3D gear already prepared. Optimus was in his bipedal mode and Megatron was nowhere to be found. "Hello, spectators!" Hanji exclaimed with joy to Wheeljack and Archie, "Thank you for coming to our joint experiment for today." "And what exactly does this experiment include?" Archie demanded. "Endurance," Hanji replied, "we are here to test how long Eren and Ymir can last in their Titan forms. Titan transformations already take a toll on the human body itself, so training their bodies to last longer in Titan form would definitely benefit us in a combative situation." Hanji turned to Eren and was about to call him over, but noticed that Eren looked rather nervous. If he was that nervous, he might not have the proper will to transform. In addition, Wheeljack and Archie might not be comfortable with Eren's Titan size. They were smaller than Optimus after all, so starting off with Ymir might be the better option. She was smaller, and her form might have some familiarity with the Sharkticon brought up. "Ymir, would you like to deal with your Titan transformation first so you can go back to the orphanage?" Hanji asked her. Ymir groaned. "Fine. As long as this doesn't take too long." Hanji gave her a thumbs up as Ymir grabbed a small knife and walked forward. She gave the two of them an unamused expression before cutting her hand. Wheeljack and Archie covered their face plates as blue lightning consumed Ymir. Archie managed to see Amir's Titan form appear out of thin air, her bones appearing first, then her muscles, and finally her skin. Fins grew out of her body while a tail formed behind her. Amir roared as her rows of teeth grew sharper and claws formed around her hands and feet. When the transformation finished, Amir stood on all fours and stared at the two titans. Archie was completely taken off guard by the predicament while Wheeljack marveled at the sights. Satisfied? Amir asked. Holy slag, you can talk! Wheeljack exclaimed. I know. Hanji agreed with that same level of excitement. Wait, how is this even possible? Archie demanded, humans can't do this. This is a very specific ability only allowed to the Eldian person, Hanji explained, that's part of the reason why the world sees us as devils. Amir and Eren are 2 out of 8 Titan shifters. Well, technically 9, but that is a topic for another day. If a normal Eldian is turned into a Titan, they are stuck as a mindless brute for all eternity, with the sole desire of turning back into a human. And how exactly would they be able to turn back into a human? Archie asked as Wheeljack approached Amir, who crawled back a little. Hanji sucked in a breath. Technically, cannibalism. A pure Titan would have to eat a Titan shifter in order to become human again and transform into a Titan at will. Gross, Wheeljack commented as he poked Amir, who quickly swatted his servo away. Stop, Amir told him. I need a minute to process this, Archie admitted. Fair enough, Hanji shrugged before turning to Amir, let's go to the lake to see how fast you can swim. Wheeljack was rather startled when Amir stood on all fours and followed Hanji to the lake. The Survey Corps quickly followed on horseback while Optimus offered his servo to Eren. Eren climbed on and Optimus placed him on his shoulder, while Levi and Mikasa used their 3D gear to climb onto his shoulder. Optimus followed the Survey Corps while Mikasa adjusted her seating next to Eren. Levi was sitting on the Prime's other shoulder as Wheeljack decided to follow them, shortly accompanied by Archie. Levi glanced back before turning around and facing both Autobots. The two Autobots grew rather uncomfortable as the captain kept on staring at them, not taking his eyes off of them for a moment. Zeke had returned from combat along with the other Marleyan warriors. They were gone for the whole week, allowing Matthew to do whatever he wanted. When Zeke returned, part of him expected the Titan to be well rested and less moody. But it's only been a day and he could tell that something was off with Matthew. Zeke knew this for a fact. The Titan was apprehensive. He wouldn't spare more than a glance at Commander Calvi and merely filed a report when asked. He made no fun at the children when training. He didn't even bother to start a fight with Magath. He just did the tasks Magath told him to do without complaint. Yeah, something was clearly off. Zeke snapped out of his thoughts when Matthew dropped off papers at his desk before quickly turning towards the door. Matthew, are you okay? Zeke asked. Swell, he hissed in his normal voice. Do you want to talk about it? Zeke asked. No, he answered. I feel like you should. No, Matthew growled. What is getting angry at me going to solve? Zeke asked. If anything, talking to me is the better option. Matthew gave Zeke an irritated look. Look, it's not like you can vent to Magath, Zeke reasoned as he began looking over the paper. You hate him. Better to vent to someone who can keep the secret and is also blackmailed into not telling anyone. Zeke looked up from his papers to see Matthew appearing to debate his options. He could see the war practically raging inside of him. Matthew sighed to himself as he walked away from the door and sat on the couch. I'm only telling you this because you'll find out soon enough, Matthew groaned, and I expect that you keep it a secret. Okay, Zeke said, wondering where this was going. 2 Cybertronians from our world found us, and they intend to stay on the island, Matthew explained as he leaned forward. Oh, Zeke said in surprise, isn't that a good thing? Oh no it is not, Matthew hissed, it's the worst possible thing that could have happened. I'm confused, Zeke admitted. Of course you are, Megatron explained as he stood up, let me dumb this down as you humans say. Damn it, I hate you, Zeke proclaimed as he rubbed his temple. The 2 Cybertronians are Autobots, specifically Optimus Prime's soldiers, Matthew explained. Wait, that's I am not finished, Matthew continued, It's bad for the both of us because Optimus Prime is considered dead by Cybertronian records, and I am a 4 million-year-old war criminal. What is it with you Titans and cheating death? Zeke demanded. I thought you'd be more surprised about the war criminal portion, Matthew admitted. Considering how you act when we're alone, it makes sense, Zeke proclaimed, so these Autobots think that Optimus is a fake. More or less, Matthew answered, there were a few situations where a secret agent that took the form of an Autobot and infiltrated their base. So they could kill Optimus. Zeke assumed. If Optimus does something that is considered out of the ordinary, Matthew answered, if not, they help the island contact Cybertron and have the situation sorted out there. Zeke internally swore at that. If that were true, then that meant that the island wouldn't accept his proposal. It meant that his plan wouldn't be able to go through. They wouldn't need Zeke. The only use they would have for him would be to feed him to Historia, if they would even allow that situation to happen. How could he work around this? How could he stop this from happening? The only person he could truly rely on right now is Yelena. He hoped she would be able to work her way around this. You should be happy, Matthew remarked, there's no need for the use of the rumbling. Good, Zeke managed to force out, hoping the Titan didn't notice the strain. Any update on the Warriors? Matthew demanded. Pike is going to receive the Energon serum soon, Zeke informed, she was the only one falling behind during the battle, so they need to give it to her. Anything else? Matthew asked. There's been talk about sending in a pure, Energon Titan, Zeke answered, they want me to test it out and see if I can control it. And if not? Then it devours enemy territory, Zeke answered. Matthew hummed in response. Thank you for the update. Zeke nodded absent-mindedly as Matthew left the room, only to sharply turn his head to the door. Did he just say thank you? Megatron internally swore to himself as he left Zeke's room. Did he really just say thank you? Amir jumped high out of the water before diving back, causing Hanji to furiously scribble something down in her notebook. The Titan shifter continued swimming with ease around the lake while the Survey Corps continued to watch. Wheeljack was pretty invested in Amir's Titan form, but Arky had her attention to the humans on Optimus' shoulders. First of all, she was more surprised at the fact that Optimus was okay with humans on him. This wasn't the first time after all, as she saw Hanji on his shoulder when they first spotted him. But she never saw this when they were on Earth. The one time was with Agent Fowler, but that was for a mission. Secondly, the humans on his shoulder seemed rather protective of him. If this really was Optimus, or a knockoff version, at the very least he wouldn't need protecting. He was powerful enough on his own, but the humans were extremely paranoid. The boy, Eren, kept looking at her like she had the Cybonic plague. Mikasa, the one who tried to kill Wheeljack, kept her eye on her, but was more preoccupied with Eren. The captain was the problem. No matter how many times she glanced over at Optimus, he would not take his eyes off of her. It was like a scarecrow, he was just staring into her soul. When she stared for too long, he clicked the Energon spear in place before keeping his hands on the trigger. He was essentially waiting for an excuse to attack her. It genuinely unnerved her. So do you know how fast she's swimming? Wheeljack asked Hanji. As in meters per hour. Hanji replied back, not so sure. We usually use a stopwatch to see how long it would take her to run laps, but we haven't converted it. But she does get faster every time. And she's completely fine with holding her breath underwater. Wheeljack asked. She can breathe underwater, Hanji corrected. However, Titan shifters in general can't remain in their Titan form for too long. It tends to tire them out. That's why this exercise is necessary. It increases endurance with staying in the Titan form so they don't tire themselves out during combat. Amir emerged from the water and crawled up in front of the Survey Corps. The Titan shook the water off of her body to dry herself. Okay, what else? Amir demanded. We're going to test out your teeth and claws, Hanji answered, we're going to need you to cut through some trees. Labor work? Really? Amir demanded. We need to test your strength, Hanji reminded. Amir rolled her eyes in response. Fine, but after this, I'm done. Thank you. Hanji exclaimed. Pike was the last one to do it, and she was nervous. Everyone else had the energon injected into their bodies, but she was the only one who didn't do it. Now she was required to do it, and she was scared. Zeke reassured her earlier that she would be fine, but both Reiner and Porco were extremely worried. Meanwhile, Annie was still being experimented on and was only allowed out during combat. Now here she was, in the same setting that Zeke and Reiner were in when they took the energon serum. The military had their weapons on her in the event she was out of control, while Zeke and Reiner were on the sidelines to restrain her. She held the energon serum in her hand and looked over at Zeke and Reiner. Reiner nodded in reassurance, but she could see the worry in his eyes. It didn't matter regardless. She had to take it. She lifted the syringe to her arm and injected herself with the serum. Blue lightning consumed her and she transformed into her Titan form. Reiner saw that there wasn't much of a change to her body, the energon merely became more apparent in her veins. She roared as she finished transforming before forcing herself to stay steady on all fours. She seemed delirious before she collapsed to the ground from the transformation. Reiner and Zeke immediately ran over to pull her out of her Titan form. When they did, they noticed that the energon that was supposed to be in her eyes receded back into her spine. They didn't question it and merely took her back to the infirmary. Ymir slashed her claws twice through the tree before it actually toppled over. She jumped through the trees before slicing off a few branches in her way. The Survey Corps continued to watch on their horses while Mikasa and Levi were waiting up in the trees. Eren still remained on Optimus' shoulder, staring at Archie and Wheeljack with concern. He saw them in his vision, and they were going to stay. He didn't know what that meant. He was terrified. 2 visions came true, was he just going to wait until a third one got confirmed? And who was Archie shouting at in his vision? It couldn't have been Optimus, could it? Maybe it was Megatron because of his crimes. But Optimus glanced at Eren to see the worried expression on his face. The Prime followed his gaze to Archie and Wheeljack and realized what Eren was concerned about. Do you not feel safe around them? Optimus whispered. Eren turned away from Optimus, not wanting to answer the question. I can tell the commander you are not feeling well, Optimus reasoned. Eren shook his head. Experiments were already planned. That's not fair to everyone else. If anything does happen, I will ensure everyone's safety, Optimus reassured. What about your safety? Eren pressed. I will be able to handle myself, Optimus told him. Archie heard Optimus whispering to someone and quickly glanced over to see Optimus talking to Eren. Before she could determine what it was about, she heard a noise above her. She looked up to see the captain glaring at her from the branch he was on with the energon spears still equipped. She's a bit slower in the trees, Wheeljack remarked, think it's because of the tail. Possibly, Hanji answered. Before Megatron managed to sneak the energon serum to the island, Ymir's Titan form was different. It didn't have any of these aquatic features, but the serum did give her better claws and 2 sets of teeth, so it's not a complete waste. Although, most fights are not going to be aquatic, so it does put her at a little bit of a disadvantage, which is why we're doing this. Ymir managed to bite through the branch of another tree before she noticed that her vision was getting blurry and that she was feeling dizzy. She was in the Titan form for too long, she needed to get out. Ymir tried to grab a tree trunk, but her hand missed and she crashed into the ground. Oh, scrap, Wheeljack swore as the Survey Corps rushed to her aid. Optimus carefully placed Eren on the ground, allowing Eren to run over to her. The Prime looked back at the 2 Autobots before walking over to Ymir's Titan form. Archie noted that the captain didn't move an inch from his spot, still staring at the 2 of them. Before Optimus could make a move to remove Ymir from her Titan form, Ymir held her hand out to tell him to stop before steam erupted from the nape of the neck. Archie and Wheeljack peered over to see Ymir pulling herself out of her Titan form. Wheeljack was surprised while Archie was slightly grossed out. She couldn't imagine Jack doing something like that. Ymir pulled her arms out of the nape before her legs before she stumbled out. Optimus managed to catch her and lower her to the ground, allowing Sasha and Mikasa to put her on horseback. I'll take her back to the port, Sasha informed before riding on her horse with Ymir. By the Allspark, that was disgusting, Archie spoke. It's what we've been dealing with, Hanji shrugged. Now, let's take a break, and Aaron we will start experimenting after. Yes, sir, Aaron nodded his head before glancing over at the two Autobots. He really didn't want to. Pike slowly opened her eyes and yawned, sitting up in her hospital bed. She rubbed her eyes and noticed that Reiner, Zeke, Porco, and Colt were staring at her in surprise while Matthew continued to read a book in apathy. What? Pike asked in confusion. You're okay? Colt asked. Yes, Pike answered. You just took the Energon serum, and you feel fine. Reiner exclaimed. Zeke's hair changed color. Yeah, he looked like an old man, Porco added. Matthew laughed while Zeke glared at him. I feel fine, Pike reasoned. There's not even a change in eye color, Reiner explained as he gave her a small mirror. Pike examined her eyes through the mirror and noticed that they looked exactly the same. That is strange, Pike finally admitted. Well, at least you keep some semblance of normality, Zeke proclaimed. Marley will experiment on you, Matthew reminded. This is definitely something they weren't expecting. When will they start? Pike asked him. We don't know, Zeke admitted. Experimentation will most likely be on the battlefield. Along with the pure Titan, Pike added. There's also been a surveillance of the area, and they're speculating the use of the Colossal Titan, Zeke admitted to everyone there. Silence emitted through the room as Pike noticed even Matthew taking an interest in the topic. Is that safe? Reiner finally asked amid the silence. I am willing to defend my country, Porco reminded in anger. Reiner's right, Matthew retorted, your predecessor did not look so great when you ate him. Matthew. Zeke hissed. I agree, Colt admitted, didn't Berthold lose his mind because of the Flying Titan's blood? I can't just sit on the sidelines and continue to do nothing, Porco declared, do you guys think I'm not capable? Pike noticed something was wrong. She noticed that Porco's hand was shaking, and there was a small presence of purple in them. Pike quickly took Porco's hand and held it, causing Porco to look her in the eye. We want you to be safe, Pike declared, that's all we want. This experimentation is very dangerous and the last thing I want to do is lose you. That seemed to calm Porco down and cause the purple in his hand to disappear. Pike smiled and let go of him before turning to the others. I would like to get some rest, Pike requested, and can someone tell the Panzer unit that I'm all right? I'll take care of it, Porco reassured as he left the room. Reiner noticed Colt's worried look before taking his hand and guiding him out the room. Zeke stood up and walked towards the door, but stopped to look back at Pike. Pike, you know that the decision of Marley still stands, regardless of what you believe, Zeke reminded. I'm aware, Pike nodded her head, I just wanted to defuse the situation before Reiner and Porco had an argument. Good job, Zeke praised, get some rest. Zeke left the room and shut the door, allowing Pike to take a small breath, but she was confused when Matthew didn't leave the room. I'm supposed to monitor you, Matthew declared as he revealed the Energon coat spear. Right, Pike spoke, feeling uneasy. How was your week off? It was okay, Matthew answered. Pike could tell he was trying to pick his words wisely. Where did you go? Pike asked. We're not friends, Matthew immediately shot down, I'm not going to tell you about my own personal business. Sorry, Pike apologized before lying back down on the bed. She didn't understand. Why was there not an effect on her? Archie and Wheeljack kept their distance from the Survey Corps as they continued to talk and relax with one another. Hanji was going over her notes on Optimus' shoulder and the Prime listened intently. So seems Optimus' story's starting to match up, Wheeljack remarked. I guess, Archie admitted, but we should still take this with caution. We still can't trust Optimus. The humans seem to trust him, Wheeljack retorted as he slightly tilted his head over to him, they're crawling all over him. They're completely comfortable with him. If that's not trust, I don't know what is. It's only been a few days, Archie retorted, as much as I would like to say it's Optimus, it's not easy from experience. Fair, Wheeljack admitted, we still haven't seen Buckethead in a while. That definitely raises some heads. One thing at a time, Archie told him, we still need to find a way to restrain him. He forfeited the war, Wheeljack reminded, do you think he'll start another fight now that we're here? I don't know, Archie glanced over at the Survey Corps, but that captain seems like he's ready to start one. The two noted that Levi was still staring at them from the treetops with the energon spears still equipped. They saw Hanji throw him a wrapped snack, which the captain caught with ease without taking his eyes off of them. Primus, that is creepy, Archie admitted. Yeah, him and that Mikasa kid we need to watch out for, Wheeljack proclaimed. All right, Eren, you're up. Hanji ordered the teen, causing him to stiffen. Eren complied and stood up, distancing himself from everyone else as they got on their horses. Hanji used her 3D gear to fly off of Optimus' shoulder and land in the tree next to Levi. Archie noticed Hanji saying something to Levi, and the captain looked their way before turning his attention back to Eren and speaking. Archie then turned her attention to Optimus, who was also staring at them with slight caution. Archie was pretty startled when he activated his battle mask and turned his attention back to Eren. Something tell me this is going to be a big one, Wheeljack guessed as he activated his own battle mask. And what do we do if it is? Archie demanded. Trust their judgment. Wheeljack suggested, but even he sounded uncertain at his own recommendation. Eren took a deep breath before biting his hand and drawing blood. When that happened, lightning consumed the boy, causing the two Autobots to cover their optics. The boy saw Eren's Titan form being to appear from thin air. The bones manifesting first, then the muscle, and finally the skin. The two covered their audio receptors as Eren emitted a loud roar. Archie and Wheeljack were completely stunned while everyone else was rather unfazed. When Eren finished transformed, the two Autobots couldn't help but marvel at how he towered over everyone. They were even certain that he was taller than Optimus. His hair reached the length of his neck, and steam emitted from the large, oddly shaped rows of teeth where his lips were supposed to be. The energon was very apparent in his system, sticking out of veins in his arms and on his spine. Eren, can you hear us? Hanji called out. Archie was stunned to see that Eren's Titan eyes resembled that of a human, despite the fact that energon was very present in them. Ymir's eyes looked very monstrous, they were pitch black with blue surrounding it. The Titan shifter turned his head to the Survey Corps and nodded wordlessly. All right, Hanji said before turning to Optimus and gesturing to Eren. Optimus walked over to Eren and told him to follow some of his movements. Wheeljack stared in awe as Eren mimicked Optimus with ease while Archie quickly sidestepped over to the Survey Corps. I'm sorry, but what the frag is this? Archie demanded. Cool, right? Hanji smiled while Levi stared at her. Not cool, Archie immediately shot down, humans can't do this. They can't just conjure up a giant body out of thin air like it's nothing. I don't know what else to tell you, Hanji proclaimed, the walls has very limited technology and even information in Marley is limited. All we know is that some girl made a deal with the devil and it led to that. Archie glanced over to still see Eren mimicking Optimus movements. Just be thankful that you and Wheeljack are getting this information instead of finding it out the hard way, Hanji reasoned. Optimus arrived on our world when pure Titans were invading one of our more populated cities. He was just going in blind. Commander, we are ready, Optimus informed. Ready for what, exactly? Archie demanded as Hanji gave a thumbs up. For Eren to get his ass kicked, Jean answered. Wow! Connie exclaimed. Jean, Mikasa warned. When has Eren won a fight against Optimus? Jean retorted, it's easier to count the amount of times Eren has won, which is 0. What? Archie spoke as she turned to see Eren getting into a fighting stance. Archie was startled when she saw armor surrounding his fists. Optimus got into a fighting stance of his own, pulling out one of his blades. Eren charged and threw a punch at the Prime, but the Prime bent back before slicing off Eren's arm with ease. Eren's arm regenerated in an instant before he threw an uppercut at the Prime. Optimus dodged it before landed a right hook in Eren's face. Archie watched the fight continue, noting the arm Optimus sliced off evaporated into thin air. He's holding his own. Optimus has been training Eren for the past 2 years, teaching him how to fight better, Hanji explained, what with the limited knowledge and technology in the walls, and Optimus killing over 100 Titans when he first got here, it's definitely a benefit for Eren to learn a thing or two. But he's holding his own. Archie spoke in surprise. Wait, what do you mean by that? Armin asked Archie. I rammed Megatron halfway across a space bridge platform, and that only bought me 30 seconds before I was literally thrown to the ground like a rag doll, Arky explained. We all went up against a knockoff version of Optimus and we all lost. I'm sorry, what was that first thing about you ramming Megatron? Hanji asked while Levi was startled at her proclamation. But this is pretty impressive, Arky confessed. Oh, Armin spoke in surprise. Beat Chief Saft, kid. Wheeljack cheered on. Optimus was distracted by the sudden outburst that Aaron punched the Prime square in the face, knocking him to the ground. Before Aaron could land another hit, Optimus kicked Aaron hard in the gut, sending him flying across the field. Wheeljack! Hanji exclaimed. What? Kid needed it, Wheeljack shrugged. Do you know why he can regenerate? Arky asked Hanji. Hanji shrugged. It's just an ability that Titans in general have always had. The only way to kill a Titan or remove a Titan shifter is by slicing open the nape of the neck. And it has to be a large and deep enough cut or else the Titan won't die. That's an odd place to cut, Wheeljack commented as he walked up to Hanji. Why not just blow the head off? Or decapitate the Titan? The Titan would still rely on the brain in order to perform basic functions right. In theory, that would make more sense, Hanji agreed. However, experiments have already been done about blowing off a Titan's head, but it does little to no effect. The Titan would regenerate the head in about 10 minutes, I believe. My guess is that it's because the Titan shifter simply resides in the nape of the neck. Another theory would be that cutting the nape of the neck simply severs any communication from the brain to the nervous system. Both would need to be destroyed in some way in order to stop the Titan's movements. Yeah, I still don't agree with it, Wheeljack proclaimed. Well, it's in front of you, Hanji retorted as she gestured to the fighting. If you want, I can explain to you my theories and findings on the Titans. If you're willing to chit-chat with me for the night. Don't take her offer, she will keep you up all night, Levi warned, taking Arky a little off guard, since she hadn't heard him speak since she made herself known to them. I've gone cycles without sleep, Wheeljack proclaimed. One night should be fine. You and I are going to become very best friends, Hanji smiled wickedly. Megatron watched from the balcony once more, seeing the human children training once again. He wasn't required to watch Pike anymore as someone else was tasked to watch her. He didn't care, he did his job. He should be more focused on how to react to the two Autobots, but there was a lot going on that he couldn't focus on it. He was finding himself distracting himself by watching those humans. They were beneath him. However, he noted that they were growing. Not by a lot, but they were definitely different from when he first arrived here 2 years ago. The 4 children were taller, constantly comparing their heights to one another. Colt's voice finally stopped cracking and dropped a few octaves. It was odd, seeing them grow and change. He never understood it. The idea of being able to grow and change, Megatron shook his head. It didn't matter what form these Eldians took. They would only be seen as devils. How is Pike? Zeke asked as he walked up to him. Nothing changed, as far as I know, Megatron replied in his regular voice. How about the new Titans on the island? Zeke asked in a hushed tone. I don't know what they're doing and I don't care, Megatron answered. I would rather avoid them as much as possible. Are you afraid of them? Zeke wanted to press his luck. Megatron wanted to threaten him out of habit or out of spite, but he remembered Erwin's advice about gaining Zeke's trust. If he could gain Zeke's trust, he could find out about his true intention to stop whatever he and his followers were planning. Megatron sighed. I'm not afraid of them, but I wouldn't like to be reminded of my greatest failures. I also don't want to be reminded about how everyone on my home world wants me dead. Megatron noticed the surprise in Zeke's expression before it morphed into sympathy. So, the world hates you too. Zeke concluded. Yes, Megatron replied, but unlike you, it wasn't because I was born a devil. Zeke chuckled at that. I've still done terrible things. It can be argued that you had no choice in the matter, Megatron retorted. Zeke raised an eyebrow at that. What's with the sudden change in attitude? You're not usually this nice. You're right, I'm not, Megatron agreed as he straightened himself out, but it's like you said before, I'm blackmailing you into not telling anyone anything. I could tell you everything about me if I wanted you, but you would still have to keep your mouth shut in order to protect the both of us. You really are a devil, Zeke declared. I guess I see why you might not be so well liked. Megatron stared at him. But you need me? Playing the sympathy card wasn't going to work. Even though what he was saying is true, Zeke wouldn't buy it because of the way he acted around the Titan shifter. Megatron thought something over before an idea formed in his head. He remembered Optimus asking him to find out more information about the Attack Titan, and he needed to gain Zeke's trust. He was certain he wanted to know the negative effects his creator had on Prime's pet. How about I choose to extend more of my kindness to you? Megatron offered. Zeke nearly laughed at that. You being kind. I'm certain it will be something you are invested in, Megatron proclaimed. Optimus wants to know more information about the Attack Titan that resides within his little pet. If you tell me any and all information about the Attack Titan, I will tell you personal details about your half-brother and Prime's pet. Megatron could see Zeke was intrigued, and wanted so badly to give in and say yes to the proposal, but something was stopping him. Why? Zeke demanded, why offer this to me? Because Optimus wants to know why, Megatron answered. I wouldn't be going out of my way to discover more information about one of the weaker Titan if he didn't ask. And it provides you with incentive for doing all of these tasks for me. Megatron extended his hand to him. It is a deal. Zeke stared at the hand before he quickly shook it. I'll have some information by the end of the week. Megatron let go of the Titan shifter's hand and stared at the children. Let's see how well this plan works out for him. That evening, Aaron sighed with relief as he pulled himself out of his Titan form. Optimus offered his servo to him and Aaron climbed in with ease. The Prime set Aaron on the ground, allowing the Survey Corps to examine him and see if he was alright. Wheeljack watched as Aaron's Titan form evaporated into thin air, while Archie noticed the relieved expression on Optimus' faceplates as he watched the Survey Corps tend to Aaron. Maybe she had this all wrong. Maybe this really was Optimus. Optimus hadn't harmed them in the past few days, and the humans trusted him completely. Maybe they had it all wrong. Archie noticed that Optimus placed 2 digits against his audio receptors, no doubt activating his COMM link. The Prime glanced over at the two of them before turning to the Survey Corps. Megatron informed me that the last of the warriors has received the Energon Titan serum, Optimus told them. So all that's left is the Warhammer Titan, Gene concluded, earning a nod from the Prime. Buckethead only saw Zeke Jaeger's enhanced abilities, Hanji recalled. Other than that, the only other Titan shifter we've seen with an enhanced ability is Annie Leonhardt. Even so, we don't know what's changed. Enhanced ability? Wheeljack questioned. The Titans didn't always have Energon running through them, Hanji explained. The previous King on the Walls experimented with the substance using Annie Leonhardt as a host. She escaped to find her comrades, but they tried one last attempt to take Aaron. Megatron intervened, but Annie managed to cut off a piece of his armor which now resides in Marley. Guess that explains why the Khan looks so lopsided, Wheeljack remarked. If Annie is able to cut through Megatron's armor, who knows what else the others are capable of, Armin spoke with worry. Archie saw the tense expression on everyone, including Optimus. Well, no time to worry about that now. Hanji declared, everyone head back to the port. The Survey Corps began to pack up and leave, with Aaron riding with Armin on horseback. Aaron looked back at the 3 Titans with concern, but he turned back around when he realized there was nothing he could do. I have some reports I need to write up for today, Hanji declared as she got on her horse. Are you going to head back to the ship or are you going to stay the night, Optimus? I intend to head back to the ship, Optimus answered. I'll come with you, Wheeljack told the Prime. Ah. What about my late night theories? Hanji exclaimed, please stay. Rain check, okay. Wheeljack promised. I wanted to examine the ship to see if there are any useful parts. Hanji groaned. Fine. Tell me your findings tomorrow. Wheeljack gave her a small salute before transforming into his alt mode and driving off. Archie, are you coming? Optimus asked her. Archie thought it over. I'm going to stay at the port for the night. A little exhausted to drive back. Hanji squealed with excitement while Levi stared at her with suspicion. I understand, Optimus said, I will see you in the morning. Hanji waved goodbye to Optimus as the Prime transformed and drove off. She then turned to Arky and smiled. So, what did you think about today? Hanji asked with a smile. I'm not like Wheeljack, I'm not going to be invested in every little detail, Arky shot down, today was already enough. Hanji sighed in defeat and slumped against her horse. Fine. I'll set up a place for you to sleep. Hanji rode back to the port, allowing Arky to think some things over. So why do you want to stay at the port? Levi demanded, causing Arky to look down at him. I'm making a guess that Megatron still doesn't like humans, and that he would most likely stay at the neutral ship for the night, Arky admitted, even if he returns at all. Yeah, the bastard hates us, Levi told her as he slowly rode his horse back to the port. Arky decided not to transform and walk next to the captain. You didn't have to stare at us all day like we were going to attack, Arky remarked, Autobots don't do that. I'm aware, Levi merely responded, at least from Prime's word, your kind is pretty tame when it comes to a different species. Then what was with the staring? Arky asked him. What exactly constitutes as Prime acting suspicious? Levi asked. Excuse you. Arky demanded. You said there were spies and exact copies that didn't act like him, Levi recalled as he glanced up at her. What exactly would Prime have to do for you to confirm that it is or isn't the leader you knew? Why do you care about that? Arky asked him. So I can make a judgment on whether or not to kill you and your partner, Levi answered bluntly. Arky was taken aback at the blatant threat. What? Levi stopped in his track and turned his head to her fully. Do you really think that we're going to let you kill Prime so easily if he doesn't act the way you want? Or the way that he's supposed to? This is a much more complicated situation than you think it is, Arky reminded. No one on the island cares, Levi declared, no one cares if he's some knockoff, or different than what you've known him as. He's been helping us. He's been saving us. Breaking his back to help us in any way possible despite knowing we are descendants of devils. We don't care what you think. We trust him, completely. If you make any move to lay a finger on him, we will destroy you without any hesitation. Levi whipped the reins on his horse and rode off back to the port, leaving the two-wheeler stunned. The captain openly threatened her without any hesitation in his voice. He stated that they trusted Optimus completely, and he would kill the both of them if they harmed Optimus in any way. Arky was still trying to process it as she transformed into her alt mode and drove to the port. He didn't know it, but Levi might have helped Optimus' case in regards to being trustworthy. There was no way that someone would protect Optimus so fiercely if he didn't prove his loyalty to them. Yelena couldn't believe it. She was seething. She was so preoccupied with the wine distribution within the inner walls that she didn't know about the new Metal Titans until she saw it headlined in the newspaper. She immediately dropped everything to return to the port and see it for herself. Now here she was, watching the Metal Titan arrive at the port in the form of a motorcycle and transform into a small female Titan right before her very eyes. God damn it! This couldn't be happening. If Titans from Optimus World came here, and they managed to contact his home, then, Zeke's plan would be rendered useless. The Restorationists would be rendered useless. She would be rendered useless. Zeke would be rendered useless. Yelena prevented herself from screaming in anger, taking deep breaths in order to calm herself down. She had to administer the wine plan regardless, but now she had to find a way to make contact with Eren. To get him to agree to Zeke's actual plan, but would Eren agree? She's seen the way Eren acts around the Titan. He was kind to him. Optimus treated Eren like he was his own. Eren had no reason to doubt him. So, maybe she could create a reason to doubt him? But that seemed impossible. What could she do? I believe in a world where humanity can coexist in peace, regardless if they are Marleyan or Eldian. Yelena shook her head. No. She couldn't get sucked up into his idealistic words. An impossible dream. There had to be a way to get Eren to see that, if she would be able to talk to him at all. Eren walked into his room, slumping down against the bed. He stared up at the ceiling before standing up and rummaging through one of his drawers. He pulled out a notebook and opened it, reveal all the notes that he had been taking in regards to his memories. He took out a pen before writing down what he saw today in regards to Wheeljack and Archie. Optimus was right. Writing down his thoughts and memories did provide a clearer understanding of what he was seeing. More memories were starting to appear as he wrote down his thoughts and experienced some of the visions happening in real time. But there were still events that were unorganized, jumbled. He couldn't make sense of it, and he still couldn't tell anyone. He did try to tell Optimus after he started writing stuff down, but his mouth was practically wired shut when he tried. He didn't understand. Why? It was making him terrified. Amidst the slew of memories that started pouring into his head, there was one that was starting to become more apparent. He saw that he was talking to Yelena. He couldn't tell where or when it was, but you won't be able to rely on him. The next day, Megatron spun the staff in his hands as he made an effort to perfect the techniques he was using for the time being. He was also trying to get some stress out. This whole situation was chaotic and stressful to him. He had to try and gain Zeke's trust, which most likely wasn't going to work. All the Marleyan warriors were injected with the Energon serum except for the Warhammer Titan, which would no doubt happen sooner than later. Finally, 2 Autobots were here, and would no doubt find a way to contact Cybertron and haul him back there to face trial and be executed. If he made any move to stop it, then Optimus would doubt his trustworthiness and it would give the Autobots more of a reason to kill him. Megatron swung behind him. There was no way this couldn't possibly get any. Megatron grunted as someone punched him square in the face. The force of the punch and the surprise of it caused him to hit the ground hard. Megatron groaned as he covered the bruise. He turned to the attacker, ready to feign injury, when he froze. His attacker was a woman, with blonde hair that went a little bit past her neck. She had pale skin and was wearing the Marleyan uniform with the red armband on her right arm. But Megatron couldn't forget that face. Even if her Titan form didn't have any skin, her face was hard to forget. Her eyes also showed blatant signs of Energon in them. There was no doubt in his mind. This was Annie Leonhardt. Chapter 60, Getting Acquainted Part 2. Megatron looked up at Annie in surprise while Annie glared at him in seething anger. The ex-con had a million thoughts running through his head. What was she doing here? Why was she out? Why did she punch him? Did she recognize him? He had to think fast. Megatron pretended to groan in pain as he held the side of his face. What the hell is your problem? Megatron saw the anger fade from her eyes, which was replaced by confusion. What? What do you mean what? Megatron continued to shout in his other vernacular, the hell did you punch me for? Annie trailed off as Megatron used the staff to help himself stand up. I thought. You thought what? Megatron demanded. I get that a lot of people don't like me, but I've never even met you before and you decided to punch me in the face. What the hell did I do to you? Megatron could see a hint of remorse on her face, now knowing that he threw Annie off of his tailpipe for a bit. The ex-con grumbled in response to her actions and stormed off, not wanting to talk to the Titan Shifter and wanting to talk to Zeke about this predicament. Archie was awoken to sounds of chatter and rushing waves coming from outside the storage unit. She transformed into her bipedal mode and began to stretch her arms, taking notice of her surroundings and how clean it looks. She supposed that it was nice of the Survey Corps to create a small space for her to rest, even if it was in the storage unit. Archie walked to the rather large wooden doors of the storage unit and slid them wide open. She was met with the sight of the port alive and active, with the sound of the rushing waves and the smell of the ocean. The humans in the island's military uniform were walking around and doing busy work, only sparing a glance her way before they continued on. Archie walked away from the storage unit, still rather surprised by the minimum amount of stares that she was receiving. She never really thought that she would be considered a second thought among humans. Hello, someone shouted from one of the buildings. Archie nearly pulled out her blaster before she turned and saw Hanji waving at her from a window that reached her height. Scrap. Don't do that. You almost gave me a spark attack. Sorry, Hanji apologized. How are you? Did you sleep well in the storage unit? It was fine, Archie answered. Not too cramped? Hanji asked her. There was enough space, Archie replied. Where is Wheeljack? He hasn't come back yet, so he's probably still at the neutral ship with Optimus. Hanji assumed, are you going to go back? Arky turned her helm to the direction of the ship before looking back at Hanji. Maybe later. I had a few questions that I was hoping you could answer. Hanji squealed with excitement, causing Arky to reach up and almost cover her audio receptors. Of course. Hanji exclaimed with a smile, oh. Can you answer some of my questions too? I promise I won't be too invasive. I just have a lot of questions about Cybertron and you and Wheeljack, and it's all so exciting. That's too much energy in the morning. Dial it back, Arky ordered. Sorry, Hanji spoke in a hushed tone, let me just finish my papers, and I'll come right down. Hanji ran away from the window, causing Arky to rub her helm in confusion. This was going to be weird. Annie walked into the cafeteria, wanting to grab something to eat. It was nice to finally be able to walk around freely. The scientists kept on experimenting with her body, and didn't really find anything else other than the enhanced abilities. They decided to let her have free reign, they decided to let her go and be with the others. But, it bothered her. When she saw that man training earlier today, she could have sworn she had seen him before. It was all too familiar, and when she saw him, she felt threatened. That was why she punched him. He got mad and said they never met in the rant, but she was sure she had seen him before. Annie froze when she saw the warriors, excluding Zeke, and the warrior candidates sitting and eating whatever was left amongst themselves. However, she also saw the man looking over at the wrapped food, trying to decide what to get. Before she could say anything, the kids were the one who noticed her first. Annie! Gabby exclaimed as she got up from her seat to run to her. The other three were stunned to see her, but they got over it and ran up to her. How have you been? Zofia asked. How long are you staying for? Gabby exclaimed. How do you feel? Falco asked with concern. Sorry Annie, Pike apologized as she walked up to her, they've been really excited to see you. Hey, Annie quietly greeted. Welcome back, Porco smiled as he patted Annie on the back, nice look by the way. Thank you, Annie said. She noticed Reiner hadn't come up to say hi to her. He remained in his seat and kept his gaze away from her. Good. She wasn't exactly happy to see him. Matthew, come say hi to Annie, Colt called to the man. Matthew stopped thinking about the food and turned his attention to Annie. Annie wanted to hide under the covers as Matthew gave her an irritated look. No, Matthew responded as he grabbed a wrapped meal at random. Huh? Why not? Falco asked. Because she's the bitch that punched me in the face for no goddamned reason. Matthew exclaimed. Annie. Gabby exclaimed in shock, why would you do that? Matthew's so cool. He's been training us to become better fighters. Colt added. Before Annie could get a word out, Matthew walked past all of them and out of the cafeteria. Annie felt even worse now. The warrior candidates looked up to him, and now she was being made out to be the bad guy for what she did. Meanwhile, Pike couldn't understand. Annie would never react like that unless she was sure of something. So why did she hit Matthew? Okay, I'm ready, Hanji smiled as she met with Arky. Is it really okay for me to be out here like this? Arky asked as she sat on the edge of the port, her pedais grazing the water. They've already seen both Optimus and Megatron, Hanji reassured, if anything, you're a lot tamer. Tamer? Arky questioned. Look, when Optimus and Megatron got here, they were so large and I honestly assumed that they were the default size for your people, Hanji explained, seeing you and Wheeljack makes me excited to know that there's a variety on your world. So, do you want to ask me something first? What's with the scars on Optimus' arm? Arky demanded. Hanji laughed nervously. Please don't be mad. What happened? Arky demanded. See, when the Azumabito clan arrived, they wanted to see the full power of Optimus and Megatron, Hanji explained, she asked them to fight and well. Megatron tried to kill Optimus, Arky concluded. They got carried away, Hanji reasoned, Optimus did leave a large wound on Megatron's chest. That doesn't make this any better, Arky declared. Hanji sighed in defeat. I know. It can't be easy knowing that Megatron is here, considering you and Wheeljack have been on the receiving end of his brutality. Sounds like you're not excusing him, Arky said. Of course not, Hanji agreed, he's not exactly easy to get along with. He's so angry all the time. Then it doesn't make sense why you'd be willing to trust him to spy for you and do all these other things for you, Archie retorted. Well, Paradise isn't exactly in the best standing right now, Hanji reminded before smiling bitterly. The world hates us because of what our ancestors did. Everyone makes assumptions about us and calls us devils. All we want to do is survive, and if working with someone like Buckethead can guarantee that, I can live with it. Hanji slapped her cheeks to rid herself of the thought. Never mind that. So, can I see the blades on your arms? I never got to inspect it when you and Wheeljack were showing what you were capable of before Mikasa interrupted that. Archie could see the eagerness in her eyes and sighed. She pulled out one of her arm blades and placed it next to Hanji. Hanji gasped with excitement as she began to inspect it. She stared at herself in the reflection before delicately touching the edge of the sharp blade. It's beautiful, Hanji complimented, but does it feel comfortable having the blades like this? It's not even a short-ranged weapon like a dagger. These are literally on the sides of your arms. It's like the equivalent of punching someone in the face with a knife, instead of thrusting the knife. Archie snorted as she put the blade away. Well, it works for me. It reminds me of Levi's technique, Hanji continued. He holds the blade to the side of his arm and does a lot of spinning. It's an odd technique, but it works very well for him. I tried to do it myself, but I ended up hitting a lot of trees and almost threw up from being so dizzy. So he's like a spinning top, Archie guessed. Exactly. Hanji exclaimed. Archie chuckled at her enthusiasm, causing Hanji to smile at her. Any other questions for me? Actually, your captain threatened me the other day, Archie told her. Sounds about right, Hanji shrugged. He wouldn't take his eyes off of you all day yesterday. What did he threaten you with? If we hurt Optimus, that they'll kill us, Archie replied. I'm sorry to say, but that is what will happen if you hurt Optimus, Hanji relented. That might not even be the real Optimus, Archie retorted, but even she was starting to believe her claims less and less. I understand that, Hanji retorted, but Optimus means so much to us. Not just as a soldier, but as a friend. We don't care about whatever version you might be talking about. This Optimus stood by our side for the past 3 years. He helped us with technology, he shared his history with us, and he trained Eren when Eren asked him to. Okay, but... You want to know what Optimus did for Levi's squad when they were killed, Hanji continued. He helped prepare the bodies for the families. I know because I was helping him with the process. That happened only a month after he arrived on our world. Whatever you remember Optimus as, we see him as a good person. And if you don't believe me, you can ask the other Survey Corps members. I'm sure they would vouch for him. Archie remained quiet, causing Hanji to continue. I know you have your issues, what with Optimus' status and all. I'm just asking that you don't hurt him. Hanji laughed when she finished talking. Wow, we only just started and we're already getting into some heavy shit. I'm sorry, Archie apologized quietly, we just need answers. That's fair, Hanji said, I'm not going to fault you for that. I'm sure if people I knew came back to life, I wouldn't be too trusting. I'd be fascinated, overjoyed, but I think it would take me a while before I became relieved. Archie saw a sad and bitter expression in Hanji's face before it quickly went away and was replaced with that same eagerness. Do you have a human form? Hanji asked, and if you do, can you show me? I have to, Archie answered as she transformed into her alt mode. It wouldn't exactly be normal if a motorcycle started driving on its own. Hanji clapped with excitement as Archie activated the default hollow form she always used. However, that excitement was soon replaced with confusion. Your hollow form doesn't move. Hanji asked. That's odd, because Optimus and Megatron's hollow forms move around to interact with us. I never thought I would hear something like that, Archie declared. I know, it's shocking, Hanji said, but, does your hollow form move? Archie thought it over before making the hollow form get up from the motorcycle. The hollow form then changed, creating a blue jacket with pink lines running down the sleeves and an Autobot symbol appearing on the back. The hollow form took off the helmet to reveal a woman with fairly brown skin. It had short, black, hair that didn't go past her neck. She had thin lips, a average-sized nose, along with blue eyes. Besides the blue eyes, however, her facial features resembled Mikasa's and Kiyomi's. "You're so pretty," Hanji smiled as she blushed. "I mean, your actual form is really pretty too. Gorgeous even. I'm not making this any easier for myself." Archie let out a small chuckle as the helmet turned into sparks. "Got to admit, I'm not used to using the hollow form like this. I don't usually interact with humans like this, so it wasn't really necessary." "So then what would you need it for?" Hanji asked. "In case if I get pulled over by the authorities and I need to interact with them," Archie explained, "or lie so I can run away as soon as possible." "An Autobot? Running from the law?" Hanji asked mockingly. "Oh, how scandalous." "Okay, in case you didn't know, I'm not exactly a human," Archie reminded as she deactivated the hollow form and transformed back into her bipedal mode. "What am I supposed to say if I talk to the authorities and they want to arrest me?" "Fair point," Hanji said. "So, what's with the get-up you guys wear?" Archie asked. "My uniform?" Hanji questioned in confusion. "No, the metal that you guys wear on your sides, and the long spears," Archie clarified. "That's something I should have asked early on, but considering what's been going on for the past few days." "That's totally fine," Hanji reassured. "I'd be more than happy to explain it to you. The equipment we wear is our 3D maneuver gear. Equipped with grappling hooks, 2 swords, thunder and energon spears, and a tank of gas, it is what we use in order to kill pure titans." "Guess that explains the threat," Archie muttered to herself. These soldiers were trained to kill titans, so if enough of them attacked her, then she could be dealt serious damage. "I still find it pretty weird that I'm able to walk around a base full of humans pretty freely," Archie admitted. "Is it bad?" Hanji asked her. "It's not too bad," Archie answered. "I'm glad," Hanji smiled. "Any other questions?" "How come Megatron wasn't participating in those experiments?" Archie asked. "Besides Megatron's job as an undercover agent," Hanji reminded as if it was the most obvious thing. Archie wasn't amused by her response, causing Hanji to sigh. "Megatron can't just come back and forth freely or he will get caught," Hanji explained. "In addition to that, Megatron doesn't like Eren. I mean, he doesn't like humanity in general, but he just has a very specific hatred for Eren." "What did he do?" Archie asked. "Between you and me, Eren was just being a hormonal teenager," Hanji answered. "He said the wrong thing at the wrong time and Megatron was furious." "What did he say?" Archie asked once more. "He said he made Optimus suffer," Hanji spoke in a strained voice. "I can see why that would put him on Megatron's bad side," Archie agreed. "Yep," Hanji nodded. "So, how is Cybertron?" Archie was a little bit surprised by the question, not expecting the human to be interested in their world. "Why do you want to know?" "Well, it's not like Optimus or Megatron can provide me with that information because they were gone," Hanji reasoned. "Optimus' accounts of Cybertron are before the war. I don't ask about it during the war because it's going to bring up unpleasant memories." "So what's Cybertron like?" "Post-war." Archie trailed off as she rubbed the back of her neck. "It's fine. Everyone is fine." "How are your friends?" Hanji pressed. "What have they been doing?" "I don't want to talk about it," Archie proclaimed. "Is something wrong on Cybertron?" Hanji asked. "No. Everything's fine. We took care of everything," Archie insisted. Hanji saw the pain and sorrow in Archie's face and placed her hand on top of her servo. "Sorry. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to." Archie was surprised at that while Hanji stood up. "Well, I have some work I need to do," Hanji insisted, "but today is going to be a rather slow day. If you want, you can go anywhere on the island. You can head back to the neutral ship. Or you could stay here at the port. Optimus told me that you were a better shot than him, and we do have a shooting gallery if you want to try it out. And if you want, you can become more acquainted with the Survey Corps." "You're letting me go?" "Just like that?" Archie questioned. "Did you think I was going to dissect you?" Hanji asked. "Either dissect or pester me until I gave you the information you wanted," Archie proclaimed. As much as I would love to ask you all of my questions about you and Cybertron and anything related to your world, I know that I have you set the boundaries, Hanji explained before grumbling, no matter how much I don't want to. Anyway, you, Optimus, Megatron, and Wheeljack are all sentient beings. Not machines. It wouldn't be fair if I kept on bothering you. Hanji smiled wickedly. But the day you decide to tell me everything, I will unleash hell. Hanji turned and walked away from Arky, waving goodbye in the process. Arky felt a little bit unnerved, but was grateful the commander was respecting her boundaries. But she wondered what else she could really do here. That shooting range sounded like fun. So, it seems like Annie is able to move about freely, Zeke proclaimed. Megatron growled in irritation. I'm sorry. The higher-ups didn't inform me about her being released today, Zeke apologized. There's nothing that I can do about it unless the Energon messes with her systems again. Lionheart might have seen my hollow form, which is why she decided to attack, Megatron declared. There's only so much I can do to make her less suspicious of me. So what exactly have you been doing? Zeke asked as he drank some coffee. The two turned to see Annie opening the door with papers in her hand. She immediately noticed Megatron and Zeke could see a guilty expression on her face before she averted her gaze. Well, if it isn't the bitch that punched me in the face, Megatron responded in his other vernacular, causing Zeke to spit out his coffee. I still haven't gotten an apology. I'll take those papers, Zeke coughed as he extended his hand to Annie. Annie wordlessly handed the papers over before walking out of the room, still choosing to keep her head down. What the hell was that for? Zeke hissed. I'm making her feel guilty, Megatron declared in his normal voice. She's no doubt seen my hollow form and interacted with me in my actual form. Matthew needs to act differently from what she's seen in the Flying Titan. So guilt is my best option. She hits an innocent bystander, and that buys me more time to figure out a solution. And what happens if she does find out? Zeke demanded. I found out about her father when Optimus asked me to find her, Megatron explained. I threaten his life, and she'll remain silent. Her father is the only reason she's choosing to fight at all. Arky walked along the grass and arrived at the shooting range, but stopped herself short when she saw that there were humans already there. It was 6 of the humans that were involved with the Titan experimentation the other day. She was able to recognize both Mikasa and Eren, but the other 4, she wasn't too familiar with. The one that was holding a bow and arrow in their hands turned their head, and Arky immediately recognized her as the girl that confronted both her and Wheeljack when they first arrived on this world. Sasha was her name. She started barking something at her friends before stopping and turning her attention to her. What are you doing here? Sasha called out rather loudly, causing everyone to turn and look at her. Your commander said that there was a shooting range, Arky explained rather awkwardly, but I wasn't expecting to see humans here right now. I'll just go. We don't mind, Armin declared, we're around Optimus a lot. Arky didn't reply to that and walked up to the soldiers. She merely sat down with her legs crossed by the booth they were using as they continued to converse among themselves. She could just wait. It was fine. You suck. Connie shouted at her as Sasha pointed her bow and arrow. You'll never hit it, Jean whispered. You're going to miss. Connie shouted back. What's happening? Arky asked the other 3. Sasha wanted to test out the bow and arrow Mikasa got for her from Hizuru, Armin explained, and she wants Jean and Connie to try and distract her in order to test her focus. Connie kept making funny faces, and Sasha almost busted out laughing, but she kept her cool and fired the arrow. The arrow managed to pierce the head of a stuffed straw mannequin, causing Connie to groan and Sasha to be filled with pride. I almost had it, Connie said. Try next time, Sasha declared with a victorious smile. Arky, you said you wanted to try, right? Armin asked the two-wheeler. I can just wait, Arky insisted. No way, Sasha proclaimed, Optimus said that you're a better shot than he is. I want to see that in action. I mean it. I can just wait, Arky insisted. She did not want to make these kids nervous around her. Show us. Show us. Show us. Jean, Connie, and Sasha chanted. They're not going to stop that, Mikasa informed. Okay, fine, Archie groaned as she transformed into her alt mode and activated her hollow form. She noticed the 6 of them staring at her in surprise. Mikasa was more surprised than the others, but she chose to ignore it as she walked into the booth. She noticed a strange handgun next to one of the rifles and picked it up. She opened the magazine to reveal 20 bullets in store. She closed the magazine before snapping back the barrel and pulling down the hammer. "Anyone has a stopwatch?" Archie asked. "Oh," Armin rummaged through his clothes before pulling one out of his pocket. Archie counted the targets in front of her, 6 mannequins, 10 bottles, and cans on logs and stumps, and a target all the way in back, drawn on the trunk of the tree. "Time me," Archie told him as she aimed the gun. Armin started the stopwatch and Archie fired 2 bullets into the head of the mannequin on her left. She then fired at the 2 bottles closest to her, causing them to shatter to pieces. Archie fired 1 shot at the mannequin a little further in the back before firing 2 shots to the mannequin in the middle. Archie then hit 1 can to the left of that mannequin, while firing at 2 bottles on the right side. She fired at the next mannequin twice in the head before hitting 3 bottles that were next to each other in a row. She fired 1 shot each for the remaining mannequins on her right before firing at the 2 cans next to said mannequin. She fired the final bullet in the trunk of the tree, hitting a bullseye in the process. Archie tossed the gun on the table before turning to the teens who stared at her in shock. Armin managed to mindlessly stop the stopwatch before looking down at the time. "That was 20 seconds, Armin spoke. Jean, Connie, and Sasha screamed in amazement, causing Archie to be rather stunned. "That was so cool!" Connie exclaimed. "Did she hit a bullseye?" Jean questioned as he tried to see the trunk of the tree. "I'm going to check," Sasha declared as she jumped over the table of the booth to see the trunk. Jean immediately followed after, while Connie tripped over the table and hit the ground. He quickly got up and followed his friends. "So, how did you learn to shoot like that?" Eren finally asked. Archie leaned against the table and faced the trio. "I was in the academy. I trained to become a police officer. Then the war hit, and the rest of my experience came from shooting Decepticons. Guess it's a lot easier to hit your targets when they're not moving," Armin remarked, glancing behind Archie to see the bullet holes in the mannequins. "Or when you're not getting shot at," Archie added. "I'm not like Optimus or Wheeljack or any other Autobot. I'm small, and I don't have strength really going for me, so I have to find other ways to fight. Like using speed and agility. So you can't kill Optimus," Mikasa assumed, "if you wanted to." "In one-on-one combat, no," Archie answered, "but that doesn't mean we don't have ways to neutralize him." She meant that as a bluff, in all honesty. She and Wheeljack were working on some type of contingency, but they were still struggling. One of the only options was to use the jackhammer, and if they made a move on Optimus, the Survey Corps weren't just going to let it happen. That was very apparent on the expression of the trio's faces. Armin looked worried, no doubt worried about the harm that the 2 of them might cause. Mikasa eyed Archie with warning, sparing a few looks at her alt mode. She was no doubt trying to figure out how to neutralize her. Meanwhile, Eren looked like his hands were trembling. He was staring at her with a mix of venom and fear. He was afraid of her. "She really did hit a bullseye," Connie shouted, cutting through the tension in the fore. Archie stood up fully and turned around to see Sasha making a mad dash towards her. Sasha practically crashed into the booth and looked up at Archie with pleading eyes. "Teach me your ways, oh powerful hunter," Sasha pleaded. "Okay, that's too much," Archie proclaimed. "Your skill is what I aspire to achieve," Sasha exclaimed. "I'm better with a bow, but I need to do better with guns. Please teach me." "Don't I need permission?" Archie questioned. "We can do it in secret," Sasha retorted. "Like how you kept it secret that she and Wheeljack weren't here for 5 days, Jean reminded as he and Connie made it back to the booth. "You really didn't say anything?" Archie asked in surprise. "She told no one," Jean answered her. "First time she saw you, she passed it off as a bathroom issue. Now I'm stuck on laundry duty." Sasha slammed her head on the table. "Thank you," Archie said to her. The others were surprised by her gratitude while Sasha gave a thumbs up in response. Megatron watched the warrior cadets train in silence when he felt that he was being watched. Megatron glanced over to see Annie staring at him, looking rather apologetic. Megatron turned away from the cadets and walked over to her. "What?" Megatron demanded in his other vernacular. "I came to apologize," Annie spoke, "for hitting you." "For punching me to the floor," Megatron hissed. "I thought you were someone else," Annie confessed. "Well, I don't know what you thought because I've never met you before in my life," Megatron lied. Annie looked away from Megatron, causing him to quietly sigh in response. "Guess I haven't been making it easier for you," Megatron admitted, "but I have a reason to be mad." "I'm sorry," Annie apologized. Annie turned and walked away before Megatron could reply. Megatron couldn't deny that he was relieved, but he had to be careful from now on. She already had her suspicions of him, and if he made one wrong move, she would recognize his identity. Meanwhile, Pike spied on Megatron from the high balcony as he returned to train the children. She didn't understand. Why? Why would Annie punch Matthew? She was always reserved, but she knew she would never attack without reason. Later. The rest of Archie's day was rather uneventful. She didn't interact with the Survey Corps after the shooting range. She remained aloof, and observed the workings of the port from afar. She stood up when she heard an engine noise and turned to see Wheeljack and Optimus arriving before transforming into their bipedal mode. "What took so long?" Archie asked. "Needed Chief for some heavy lifting," Wheeljack explained. "I hope that you had a good day today," Optimus spoke. Archie shrugged. It wasn't too bad. Wheeljack noticed a rather strange expression on her faceplates, but decided not to comment on it. He would talk to her about it later. The two Autobots grew stiff when they heard the sound of a familiar aircraft. They instinctively pulled out their weapons as Megatron flew overhead and landed just a short distance away from the three Autobots. Megatron saw Archie and Wheeljack glaring at them, and gave a neutral expression, not wanting to engage with these two. "Archie, Wheeljack," Optimus spoke as he got in between them, but the two weren't willing to disengage their weapons. "I see we're all getting acquainted," a voice remarked. The Autobots looked down to see Hanji walking towards them with Levi by her side, both wearing their 3D gear. "And Megatron, welcome back." Hanji waved. Megatron scowled in response, causing Wheeljack and Archie to stare in disbelief. "So what's been going on in Marley?" Hanji asked the Titan. "Lionheart is out," Megatron replied. Optimus blinked in response and turned to Megatron. "Did she recognize you?" "She punched me in the face," Megatron explained. "I essentially made her feel guilty the whole day. That should keep her off of my tailpipe." "So they're done experimenting on her?" Hanji asked. "Can't say for certain," Megatron admitted. "All I know at the moment is that they're not going to keep her locked away the entire time." "Anything else?" Levi demanded. "They administered the Energon serum to the Cart Titan," Megatron answered. "The only one who hasn't received it is the Warhammer Titan." "Good to know," Hanji groaned. "Thanks for the update." Megatron didn't reply as he transformed and flew back to the ship, leaving Archie and Wheeljack at a loss for words. "How long do you think before Annie recognizes Megatron?" Hanji asked Optimus. "I do not know," Optimus admitted. "Annie never saw his hollow form, but she was able to recognize me from my hollow form." "Are we just going to brush this interaction off like it was nothing?" Wheeljack questioned before turning to Hanji. "No insults at all." "We probably caught him in a good mood," Hanji replied, "but he's still an asshole most of the time. He doesn't even call us by our actual names, that's how much of a bitch he is." "He could be lying to you," Archie exclaimed. "How can you trust him?" "Because if he really wanted to destroy us, he would have done it years ago," Hanji replied. "We have nothing to offer him, and we are less advanced than Earth, according to him and Optimus." "I hate this planet," Archie muttered under her breath. "For now, let's not think about that," Hanji declared before pointing at Wheeljack. "You and I have a long night ahead of us." "As promised," Wheeljack declared with a smirk. "I also have some notes about the ship's interior to fix communications." "You and I are going to be best friends," Hanji smiled wickedly. That night, Marley. Pike picked up her plate before walking over and picking up her father's. Her father placed his hand on her own, but Pike gave a soft smile, insistent on taking care of the dishes. She walked over to the sink and placed them there before turning on the water. "Pike, you are tired," her father insisted, "please rest. You work very hard." "So do you, Dad," Pike retorted, "you need to rest, and take your medication." "I'm fine," Mr. Finger proclaimed as he stood up, "I'll take care." Mr. Finger suddenly started coughing, covering his mouth with his arm. Pike quickly forgot about the dishes and ran over to him. She patted his back and supported him upright, doing her best to keep him from collapsing. "Let me take you to bed," Pike told him as she helped him stand up and guided him up the stairs and to his room. Mr. Finger stopped coughing along the way as Pike reached his room and helped him sit down. She handed him his medicine and a glass of water already by his bedside. Mr. Finger took the pills and forced himself to swallow it before drinking some water to force it down. "I'm sorry, Pike," he apologized. "Don't be sorry," Pike insisted as she held her father's hands, "you're alive. That's more than enough for me." "But, you won't be," Mr. Finger spoke as tears formed in his eyes, "you'll be." "Don't worry about that now," Pike told him, "get some rest." "Okay." Mr. Finger meekly nodded and Pike hugged him. She stood up and walked out of the room before shutting the door. When she did, she could hear his muffled crying. Pike decided not to bother him as she went back downstairs to wash the dishes. She turned the water back on and began to wash the dishes. As she continued this remedial task, her mind began to wander. Her father had no one else but her. But he was sick. Really sick. Becoming a warrior was the only thing that she could honestly do in order for him to receive top medical care. She never once believed in Marley. She knew that if they got their way and the Titan powers became obsolete, they would all be executed. Even if they were the enemy, she was grateful to the island, to those Titans. Their blood enhanced the powers of the Titans, and made them more useful in combat. Marley still has an extended use for the Eldians, and her father could live a long life. But, what happens when she's gone? Will Marley really take care of her father? Will they cut off his medication once she's dead? Even if they didn't, he'll be all alone. Her father no doubt feels guilty for this situation. He probably blames himself for shortening her life. And she, tears fell down her face and hid her hands. What a cruel place. What a cruel life she led. Pike blinked and stared at her hands, but her gaze drifted to the tears on her hand and noticed, they were shining a bright blue. Pike immediately stopped what she was doing and dried her hands before wiping more of her tears. She gasped in fear when she realized that they were blue as well. Before she could decide on how to proceed next, she heard a loud bang behind her. She grew terrified, wondering if something happened to her father, but she froze when she noticed something on the floor, or someone. It was a humanoid figure. It was wearing a black trench coat, with black shoes and black pants. She could see its hands, but she couldn't see its face. Its head was like a black silhouette, or a shadow. Pike stumbled back as the shadow began to move its arms and force itself to stand up. Pike's back hit the table in the kitchen, and she noticed the knife that she just washed. She grabbed it, and pointed it at the figure, but was surprised when the figure raised its hands in surrender. The figure tried to back away, but it seemed like it didn't know how to walk. It tripped over itself and hit the floor hard. The figure quickly recovered and crawled back on all fours. Its back hit the wall, and the figure used its arms to shield its face. Pike was confused to say the least, but she still kept the knife with her. She pointed it towards the shadow and walked towards it, but it still remained in that same position, cowering and trying to protect itself. Despite her better judgment, she lowered herself to the floor, still holding the knife in hand. The shadow raised its head to see the knife still in her hand, and tried to crawl back further. Pike realized that the being was scared. It was probably more scared of her than she was of it. Pike slowly placed the knife down on the ground and raised her hands to it to show she was unarmed. I won't hurt you," Pike whispered with hesitance. Pike watched the shadow lower its arms before it seemed to look at her. She couldn't tell, its face was just a blank canvas. The shadow seemed curious though. It reached out towards her with one hand, and Pike didn't know what to do. She should run away, but Pike froze when the shadow grazed her cheek with the tip of its fingers. She could, She could feel it, and it was so warm. It reminded her of those summer days she spent with everyone before they got their Titan powers. They managed to somehow try ice cream for the first time, and it was the sweetest thing she ever tasted. It was one of the few moments when she was truly happy. Who? The shadow suddenly began to disappear from her sights, almost as if something yanked it back into the wall. Pike quickly stood up and looked in a mirror to see if her eyes were all right, and she found that the blue was receding from her eyes, leaving it back to her original state. What the hell was that? Check the description for the links to the author.